studio. We are ready to roll. We're actually going to start live right now.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this October 6th meeting of the Charlotte City Council Transportation Planning and Development Committee. We'll start as we usually do with introductions, beginning in back there.
I'm Virginia Page Lee with the Schrader. Stephanie Gardner, Historic Chair Committee. Walter Ray, Vice President of the Chair Committee Organization. Connie Proctor, Chair of the High School Advisory Committee.
Anthony Fox, Interim City Attorney.
Edward Peacock, City Council District 6.
Allison Craig, Deputy City Manager.
Malcolm Graham, Committee Member.
Ed Driggs, Committee Chair.
Liz Babson, Deputy City Manager.
Yolanda Jones, Planning Staff.
Luana Mayfield, council member at large, visiting a council member to this committee.
James Mitchell, City Council at Large, visiting with the TPA this morning.
Jessica Bigelow, City Manager's Office.
Donnie Hamilton, Deputy City Manager.
Catherine Mahoney, Planning Department.
Kathy Cornett, Planning Staff.
Monica Holmes, Interim Planning Director.
And online,
Victoria Watlington, Councilmember at Large, Committee Member.
Good morning, Renee Johnson, District 4 Committee Member.
that's it. All right, we have two items today, important items. The Metropolitan Public Transportation Authority appointment process and the Community Area Plan update and next steps. So for our first item, I will just preface by saying the mayor appointed a working group of 3 council members, being James Mitchell as chair, Ms. Mayfield, and myself, to do work on the Transportation Authority appointment process. And I think what I'll do, Mr. Mitchell, is just hand over to you to present the work that we've done so far.
Mr. Chair, thank you, and to the committee members and everyone, thank you so much for this opportunity. And I told Mr. Chair he is allocated, it's not on there, but.
I'm so sorry.
I
think we went a little bit out of order.
Oh, we did?
That's
Okay.
We're going to start with the attorney's presentation.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I was
Yeah,
gonna,
All right,
yeah,
thank
I
you.
just wanted you to.
yeah, no, I am. I was making sure it came, you ready? Okay.
You're good.
And so part of our first meeting on October 6th, we had a presentation from Stephanie Kelly, Liz Batson, as well as our interim city attorney. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to our interim city attorney, Mr. Fox, to walk through high level the PAVE Act, and then I would do the presentation on all the work we've done in the work for the work group.
Correct.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, members of the committee. What I will go through is the appointment process. In large part, this process is dictated by the PAVE Act, that was the legislation adopted by the General Assembly and authorized the city and the county to move forward with a referendum for a transit authority. The composition, if you can go to the next slide, I can do it. The composition of the Board of Trustees for the newly designated transit authority, should the referendum pass, will consist of 27 members. The 27 members are broken up under the legislation. It provides for appointments by the city, the county, and the 6 towns within the, Mecklenburg County, as well as various state and government leaders. 12 of the appointments will be city appointments. Of those 12, though, 3 will be appointments that will be recommended by the Business Alliance that will have 2, and an appointment recommended by the Foundation of the Carolinas, which will have 1. It's important for the council and the committee to know that those appointments are mandated by the act, and you do not or will not have further input into the selection of those people identified by those 2 bodies. The appointments by the city also require that you must have 1 person with business experience and 1 person that is an active CATS user. That requirement, while not found in the legislation, was imposed by the MOU that was entered into, Memorandum of Understanding that was entered into between the city and the county.
Mr. Attorney, can I clarify it's small business experience?
Yes, okay, yes.
Yeah, just to be
Small,
clear.
I left the
Uh-huh.
small out, thank
Yeah.
you. Next slide, please. The, well, before that, one back, there were some basic eligibility requirements that required of all appointees. One is residency. Anyone serving on this newly formed transit authority must be a resident of Mecklenburg County, period. The other requirement, and this comes out of the PAVE Act, is that there can be no elected officials, no current elected officials can be appointed to the authority. And the legislation is specific that no lobbyists may serve, or members or family members of a lobbyist may be appointed and serve on this committee. Trustees, and you can see on the screen that each member of the board of trustees must have demonstrated experience or qualifications in the areas listed there. Those areas include law, finance, engineering, public transportation, urban planning, logistics, government, architecture, or economic development. The PAVE Act does not go further into any definition of those categories. So it will be upon the council to decide if they fall within those requirements. Next slide. Here, there's been a lot of discussion around public transportation, demonstrated experience in public transportation. This has generated a number of questions. Again, there is no definition in the Act. The basic dictionary definition of public transportation is that it is a, quote, system of trains, buses, et cetera, that is paid for or run by government, end quote. The other thing in the PAVE Act that you can find is a definition of public transportation system. And you can see that that's a pretty elongated definition. One of the things to glean from that, though, that I take is that it does talk about forms of transportation like shared ride services, micro transit, high occupancy vehicle facilities, carpooling, van pool programs, voucher programs, integrated fare systems, and interconnected bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. That's something for this committee and the council to think about when it looks into what will qualify as a public transportation applicant for the board. Again, other than this definition, there's not any further direction under the PAVE Act for public transportation. And similarly, I should say, there's not any further definition for what constitutes law, demonstrated or qualified experience in law, in finance, and the other categories that were listed there. Next slide, please. The city has developed an application process through your city clerk, and that process is consistent with the historical process used by the council and the committee for electing and placing people on city boards and commissions. The difference here is that the application process was specifically tailored to meet the requirements of the PAVE Act. Things like those demonstrated experience in those classifications were incorporated into the application, and the application actually asked the applicants to identify what they believe constitutes their qualifications and their demonstrated experience. So there is an opportunity for each applicant to opine and provide information in that area. The application period closes on Monday, October 13th, and the city appointments are to be made by November 24th of 2025. And one thing to keep in mind is that your appointment process will precede the county's appointment process, which will occur subsequent to that. And I'll be available for any questions throughout this proceeding.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And so, are there any questions for the interim city attorney? Thank you, sir. If not, then let me, if we can put the presentation, please, as relates to our recommendation from the work group. How you doing, Vice Chair? Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, here we go. Next slide, please. So just brief history. The interim city attorney mentioned this as well, but Mayor Lyles appointed the work group September 26. The whole purpose is to divide a council-approved appointments by November 8th. As the chair mentioned, I'm fortunate enough to serve as chair, but I got two great members who have tolerated me, Councilmember Mayfield and Councilmember Driggs.
Wasn't easy, yeah.
And then we're here to report back to the group today. And let me thank the staff in advance, Stephanie, Liz, and the interim city attorney. Thank you so much for your work in making sure that we're at the place we are today. Next slide. So let's talk about some of the framework that the work group would like to present today. One key thing, applicants must reside in the city limits. City clerk will notify those who do not. We would then nicely recommend that they would apply for the county process. I think the whole goal, and I have to leave this up, I have to give Councilmember Mayfield great credit about that we want to ensure that our city residents are the applicants we select from. The city has 12 appointments total. 2 will be appointed by a mayor, 7 will be appointed by the city council members, and then more importantly, we talked about, once again, having 1 appointment with small business experience, and 1 appointee must be an active CAT user per the MOU requirement. 3 appointments will be made from our partners in the community. 2 will be made by the Business Alliance, and 1 from Foundation of the Carolinas. Want to reiterate to all the citizens out there, the application will close on October 13th. Our city clerk is coordinating with the county clerk to identify those applicants that have been applied, both the city and the county. Next slide, please. October 15th, the work group, we're going to follow the PAVE Act, and we're going to focus on sorting the application based on what the interim city Fox mentioned earlier. I'm just going to reiterate those: law, finance, engineering, public transportation, urban planning, logistic, government, architecture, and economic development. Then the work group, we looked at some other guiding principles we wanted to set forth in front of you all today. Skill set experience, transit rider experience and use, and council district representation. Councilmember Mayfield, her voice was loud and clear about being very equitable and trying to appoint our candidates and appoint the applicants to serve on the authority. Next slide, please. So October 16th, all applications will be verified by city clerk and our interim city attorney and shared with the full council. And then we invite the public and any other council member to join us. We realize how important this is, so Councilmember Mayfield brought up the fact that we should interview the candidates, the applicants to represent us on the Transit Authority. And so through October 20th to October 31st, the work group will conduct interviews. Each applicant will have a 25-minute interview process. We schedule up to 52 hours to meet with the applicants, those applicants, and we've been very flexible. So we schedule time in the morning, afternoon, and been very respectful of those who work 8 to 5. We also will have some evening hours. We have already reserved classroom 278 and 274. And so all the interviews would take place here in this building. And then November 6th, it is our goal of your work group to make recommendations for full council consideration in your Thursday package. Next slide, please. November 10th, the nomination, our recommendation will be presented at the business meeting. The city clerk will notify the county clerk those who we will be voting on at our meeting. And then on November 24th, we would take a council vote on the authority board appointments at our council business meeting. That vote will also include our community partners, the Business Alliance, and the Foundations for the Carolinas. Next slide, please. There's one support today and later on this evening at 6 o'clock. We will ask council to support the work group. That is, so we can move forward and be clear that only applicants we will consider must stay in districts 1 through 7. That's important because we have some applicants who are applying on the city side as well as the county, and we have some applicants who are applying who live in the county, and we want to make sure only the city residents will be our nominee. And so, Mr. Chair, I'll ask for your support today and later on at 6 o'clock this evening with full council. Ms. Kelly is here, and she will pass out the current list. We have a total of 70 applicants to date, and by closing date being on Monday, we expect a little bit more. Next slide. Discussion, questions.
So I just want to emphasize that we, in our conversations, were mindful of the fact that everybody on council wants to be involved in this. Nothing this group does is intended to limit in any way the ability of all council members to advocate for any applicant. All council members will have all of the applications. Our intention really is to perform a service and to process the data in such a way that we can achieve the goals set forth in the PAVE Act and also accomplish a good composition of this board, a diversity of skills, riders, the various factors that we would want to see represented in order to have a good outlook for this new authority and for our transit system if the referendum passes. So I think we've been careful in the way we've gone about this. Our intention would probably be, as a working group, to identify people that we want to interview from the 70 and create a shorter list of what we consider to be the prospects, recognizing we only have 7 appointments and there are 70 applicants. So, but if we decide that somebody on that list, in our minds, doesn't warrant an interview, any member of council can propose that they be interviewed, and they will be interviewed. So we're not going to exclude or limit in any way. All we're trying to do is simplify what promises to be a pretty complicated process of getting through 70 applications and finding the best mix of 7 people. We have indicated willingness to devote substantial hours, as the chairman said. We have blocked out 50 hours of our time in order to have the capacity to interview, if necessary, every single applicant. But we're hopeful that working with the full council, we can converge and get down to a more meaningful, shorter list of people from whom the choices will be made. Okay, with that, Mr. Graham.
So let me first thank the working group for the work that they have done thus far. Obviously, I think this is going to be one of the most significant things that this community does in decades. And I think how we do it, how we process the work is really important. How I process the work as an individual council member is very important to me and the folks that I represent as well. So I'll say that as a precursor. Also, as a precursor, I think it's, again, we are where we are, and I said this at the last committee meeting, is that, we got an election in November with this as a ballot initiative, and it's kind of cumbersome to be talking about the appointment to a board that doesn't even exist yet, notwithstanding the fact that the legislation itself lends us to do this because of the way it was written, which is, from my perspective, a mistake. That being said, I hope to start there. I hope that 2 things. One, that we can be very intentional about what we do, and I'm looking at the layout, and of course I'm seeing it for the first time, so I'm trying to digest all of it. I hope, first of all, that the appointments of the Alliance and the Foundation can be made before we make our appointments, so we can know where any gaps that we need to fill. I think that would be important to me for sure, as well as even the mayoral appointment. So if there are any gaps that we need to fill through our appointment process, we can kind of see who's already been appointed and fill those gaps, notwithstanding the criteria that the payback has set out, and you guys will put these things in different categories, which is, I guess we can do it that way. But I think that's important to me, right? I want to make sure that the board is diverse in terms of ethnic diversity, as well as the skill sets that's laid out. And I read the legislation very broadly, that if you ride a bus or a train, that you can sit on this board. We got 27 members, probably 15 too many, right? So I think there's room for everybody to be at the table, not just to be on the board itself, but to serve as well on this executive committee. I think we all know, who've been around government, with a board that large, 8 to 10 people, the executive committee will be steering the ship. And so we need to make sure not only there's the diversity on the board, but there's diversity within this executive committee. That's important to me. It's also important to me that I look at all the applications. And so dividing it by category works for me. And so I think that's good. I think it's also important to me to be at the table when we ask individuals questions, because my interests may be different from your interests in terms of what a committee member should bring to the table. For an example, I would hope that all committee members who serve on the authority have a commitment to a displacement policy. That's the question that I would like to ask. Are you committed to that? Are you committed to the utilization of small firms? Notwithstanding the letter that we just received from the transit DBE, right? There's a whole lot we got to figure out there. But broadly, are you committed to small business participation and the utilization of minority firms, both in terms from a construction perspective as well as a professional service? That's a question I would like to be asked and answered. That, for me, is a go or no-go on both of those questions. And also making sure that there's an understanding that there's commitment for a seat at the table for everybody, and certainly on this executive committee, which will be working with the general manager of the system and the rest of the board members. I know it's complicated work, and I know there has to be a process to do it. I'm just leery. I'm being honest with you. And it's not that I don't trust my colleagues. I do. I've been saying this for a year and a half now. It's the process that's really been our Achilles' heels. And I want to make sure that there's a process that yields the best results for, if this thing is stood up, that we got the right people around the table making the right decisions, not only in reference to transit-related decisions, but decisions that are in the best interest of 85% of the ridership, which happens to be from the African-American community, right? That's really important to me. And so I'll be quiet and I'll listen to others, but that's my first glance, and I'll read it again while others are talking. I might have some additional questions.
Ms. Mayfield, I'm going to talk to our committee members first, but I'll come to you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, to the committee, thank you guys for your work. I know that, again, I'm echoing what Councilmember Graham said. I know that this is going to be probably one of the most substantial decisions that we make for a generation. So it's just a few things that stick out to me. First, in full transparency, I am one of those 70 people. So I did apply to the board. I think it's only fitting, after having served as the vice chair of this committee, with the abilities that I have and knowing that I'll be moving on from council, to offer myself in service. So at some point, I'll be talking to many of the stakeholders, hopefully including you guys, for consideration to this board to continue with the body of knowledge that I already have. And secondly, I know that they said that there are 7 options for the council, and I'm just wondering if there's one thing that we've considered. I know a lot of the boards that we have, especially our substantial boards, like the Planning Commission, the Zoning Committee, they're heavy in one district, right? Where we have participants that are from particularly District 1, right? I know in one of the cases for sure, I think like 5 of the participants are all from District 1. And I'm wondering, will we consider like diversity of districts since we're saying that we want that representation? Is that something that you all discussed?
I wouldn't call it discussed. Basically, Ms. Mayfield gave us some marching orders.
Ms. Mayfield gave us our marching orders, yes. It's one of our
We're
guiding
in agreement
principles.
that one of the criteria, and it's on the slide, would
Right.
be the district.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's in there. Yeah.
yes.
But since it's 7 and we have 7 districts, I wonder, will we take the position of taking a person from each district?
No, because there are only 3 applicants from District 7, and even as the representative of District 7, I believe it would be too limiting to insist on choosing one of them out of 70.
I got it. I understand.
So I'm in a good position to say that because it's my district, but I think we will take that into account. Remember, we have 7 appointments, right? And we
Right.
have all these criteria.
Right.
Right? So you're not going to get everything you want because there just aren't enough seats. So we have, as a criterion, and Ms. Mayfield, I mean, we all agree on it, but Ms. Mayfield was very clear, let's pay attention to what district people are from. So we will.
Okay. Well, that's good. And then secondly, there's this other piece of this that the participant serves at the pleasure of the council. So have we discerned what that criterion is for if that person doesn't meet certain standards? Is that attendance? Is that they're not performing their duties? Is that, do we know with specificity what that means?
We do not, and I'm looking at my interim city attorney because what he shared with us in the work group, that this is going to be a separate entity of the authority. And so our current guidelines will not be applicable. So interim city attorney, Councilmember.
If I may, Mr. Chair. So we appoint, right? And we also have the right at any time to remove and appoint somebody else. And there's no description around what tests we have to apply. If the majority of council feels that a member of the board is not living up to the expectations we had when we appointed them, we can take them out.
The act specifically gives you the ability to remove, to appoint, and to remove. And Councilmember Driggs is correct. It does not specify or qualify any terms or conditions on the exercise of that authority or that power.
Okay. No, and I'm not in any disagreement. I just want to put that out there because people are, I think there's an expectation that the council will be that last measure of accountability for the people who actually serve on this board to say, if in any event the person who's serving under any circumstance, and no matter who they're appointed by, the council will have the ability to remove them from the position and then appoint someone else. Is that my understanding?
That's right. And I'll mention, too, that in spite of the fact that what Mr. Mitchell says is true, the authority is a separate entity, by virtue of our appointment power, we have a continuing role, an important role. So we're controlling the occupancy of 7 of those seats.
And that's what I want to reaffirm, right? In that this is, because I've heard people kind of say, oh, God, we're relinquishing our power, but just exclamating the fact that this is 7 members that, yes, they will have their own authority, right, to make decisions, but they serve at the pleasure of the city council. And so with that, that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
All right, I have, no, I'm going to go around to everybody once, okay? And I have Ms. Johnson.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm sorry. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you to my colleagues for stepping up. I think in the current culture, we have to bend over backwards to demonstrate transparency. And I want you all to pay attention to what Councilmember Graham said, that this is the first time he's seeing this presentation. Council members didn't know about this committee until after it was formed. So this just really we have to be so careful. We don't want this to be more of the same. It's not even a perception. It's what's happening in our current culture. So I think we need to be very deliberate in being transparent. One of the things I would like to see is a website for this process. Perhaps the applicants' names listed, and just be very transparent in the process. Another thing, and I like what you said, Councilmember Graham, the asking the questions. We know that the Black community has made certain requests, such as a minimum of minority businesses. Well, now we received a memo over the weekend regarding DBE, where that's probably not going to be a possibility. Anti-displacement, we know every policy, many policies in the city displace vulnerable populations. So we have to be so intentional in this process and in what we're doing next. Even talking about it before it's passed could be offensive to some. So I just think this council, we can't be tone deaf and continue to do things that can be perceived negatively. So one of the ways I think that we could do that, the interview process, when we're appointing a council members, there's public interviews. Have we thought about that? So I just.
Ms. Johnson, yes, 52 hours is allocated, and all the interviews will be in room 278 and 280, starting October the 20th through October 31st.
And there will be public meetings open to the
They'll
public.
be open, so you could attend as well. They're
Anybody
open
can
public
attend.
meetings, anybody can attend.
Okay. I guess I was thinking more like the virtual meetings that we did when you were, when we reappointed your person, Councilmember Mitchell. So it was a true public process. It was streamed and people could really join in. But I just want to make sure that we are intentional. And if there's 7 districts and 7 positions, I think having someone from each district would be truly, truly an equitable approach. Thank you.
Then I have Ms. Watlington.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't rehash the things that have already been shared by fellow committee members. I agree with most of what's been discussed to this point in terms of the concerns that I have around how this process in particular has gone on. I absolutely agree with some of the previous statements in regards to how this impacts the public trust. And frankly, my trust as a council member of how we're going to be able to continue to be a part of this process. So the only thing that I will add right now is we keep saying 7 appointments, and I see that the work group is recommending to the committee that there be 2 mayoral appointments. I would like to understand from where is that authority drawn, given that the legislation has laid out very clearly who gets what appointments, going so far as to point out the governor or the General Assembly, et cetera, et cetera. So because to Vice Chair Molina's question, when we start to talk about if you're serving at the pleasure of the council, if the legislation is calling out that the governing body of the largest city makes the appointments, from where do we draw the authority that we can then delegate our appointments to the mayor or any other position?
If I may? Yeah. So, Councilmember Wallington, outstanding question, and the work group, we was trying to strike a balance that, to your point, the governor had 1 appointment, and then Ms. Stephanie Kelly shared with us in our rules and procedure, the mayor usually get 1/3 of the appointments. And so we was trying to strike a balance between 1/3 of appointments that our rules and procedures call for and the 1 appointment given to the governor. That's why the work group felt like giving the mayor appointment 2 position was a nice compromise.
I understand. I definitely understand your thought process. And if this was a committee or a board that we were commissioning, or something that was within the bylaws of an external group within the city, I totally understand where you come from. My question though, because this is, the makeup of this board is specifically called out by each member by the General Assembly through this legislation. For example, we typically don't have 3 appointments from the business community specifically, or from the foundation, et cetera, et cetera. So given the specificity within the legislation, given that we are a quasi-Dillon Rule state, I definitely understand how you came to that, but this feels like a circumstance outside of our usual process. So I just want to understand where we're drawing the authority if this was to be challenged in court.
It's not a,
Is your mic
City
on?
Attorney, can you address?
Yeah.
yeah, the payback was specific as to the categories of membership. The membership relative to the city was under the payback designated to be 12 members, 3 of which are those from the business community, the remainder of which are to be appointed by the governing body. The
Right.
act is specific about designating appointing authority to all jurisdictions based upon their appointment process. It's not something that's going to be codified. The appointment process, the practice for the city of Charlotte historically has been to grant to the mayor a third of the appointments. Is that codified? I cannot find where that is codified, but it is the practice of this board, and therefore it's the decision of this board whether or not it wishes to honor that historic practice or not. What's being proposed is a way for the bodies to come together around a compromise that will give to each district representation and to honor the historical practice, less the 3 down to 2.
So thank you for that, Mr. Attorney. That gets to what I was talking about. Based on what I'm hearing from you, I'm not sure that the difference between, that there is not a difference between the appointment process, i.e. we put out papers, everybody marks, and then whoever has 6 is different from assigning appointment authority, because that clearly has been lined out here from the General Assembly. But thank you for your commentary. And that's all for me.
Thank you. So, Mr. Graham,
Yeah, well, on that line, I'm just curious, and I'm okay with the mayor getting 2 appointments, but does the council have the right to withdraw those appointments? Just as we have the right to withdraw a member that we appoint?
I think the withdrawal and termination of the membership of a person on the authorities is specific to the appointment of that person on the authority. It's not specific to the withdrawal of the mayor's, the mayor's appointment. Now, let me rewind it. What you're really saying is, once the mayor has made that appointment, that person's on the authority, who then has the ability to remove that person
Exactly.
from the authority.
Exactly.
And the act gives to the governing body the ability to remove a person.
So the council can,
So it's the governing body is the likely interpretation of that.
in
okay,
which case the mayor, according to the same principles we're applying now, would designate the successor to that person.
Yes.
But we can take them out.
all right, that's fine. And then next week is the deadline, right, Monday?
Monday.
So, and I got the names of all the applicants, I've already got that from the city clerk, thank you. So, quality versus quantity, have you guys made an assessment of the quality of the applications thus far? So we got, what, 80, 60?
We have 70 now, Councilman Graham. You brought up a good point. That's why we're meeting this week to start talking about the quality of the applicants we would like to interview.
And if we find ourselves in a position where the quality is not to our liking, the council does have the authorization, right, to extend the deadline?
We're working on that difficult schedule that you
I
alluded to.
understand the schedule. We don't have to make our appointments until the 24th of November. The body doesn't, it's not seated until the end of the year. So, I'm just
I
asking.
think we have the authority, right?
Yeah.
We have the authority.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
so-
only thing that guides it is the deadlines under the payback.
I got it.
And the commitments made under the MOU.
Yeah.
And those are the time periods that I think would be not flexible.
Yeah, I would suspect that our partners in the community would want us to submit our best and brightest,
Exactly.
even if it takes a little bit more time. So I would think that would be what we would want to do, right? And just a comment more than a question. I know we have a relationship with all our boards, especially our authority boards, right? And I respect that. This is different, right? And so hopefully, as we move forward, that we will establish within the framework of the law, a relationship with this authority, that we have more constant communication with them.
I got you.
Right, we need periodic report back to us, whether it's quarterly or biannually. There has to be more communication with this council in reference to what they're doing, when they're doing it, why they're doing it, et cetera, right? And so I just hope that as we move forward, that we can kind of rethink, redefine what that relationship looks like. And it has to be a lot more communication. We just can't allow them to make their appointments and go in the wilderness and do their work, right?
Excellent point.
We need to establish what that relationship is going to look like and sound like, especially that relationship with the executive committee of authority, which is going to be 8 to 10 individuals, and that general manager who will not be reporting to the city anymore. But there needs to be occasion that he comes before this body and report out, right? And I don't know what that looks like. I think I'm just trying to ensure that as we begin to pivot, that there is still an opportunity for this council, and by extension, the community, to really have some oversight, notwithstanding the fact that we're appointing members to the board, notwithstanding the fact there will be a citizens advisory committee that works with the board. I just don't want to say we're going to make appointments and wash our hands of it. That's something we should not do.
I don't think that's what's going to happen, and because we will be wanting to consider the exercise of this authority we have, and in order to decide whether our appointees are performing as we expected, we will need to hear back. So I don't see any problem with building that in.
But let me follow up, because I hear you loud and clear, Councilman
Exactly.
Graham. We need to formalize that relationship
Yes.
and that process. I hear you loud and clear.
Right. And if I may, I do have a couple comments myself. For one, 27 is too many people, you're right, but that happened partly because everybody in the MTC wanted to have some representation. And when you give Pineville a seat, and if you're trying to do anything reasonable with respect to the larger members, then you need to have more seats for Charlotte, and then the county wanted seats. So that kind of evolved because of that. It wasn't the decision that 27 was a perfect number. It came about. I will also emphasize the comparison with the current MTC, which actually has certain authority over CATS, and on which the Charlotte has one vote, and so does Pineville. So we're making a substantial step in a better direction, having our 7 seats, and compared to this curious situation where CATS was an enterprise fund of the city, but technically it was overseen by the MTC. I will mention, I just think it's ironic, if I may, that the African-American community is so concerned that this council, with the membership it has, is not going to be mindful of the interests of the African-American community. I mean, as the pardon me, but old white guy on council, I think it's odd that there would be that concern. Of course, and I will join, we all are going to be concerned that the priorities of this council will be reflected in our appointments. I also want to mention that, as Mr. Mitchell said, we do want to ask this committee to consider and make a recommendation to the full council about this proposed process. The reason we haven't started doing more work is because we needed to have a mandate from the council to proceed along the lines spelled out here. And I will stress again, as I did at the beginning, if you want, member of council, you can ignore this. You can ignore us completely. You're not going to be obligated or limited in any way by the work. We are offering the product of our work as a way for council members to kind of process a lot of data and reach a good conclusion more quickly. If you don't want to look at anything we do or listen to anything we say, that's fine. And the council ultimately, by a majority vote, will choose who the appointees are. We're just hoping that this is helpful. And toward that end, again, as Mr. Mitchell noted, we will be asking the full council tonight to say, okay, go ahead, do it. And we're asking this committee right now, in fact, to say, okay, do it. And I hope we can get there, because I'm really concerned that with 70 applicants, and probably more in the works, we've got another week to go. And as Mr. Graham pointed out, we may need to go out. You know, if we're not happy with this pool, we may want to kind of recruit or look further afield. And so 11 members of council considering 80 or 90 applicants makes for a very messy matrix. And all we're trying to do is just introduce a little bit of order into that situation.
And I can make one comment, and again, I'm speaking.
Excuse me, just as a point of order, there are 2 hands for committee members online.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry, I
I
didn't
didn't
see
see that. Excuse me, but I've got Johnson first, and then you.
I'm sorry, Ms. Wallington, I didn't see the screen.
No, I figured you hadn't seen it. That's why I was lifting it up.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, 2 questions regarding transparency again. Are we going to post a list of applicants? I would love to see a website or web page. Usually when we have big initiatives, there's a web page so people can follow. I think that's important. And I also have a question for the city attorney. Councilmember Molina, I appreciate your transparency. I think that's really important. So I asked the city attorney if Councilmember Molina should be excused from voting throughout this process. What is your legal opinion?
I don't see a conflict, at this point.
She applied.
She's an applicant.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's the conflict, well, it's whether or not there's pecuniary or financial interest in the outcome. And at this point, I don't know where the financial or pecuniary interest is on appointment to a board that at this point doesn't provide any compensation whatsoever. But it's the council's, prerogative to decide whether or not it at least creates an inference of a conflict.
And Mr. Attorney, if I remember the class that we had on the subject, there is a burden on all of us to vote, right?
Yeah.
You may not vote if you have a financial interest and a conflict. If you're worried about the perception of a conflict, the member may ask to be excused, and the council will vote on whether or not the member should be excused. So that's the way it's supposed to work. And personally, I don't believe either that when I think of situations in the past where, for example, the chairman of the Board of County Commissioners was on a board and was advocating for a grant to his nonprofit organization, that was not deemed to be a conflict. So I don't think this rises to the standard of requiring the exclusion of the member, and I wouldn't be offended if the member didn't see a problem about the perception of conflict.
Again,
Ed, for clarification for the attorney.
Yes.
We started out at the beginning of this conversation, based on the rules that came down from the General Assembly, no sitting elected official could be appointed. The challenge that we have in this case is we're looking at doing these appointments in November. We do not switch over council until December. So at the time that we are looking at making these appointments of the 70-plus applications, one, we're agreeing that we're trying to identify the strongest representative as a sitting council member, as a sitting elected official. No elected officials can be appointed to this board according to what came down from the General Assembly and how we opened up this conversation. So I'm trying to understand why we're having this discussion, because that's part of the foundational rules that came from the General Assembly.
If I may, just to be specific with regards to the PAVE Act and its membership requirements, it provides that members of no elected official may serve concurrently as a member of the Board of Trustees. So I think it depends on timing and whether or not the member is still an elected official. Because they would leave.
And that in turn depends on when the board is actually stood up. The board is not stood up at the moment that we choose our appointees. The board is stood up at a later time, must be established by the end of the year. The law specifically says you have to, that board has got to be stood up by the end of the year. So you're going to have a situation they didn't focus on where you might make an appointment of somebody who will be eligible when the board is convened, right? And therefore, I think that could work.
So that goes back to that transparency conversation, which I agree with Councilmember Johnson. We need to make sure that that clarification is there.
Right.
Because for the community at large,
Right.
and those who are applying from the community, that very well may be a sticking point of why would we even have a conversation of consideration of someone who is currently in office, and we're saying, okay, well, the gray area in that is the board is not going to be set up until the end of the year. By that time, that individual will no longer be in office, but we are going to have to decide within the criteria, and it also goes back to one of the questions Councilmember Graham asked at the beginning, and showing up what the committee has done. This is just a recommendation. In my mind, and the three of us talked about it, by us bringing this to the TAP committee, we are now acknowledging for all the council.
That's right.
For you to also, for us to come together and identify what is that criteria that we're looking at. We've adjusted our calendar to say up to 52 hours. We would love for y'all to be in these interviews with us, so that is not just on the three of us.
Right.
But we also recognize your jobs, your family commitments. You might not necessarily have the ability, because we're looking at like an 8 to 5 day. So basically what we just recently went through, we're looking at multiple days with multiple hours of having this. We would love for all 11 of us to be present, but we also know that that might not be an option because of work, family, and other things. So we've made the commitment of saying, yes, we will do this, but we're not trying to do it in a vacuum. We would love to know what are the criteria that council, can we identify 3 to 5 criteria that we can agree on? And Councilmember Johnson, initially when I made the recommendation, hey, if we got 7, let's look at all 7 districts. Councilmember Chairman Driggs mentioned for his district, he's got 3 applications. There, he very well may support someone from one of the other 7 districts that have greater
Quality, yeah.
qualifications and skill set that ties in. But this is the opportunity where we all get to come together and start thinking about what are those criteria and see if we can pull out, like I said, 3 to 5 that are our top main. And then for those who can attend, here's what the criteria we're all agreeing to. For those that can't, then the 3 of us are committing to here's the 3 to 5 that we're looking for when we read through all the applications.
Thank you for that clarification. And I also want to say, because I don't want to talk about Councilmember Molina as if she's not in the room, we sit beside one another, and I trust her and value her work. We do have a duty to vote. So like Councilmember Driggs said, he wouldn't be offended if you voted. I would support if you did want to excuse yourself or request an excusal. So it's totally up to you. But he does, you know. I think it would be something to consider, that we have to consider the public perception.
So if I may, Councilman Johnson, though, your earlier question, can we set this on the website? I don't think we ever addressed. And so I'm looking at staff, and Liz looking at Stephanie. So, Ms. Kelly?
And I'm checking with staff, but I don't see why we cannot. It would just be a matter of us working with, I think, communications and marketing to make that happen.
Okay.
Good. Thank you.
So we have another important topic. Okay.
Dr.
I'm just
Watlington
saying-
still had her hand
I
up.
understand. Everybody, okay? I just want to point out, we do have another topic to which we need to allocate enough time. So I want to point us towards wrapping up here, all right? And we will take a vote on the issue of whether or not this committee, and understand, we're going to have a conversation like this with the full council later, right? So I think this has been valuable in the sense that we have brought up issues like a departing member of council, and the points that have been made. That was the purpose of having this committee conversation. I will present, and Mr. Mitchell will present to the full council later on the points that were discussed, including the points that were raised by members, and see if we can get the full council to agree to let us go ahead with this. So, Ms. Watlington, I'll take you last.
Thank you. Again, when I hear you say, and thank you for the work that you all have done, I appreciate that. When I hear you say that essentially we're going to the full council with this recommendation regardless of the outcome in committee, that feels like.
No, I did not say that.
That is what you said. We're having this conversation today before the full council.
The intention is to have a vote in this committee and to discuss it with the full council. I believe the other members of council will want to hear it.
I understand, but what you said twice was that this was on the docket for this evening. Did you or did you not?
That's the plan.
That's what I'm saying. So you said we're going to have this conversation as a full council.
We're going to tell the full council what the vote was in committee and give them a chance to consider the same things we talked about. Nothing this committee does is binding on the council. We will have the conversation tonight.
That's exactly what I said. So I'm not understanding the pushback. That's what you said. The work of this subgroup is going forward to full council.
And then we'll see what you meant.
Well, I was trying to make my point before you interrupted me. And this is an example of what this feels like as a sitting committee member of this work. I'm not negating or downplaying the effort that has been going in. And with all due respect to the work group, that exactly is how I feel like we're being rolled over as a committee, if I'm being honest. And I think that's unfortunate because it sounds like there are some things that are outstanding here, whether it's clarity around the removal process, whether it's conversation in regards to when these appointments are made and how that may or may not impact particular members. These kinds of things are all things that still need to be addressed. I'm particularly concerned with this idea that we as a council choose to allocate two appointments to the mayor and then also not say that we want even distribution of representation across districts. That puts us in a situation where some districts are not going to have representation and others would be overrepresented. And so there are some very significant things that are still outstanding. And the reason it's so important, Mr. Driggs, to your earlier point, is because there may be a certain makeup of council today, but we are making decisions in perpetuity. And so regardless of who is sitting around this dais at this very point in time, there is no guarantee, unless we make something formal and systematize it, that there will be integrity in the process going forward. So for me, it's not, I absolutely respect those that are sitting around this dais with me at this point, but I recognize that none of us may be sitting here the next time these appointments come around.
I'm heartened by your suggestion that the makeup of the council could change in a different direction in the future. You are absolutely welcome to say all of those things tonight. At the moment, what I'm hoping for is that this committee will vote, will recognize the value. And I have to say, I understand the need for caution, the importance of what we're doing, and all of the things we need to think about. But there's a certain negativity about the tone of a lot of the comments. And we have a challenge here. As a group, as 11 people, we have to look at 70 or more applicants, and we need to somehow choose from them the ones that most of us think represent the best mix. So I hope we can just sort of get around this. If you got a better idea, let me know what it is. But this is what the three of us spent quite a lot of time coming up with, and very mindful of everything that has been said here and of not wanting to limit the ability of any member of council to take any action they want. So at this point, we really have to move on to our next agenda item, and therefore I want to ask if there is, sir, I'm closing the debate.
I yield to the two young ladies because I didn't see them on the screen and you acknowledged me, but it's your call, you're the chairman.
I really feel that, again, given that we will be talking again later, the question right now is, do I have a motion for this committee to recommend to the full council that we move ahead with the procedure that has been described to us?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Okay, so I'll second. All in favor? Say aye. Aye. All right, so I will report to the full council tonight that.
All opposed, did you get?
Got to get the opinions.
Opposed?
Opposed.
Yes. Opposed?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, that's no, right? Yes.
Correct.
All right, so by a 3-2 vote, this committee did not recommend that we proceed with this procedure, which is interesting to me. I'd like to know what you want to do instead. And frankly, I think if you're going to oppose the work that has been done by this group, you ought to have something in mind, and I don't hear it.
Well, you didn't give me a chance to.
As if we had the floor to get
Well,
something.
you just
Please,
cut
let's
me
not do
off.
that.
But I mean, in this meeting, just to say,
That's
here,
why I voted no.
listen,
You just
here's
cut
what we
me
can do.
off. I mean, so.
All right, we'll work it out, we'll work it out later.
this
We're going to
afternoon.
share with the full council what this committee concluded, and that will be the starting point for a conversation of the whole group, which is the only forum in which any actual decisions can be made.
Exactly.
So our second agenda item is the community area plans, and this is here because we postponed the vote on the adoption of the community area plans for 60 days until November 24th, I believe, based on some pending issues or concerns that some council members had. So we're putting it on the agenda today in an attempt to be responsive to the issues that were raised and to chart a path towards a vote on the 24th. And with that, I think I will hand over to Ms. Holmes.
Hi, yes, good morning. Monica Holmes, Interim Planning Director. And this is really just, I'm going to run through a quick update of really where we are, what we've heard from you all, and what we believe are some of our path forward. So next slide, please. So again, today is just an overview of our status. It's for information only. You can go to the next slide. You can see here the multiple times that we've been in front of you all, just having this conversation while doing continued dialogue with the community. Next slide. So today, brief overview, engagement today, what we've heard, and then again, that next steps path forward that we would love some confirmation on. So the area plans are really about refining our 2040 plan, providing more details, and identifying areas of where things are likely to change, where new investment, new growth will occur, and things where we really want to preserve that character and community. You can see in the gray area here, just as a reminder, we've showed this before, but we're building upon not only just the 2040 plan, but also really trying to get an equitable framework for the entire city so that we are not in a situation where we have a large portion of our fast-growing city that doesn't have clear guidance. So you can see in this, the gray area, in our prior, many people were involved in kind of small area planning and area planning back in the 2000s and early 2010s. And at that point in time, everything you see in gray was outdated policy. So when we began this about 6-7 years ago, we were starting from a framework of having 73% of our city not with clear policy and only 27% that had been updated after even 2008, which at that point in time was 10 to 12 years old. So you can go to the next slide. So the area plans, again, they help to refine that 2040 plan that was adopted in 2021. They inform our decision-making, but they're not creating new regulations or laws. They're identifying investments, but not providing funding. They may recommend future changes to zoning, but they don't actually change zoning. And they help guide development, but as we know, we're adding 150 people a day to the region. They're not going to completely halt development. Next slide. We started again with those 10 big goals from the comprehensive plan. So those were what was adopted, they're our framework for how we grow as a city, and we refined them for each of the 14 geographies. So to show you a little bit about what that means, you can see here the 2 red boxes are South Inner and Southwest Middle. Those are 2 of the areas we'll talk about today. And you can see we went from the 10 broader goals for the comprehensive plan to really what are the priority goals for each of the 14 geographies. So take like a South Inner, and you can see that Goal 9, retain our identity and charm, as well as housing and transit trail-oriented development, because we have transit lines that are in that community, are key priorities. Whereas in a place like Southwest Middle, you have, the airport is there, you have some other environmental impacts. What the priority goals are: integrating our natural and built environment, healthy, safe, and active communities, as well as the 10-minute neighborhoods and housing. So next slide. Throughout the process, and we've talked about this a lot, we've engaged in a very long, wide range of different types of community engagement. This started, and we've focused a lot over the past few months on what we call Phase 5, which is this most recent, where we released the drafts in April and engaged with communities throughout that process. But really, the projects to virtual open house, to many council workshops, and individual workshops. So next slide. So that included over 85, these are broad numbers, but 85 plus town hall meetings and neighborhood meetings, about 1,100 office hours and webinars, including office hours at all of our regional libraries, and walking tours, presentations, discussions, workshops. Next slide. So what have we heard throughout the process is, one, how do we, and this is what I really want to focus on, is kind of what have we heard most recently and how are we working through that? So how do neighbors and residents know that their comments were understood, vetted, and addressed? So I'm going to walk you through just the website, and I have here a printed book of all of our comments and how we've addressed each of those. And then how do these kind of reflect the neighborhood vision and those priority goals for the area? Next slide. So first, let's start with the website. Our website is cltfuture2040.com. I wanted to have it up here just so if you could take a screenshot, make sure you write it down. This is the best way to kind of check in and see what's happening with the project. On the homepage, you scroll down, you'll see a box, and I've outlined it in red here, of updates. That includes both the comments, so this book here is downloadable as that PDF of the Phase 5 comments. And then you can also have a sortable spreadsheet, which is really great for those of us that like to dig into the details. You can sort that spreadsheet and filter, see what comments there are by each different plan, the types of comments that they are, where they came from, and more information, what are the general themes. And then you can also see on this where it says, click here to view the area plans and the web and how they impact you. We have each of the 14 webinars that are breakout rooms that deep dive into each area plan. Those are all recorded and up on that website. And then again, you can reach out, and I'll show the email address at the end as to how you can then reach back out to us. So all of these are updated. You can also sign up for office hours here, and we've extended office hours if people want to do this in real time and walk through the plans and understand it a little bit more. So next slide. So I'm going to talk just a little bit about the Phase 5 comments. What we've really heard is, how do we know comments have been addressed? What does that look like? How are we being responsive? And we've given these categories before of kind of what the comments and how the changes are in those comments, how they break down into these 5 categories. And I'm just going to give you a couple examples from 2 of those buckets. And again, we're happy to continue talking through this. We knew we would be a little short on time today, so we're going to deep dive into these 2. Next slide. So first, let's talk a little bit about the quality comment example. And this is actually from the Cherry neighborhood, which I see several people here today, which is great. And we had a comment, and the summary of the comment is really that this rendering is misleading and it doesn't really show an accurate depiction. I will note that this rendering is in a part of the plan that actually is not adopted. It's in a section of the plan that's not part of the proposed adoption. But we want to make sure that people really understand the intentions around it and what growth may look like. So it's for demonstrative purposes. So we wanted to make sure that was very clear. So we added and emphasized a new disclaimer that these images are illustrative. They're not, this is not what is going to happen. And then we also modified the rendering. So if you can go click it again. And so you can see here what that modification looked like. This also ties to some of the policy map discussions we've been having, but really trying to understand and get a better sense of scale and what new development might look like. So we want to be really clear with the community that these are, again, illustrative. They're not actually new development that is proposed, but this is an example of what it may look like based on recommendations. So next slide. So then let's talk a little bit about some of the policy map changes. So again, this is an ongoing discussion, but you'll see on the left here, this is actually our adopted policy map. So the policy map was adopted in 2022. It shows here, this is the colors. You can deep dive into the legend and zoom in on what those all mean. Largely neighborhood 1, that light yellow. The campus is that kind of teal green color. And then the blue is the regional activity center, which is really our most intense development. So this is what is adopted today. So if a project were to come in today, this is what it would be vetted against. And you can see the comment was really the borders of Cherry are examples of commercial encroachment that is not aligned with our community's history. So how do we change and modify what is shown around those edges? So you can see on the right here, these are the 8 different areas of discussion that we've been having ongoing with the Cherry neighborhood. So the yellow outline all represent changes as they are proposed today. Which we believe that these are in line with the community. The ones in red are the couple of areas that we feel like we're still continuing to talk on and still open to discussing. So we're working on setting up a meeting where we can kind of further vet that and confirm yes, no, are we in the right direction, and making sure that we're kind of re-looking at those areas in red. So next slide. I also wanted to talk, so next area, moving on from Cherry, is really focused on Steelberry Acres and some of the comments we've heard from there. We had a couple members of the public come to the public hearing. And so we had, I believe, about 8 to 10 different meetings and discussions with Steelberry Acres, including a couple on site. We met with them and the airport, really trying to understand what are the specific issues that we're hearing both from the neighborhood and community, and then what are other interests and how do we all work together for common ground. So you can see on the left here, this is today the adopted policy map. So all of that dark purple represents manufacturing and logistics as a future land use. And the light yellow, again, is that neighborhood 1 single family residential. So again, if a project were to come in today on that, like let's take that southern larger property, we would say it was, quote, consistent with either MNL 1 or MNL 2. Now, knowing how close it is to neighborhood 1, I don't think that anyone would say that MNL 2, which is our highest intensity, is necessarily appropriate. But you can see kind of how the colors on the adopted place types map are today. So by working with Steelberry Acres and the community, we really wanted to take a more surgical approach. So you can see the comment here, Steelberry Acres is a unique neighborhood and does not fit into a cookie cutter plan. And so we worked, again, collaboratively with them to really talk through, okay, what are the outcomes we're looking for? What are the outcomes you're looking for as a community, knowing that there are properties in this area that are being purchased by both the airport and other entities kind of looking to change the development pattern, and how can we have again, collaborative conversation around that. So you'll see in the proposed policy map with the changes, everything outlined in yellow is now proposed in the recommended policy map to be the industrial mixed-use district, which we worked very closely with Steelberry Acres on this. We talked in deep dive around commercial. Is that commercial appropriate? There were some conversations around that. We also talked about the industrial mixed use, and everyone agreed that that was a more appropriate transition district because, one, it took off the table all of the higher intensity manufacturing uses and a lot of the big box manufacturing uses, but still balanced that tension between growth and the community, knowing that new residential in this area is really not that appropriate given how close that it is to the airport and all the issues we know around noise and noise abatement and things of that. So from what we have heard, there seems to be a lot of agreement that this is the right path in this community. So we feel very good about that. So next slide. So I also just wanted to quickly show some of the things that when you look through all the comments, the things that didn't really warrant changes, and just give you some ideas around how we've been handling those. So there are questions around clarification. So we've worked to try to provide more information, more overview, some clarifying things in the document, but that didn't really warrant changes. It's just more of an education. There were general support, like I like this change, so that's not a comment we need to incorporate into the plan. It's just a general comment. There were concerns that we've already addressed through other actions. So, for example, if someone has a question around stormwater, and that's actually already in the UDO as a protection, we don't have a change associated with that. There are things that people suggesting things like how are we dealing with helmet laws or school funding or things that are really just outside of the scope of this plan and project. There's, again, some opposition to just growing in general. We don't want the city to grow, period. And that is just a fundamental disagreement with our overarching comprehensive plan and the way we see growth in the community. There are site-specific issues, which we've worked really closely with CDOT and CATS on to make sure that they have that running list and that they're putting all of the projects that we've received. So if somebody reached out and said, I want a sidewalk from A to B, that CDOT has that information, it's going into their pedestrian program funding stream, and it's getting ranked and prioritized with the funding in CDOT. And then there are some general misunderstandings, which we're still working to make sure people really understand what is the difference between a place type and the zoning, what are those clarifications, and how can we make sure that people understand the difference between policy and regulation. So these are some of the samples. Again, we have a lot more deep dive that we can do. I really want to put a plug in for kind of how we move forward and how we can make sure people understand what is both in the document and how we've addressed the questions and comments. So next slide. So I want to, before I switch over into next steps, I want to just also remind both the committee and the people who may be watching that this is an iterative process. We are on a journey. We've passed the comprehensive plan. We are ongoing working on strategic action plans, which include things like workforce development strategy, the tree canopy action plan, our strategic mobility plan. And these community area plans are really setting the stage and getting us more refinement to be able to continue to do the more detailed work while we truth that against the bigger, broader umbrella work. So as we continue to wrap up these area plans, I just we've talked about this before, but give a little bit more about a preview of kind of what's coming next. So if the ballot initiative passes in November, we'll be kicking off station area plans in January 2026. We'll be doing that in close coordination with our partners in housing and our infrastructure partners in both CDOT and at CATS. That'll add another layer of refinement to the area plans and could potentially even have some more map tweaks as we learn more and more and get more into those details and understand what each area needs and requires. We also will be working on moving forward our activity center plans, and you can see here both what the general plans are and kind of what that more specificity looks like, employment district plans, focused investment plans, the environmental impact action plan, which we've heard people are very excited about that, specifically our environmental justice communities that want more detail around what are the tools we can put in our toolbox for that. And then customized action plans, like things like how do we tackle safety? How do we tackle specific issues to specific neighborhoods? So, planning is iterative. It is, we have to completely go back through the cycle, check in, see how we're doing, and make tweaks along the way. And so that is part of being in the profession, is that we're never done and we're constantly working with community to continue to refine. So next steps, you can change the slide, is that we are open and committed to the transparency in this process. We wanted to be able to give you some updates today around where we are with specific communities, how we've addressed those potential changes, how those are incorporated. We want to make sure people know how to find out this information, and we're going to continue working with community as we move forward. So I have here the website and also how to comment or how to schedule time with us. Again, there's also the link on our website for office hours. We're working to schedule a meeting with the Cherry community to talk through a couple of the issues that I mentioned in here. And again, if anybody else has comments, questions, we are happy to meet and sit down and make sure that people understand, and where there's rub, we smooth it out. But for now, we feel like we're in a very good place, and that we have really laid a foundation.
Okay, thank you. And committee, I think staff, in my opinion, has made every effort to be responsive to input from council members and the public. Again, our goal is to try and have the vote, get this moving on the 24th, on the rescheduled date for the vote, and I will entertain any questions or comments. Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, or Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I know, right? I know.
That's you.
I know, that is me. So I know that we're here because of there needing to be some additional clarification. So I want to ask you, have you heard from our colleagues around what they would like to have implemented as a result of that? Like, this is a parenthesis in that process. So my goal, my hope is that we have something, what could we do in that time? Like, have you heard from our colleagues? Like what?
Not outside of the couple of neighborhoods that I mentioned that we've had ongoing conversations with and are going to continue to have. No. So if you have specific items or things, I think we're really in the nitty-gritty of trying to work out those details. So open to that. I have not heard additional feedback. We've been doing a little bit of reach out, and that's, again, some of the things we've tried to clarify are based on that.
So, with that in mind, what I see in this process, because it's difficult, this is a large program change for implementation. So between now and when we intend to pass this, I'm wanting to make sure that we're as intentional as possible in making sure that we tie up those gaps, right? Like, I'd hate for us to get to November and we're still not ready, right? Yeah. And I'm making no assertion that we will be or not be by that time. I'm just wondering, because, so here's my challenge personally, and this will go on beyond my service in this tenure, is how does this, there have been times where, and there's one in particular that I'm thinking of, where a group of residents don't see this as beneficial to them, right? Like, it's not anything that is a stopgap or actually protects residents, right, from what would be, right, changes in their neighborhood, right? Right now, even I see that as something that is happening to communities that we have to make sure that we're intentional about. And no one feels that until it's in their backyards. No one feels that until it's in their neighborhoods. And one of the most recent meetings that I went to, I could very clearly see this as an example, that something that would come to my particular neighborhood, for an example. And I know many different neighborhoods where that can happen, particularly in East Charlotte, because a lot of those lots are older lots, older homes, large lots, and there are humans that are going to want to participate in having density on their property for many different reasons. And then there are going to be, you know, humans that say, you know what, no, this is not for me. I raised my kids. I was hoping to have this home intact. And I'm wondering about our ability to be malleable in that. And I've said this from the very beginning. Most of us work the hardest. The most substantial asset that we're working on is paying our mortgages, right? We're doing that before we pay our car payments. We're going to pay the mortgage, right? And it's one of the most substantial purchases that most people make. And so this is also one of the more, and transportation's important. It's inextricable from where we live, but where we live is one of our most substantial line items, right? And so I'd like to make sure, even from my personal perspective, not speaking for anyone else, and I know, like I said, there are multiple layers. I do have a general understanding of the specific plans and how that's going to help specific neighborhoods, but right now we're still at 30,000 feet. And so we're not at the place where the specific plans are going to be able to be iterated and change circumstances for, you can tell me what amount of time, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming, so correct me if I'm wrong, that you're speaking of like the Grove Park.
That I dream about that example, because it's one of the most unfortunate that I've seen in my tenure.
Yeah, and I will say that I think that is a clarifying, so the education piece is very important, because in that situation, you have by right development that is zoning ordinance, period. It is part of the zoning ordinance. And this is a foundation of policy, and it does further refine specifically in our N1 single-family neighborhoods. There's a policy recommendation in this that we have very specific guardrails around when a parcel could go from N1A, which is our lowest intensity district, to N1B, C, D, E, F, meaning that that doesn't happen in the middle of neighborhoods, in the middle of a block. And so, again, there are some positives in this that further refine that policy and do help people like a Grove Park or another community in the future as they go through the rezoning process, and if they go through the rezoning process. What we have to think of in a different light are the developments that are happening by right as part of the UDO. And so what we can do in this, and what we've tried to do in this, is to set a policy framework by which we examine and re-examine some of the UDO requirements. But this is not going to change, that framework has to be approved as policy, and then we go through the UDO to change the actual regulations, if that makes sense.
Understanding that they're two separate lanes, I get exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
And that's one of the miscommunications in passing this document, right? For most people, you know, we have the existing policy that needs to be updated based on what we're seeing, and we need to make sure that we're intentional about doing that. But again, this is something that intends to design what neighborhoods look like, that is going to overlay with that current policy in its current state, right? So that is right now with the intention and the understanding that it is overlaid with a policy that says that by right people can do some of the things that we see happening, right? So understandably, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's an assumption, but it's saying that right now in this general state, this particular plan would lend itself to say that it is concurrent with the existing policy. It wouldn't be with the foresight of understanding that we need to make any changes, right?
Well, this sets the framework of then how we look at future changes. So you have the comprehensive plan, which basically led to the development of the UDO.
Absolutely.
So then as you continue to refine policy, our future kind of foundation of tweaks to the UDO and things we do to the UDO are then rooted back in policy, whether that be this policy. So whatever policy is updated at that time, you're looking backwards basically to set the guardrails of what the law then says.
So I think we have to be careful in, the word by right is also something that, I realize it's a legal term, and I'm not trying to challenge anything legally, but we have to be careful when we tell the humans that we represent that something is by right. Like, this is happening, and it's in your neighborhood, and yes, you bought this house, and it's right next door, but they can do it just because they can do it. And that's a very dangerous place for us to be as not only, the government of this city, but the elected body. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because we are essentially what they hire and elect to give them, a better quality of life. So these are not only quality of life issues, but these are, to some extent from the lens of like I said, the humans we represent, it looks as though that we're not holding up our end of the bargain when we're telling them that what can happen to them can just happen, and there's really nothing we could do. Our hands are tied when we're essentially the law, right? I mean, until, in this case, we're preempted in a few different places, especially in the one, top of mind instance. This is a question of preemption, right? But then the next question that's subsequent is, what can we do about it, right? Because this will not be the only neighborhood, right? This will not be the only area of town that this happens in. And so with that foresight, I think we have to make sure that we're being as intentional. And that's what I see as what the apprehension is from the colleagues that are, understanding that it's two different things. I understand that clearly.
Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? But it's still, you could make the assumption that one is concurrent with the other and would assumably further allow some of the same things that are currently happening to continue to happen.
But
Melina, they're going to turn off our connection in a few minutes.
Okay, well, I don't-
So I want to make sure that we wrap up on time.
Well, we can
Yeah.
finish offline.
I think your position is very clear, and
Yeah.
again, I'm hoping tonight that we'll have more opportunity to talk about this. Right now, it's informational. And if you don't mind, I'd just like to comment briefly. Our 2040 plan has as a centerpiece equity, and it has preservation of character. Those are the key tenets, right? And they were also in the UDO. The fact is that growth is going to happen and change is going to happen, and that is an uncomfortable thing for some people. Our challenge is to minimize any hardship that results from that, but we cannot freeze the city at a point in time. So that's essentially what we're doing, and what I hear the staff saying is we are trying to deal with the reality of rising home prices and change in our city, while also, as far as possible, protecting the character of neighborhoods. So I need to move on, and if you don't mind, because we're actually 5 minutes over time, and I have Ms. Johnson still. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are over, so I can talk to staff offline. Monica, if you want to reach out to me to schedule a meeting, that would be great, on how we can talk about next steps. I think that's good. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Holmes, will we be able to talk about this tonight? Do you know?
that is 100% up to figuring out the agenda. We can be
That's down to the
there.
manager, the mayor, or whoever is organizing our meeting tonight. So we don't know yet whether this can be on the agenda tonight.
Is it on the agenda?
It's not on the, yeah.
But are we doing committee reports tonight?
Yes. Yeah,
All right,
so it could be
we
there
could, we
in
could have a committee report, a recap of what we've discussed here, and let the full, because the full council needs to hear some of the things that this committee has already heard, and they haven't, right? So I'm really concerned that we share what we're talking about and convey the concerns that we've heard to the full council later.
Yes.
So we'll try to make sure that happens during the committee report out, and otherwise, right now, if there is no other business, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I'll second that. All in favor? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you.
We're good?
Yep, let's go. Let's roll.
Good. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Malcolm Graham. I serve as a member of the Charlotte City Council, and I chair the city's Jobs and Economic Development Committee. I want to take the opportunity to welcome you to our Monday, October 6th meeting for 2025. This very well may be our last meeting of the year unless something extraordinary happens. We're not meeting in November, and the council changed over in December, so we got a lot of work to do today, so I want to get right to it by just acknowledging everyone in the room. So if you can introduce yourself, tell us who you are. We'll do that right quickly. Then we'll go to our guests who are visiting with us virtually, and then we'll get right to the topic. Yes, sir.
Randall Sistrunk, National Director for Ike Smart City.
John Taylor, Development Director at Ike Smart City.
Walter Davis, Peachtree Providence Partners.
Andrew Wood, Peachtree Providence Partners. Washington Boundary Street Advisors.
Phi Huan, Boundary Street Advisors.
William Hagan, Partner Boundary Street Advisor.
Rodney Kaufman, Boundary Street Advisors.
Melissa Gaston, North End Community Coalition.
Todd DeLong, Economic Development.
Anna Schloinas, City Attorney's Office.
Matt Hassett, Finance.
Kathleen Seshek, General Services.
Tim Sidema, Crosland Southeast.
Vinay Patel, Shree Hotels.
Eric Spanberg, Business Journal.
Levine, Charlotte Department of Transportation.
David Howard, just hanging out.
Lisa Flowers, City Attorney's Office.
Brandon Brazil, Charlotte Department of Transportation.
Sarah Clark, Tepper Sports and Entertainment.
Jake Burns, Tepper Sports and Entertainment.
Oh, Panthers.
Office of Workforce Development.
Monica Holmes, Interim Planning Director.
Joe Bruno, Channel 9. Stephen Coker, Charlotte Business Inclusion. Michael Wynn, Channel 9.
Around the dais, please.
Sean Heath, Deputy City Manager.
Shahid Rana, Director, Economic Development.
Allison Craig, Deputy City Manager.
James Mitchell, Vice Chair.
Marjorie Molina, committee member.
Ed Driggs, committee member.
Evan Peacock, Committee Member.
Okay. And is anyone visiting with us virtually? Okay, so we have a tight agenda, so we're going to get right to it, but did anybody know the score of the game this weekend?
Oh, 27-24, baby.
Wait, no, Mr. Chair, we undefeated at home.
Hey, we'll
That
take
part.
it. So we welcome, our first agenda item is the Bank of America Stadium Modernization Ground Lease Update. I will turn it over to Assistant Manager Allison Craig to introduce the topic, and then we'll get right into the agenda item.
Sure, and I'll just go over the agenda really quick. So we've got 4 items. So Sean's going to provide an update on 2 technical adjustments to the ground lease terms for the Bank of America Stadium. We're going to have an economic development project update. This will, last month we talked about 4 projects, Excelsior, Spangler's Grocery, Duke Raider, and the Institute. You asked us to dig under the cushions a little bit and see what else might be available for funding. So we have an update there. The third item, digital kiosks. We also heard about that last month as well, about the community benefits of the kiosk and the strategy and the timeline. All 3 of these items are items that there is a request for the committee to move them to full council. And then lastly, the 4th item relates to a referral from the mayor on quality of life and small business support, and that is for information only. And with that, I will turn it over to Sean for item number 1.
Thank you, Chair Graham. Thank you, Allison. Let me first introduce the team. Well, you've already introduced yourselves, but Anna Schloinas from the City Attorney's Office, Matt Hasted, our CFO, Kathleen Seshek, our City Engineer, and Steve Council authorized in June of 2024. And converting that into the legal agreements has been a team effort really the whole way. So just wanted to acknowledge them and thank them for being here today. This is a relatively short presentation, so let's jump right in. Where am I pointing? There we go. So pleased to share with everybody that, and I'll have a timeline here pretty early in the presentation, but in mid-September, the city and TSE, Tepper Sports Entertainment, concluded negotiations associated with the council-authorized investment of $650 million in the stadium in the construction of a new field house. And today, we're back to you, to the committee, to share what I would refer to as 2 technical adjustments to the ground lease terms that we will include on request for council action Monday night, October 13th, pending positive reaction from the committee today. So The real core focus of this presentation is to focus on those two, what I would refer to as technical adjustments. It's not intended to be an overall update on the deal itself, but I do have one slide as a bit of a reminder, because June 2024 was a little while ago, for where we left off with council at that time. So if you go back in time to specifically June 24 of 2024, the council action, which here we have at the top of the slide, this was action A in the request for council action that was approved that night, granting the city manager the authority to negotiate and execute the agreements with Tepper Sports and Entertainment between TSC and the city of Charlotte in an amount not to exceed $650 million for the various stadium improvements and construction of the field house. I've listed here what I would refer to as the key points of the deal framework. These are the key deal terms. There's no new information here. I'm not making news with anything that's being shared on this slide today. This is really a recap of the things that council said mattered most in June of 2024. So consider this an affirmation that the things that council said matter most have all been fully reflected in the fully negotiated agreements between the city and TSC. I'm not going to belabor these, but they're important enough that I am going to just kind of go through this very rapid fire. So, of course, $650 million investment by the city of Charlotte. Important subpoint related to that, the funding source for this is our convention center fund. Our hospitality funds have very specific allowed or eligible uses. The convention center fund is suited for this sort of investment. It would not be eligible to consider the convention center fund for other council priorities such as public safety, affordable housing, roads, those sorts of things, just as a reminder. The $650 million from the city will be devoted to a specific list of city-mandated projects, as you're aware, and then to the extent there are cost overruns associated with those particular projects, the deal framework called for TSC to cover those overruns. TSC itself will be making very sizable investments in the stadium and related facilities during the construction period and during the 20-year non-relocation term, so $150 million from TSC during the construction phase work and capital investments, and then $421 million during the 20-year non-relocation term. So that gets beyond the construction phase. That could include a range of capital investments as well as operations and maintenance costs as well. You can see the reference here to the 20-year non-relocation term. That's, of course, a string that council expected be attached to the investment. There is a feature, as you had authorized back in 2024, where if the team were to choose to terminate after the 2039 season, they could do that. They would have to pay off any of the outstanding debt associated with the city's $650 million at that point in time. So once again, no new news there. That's all what was discussed and authorized. 27% MWSB participation goal built into the agreements. As things stand today, we have full authority to enter into conventional participation plans, and that's exactly what we've done with a 15% minority goal and a 12% combined women and small business goal built into that. A few items here at the very bottom. The $500,000 annual quote-unquote rent payment from TSC is essentially the rental of the capital investments we'll make with the $650 million. There's a $1 million annual city payment that we will make related to traffic management. As we had discussed in 2024, the activation of this stadium today is phenomenal. If you think about not just football and soccer, but everything else that's happening throughout the year, that's a great thing. And this will be our contribution to the fairly significant traffic management costs associated with all of those wonderful events. One thing that was directly referenced in the 2024 conversations and in the request for council action that was authorized is that CATS and the team would work together to ensure access to the quote-unquote CATS lot, which is a 2-acre lot that's located near the existing practice fields. It's not used for any CATS-related transit purposes today. So this is one thing that's referenced on a subsequent slide that will come to council for approval next Monday, which is the lease arrangement for the CATS lot. So once again, not new information there. And finally, 7 city use days associated with either the stadium or the field house. So that's up from the existing number, which is 5 annual city use days. And those 7, of course, include college football as one example. Okay, moving along. I won't dwell on the timeline, but since it's been a while since we spoke, I wanted to make sure everybody was oriented at least to the last 30 days or so, and then what's around the bend. So as I mentioned before, mid-September, City and TSC We were pencils down as of mid-September in order to have all of the agreements ready for transfer to the NFL League Finance Committee for their review and endorsement in mid-September. So looking at October next week and beyond, next week, 3 separate and distinct requests for council action related to the stadium modernization project. The first 2 are ones that we had discussed all along, so there's nothing new associated with these first ones. It was just a matter of when they would happen, and next Monday is when they'll happen. The first will be the first of a 2-step process associated with the financing for the $650 million. That's the norm for us for these sorts of things, is a 2-step process. It's what we did with the Spectrum Center most recently. So that'll be the first one on October 13th, so kind of an administrative financing-related request for council action. The second is the CATS lot lease terms. What you will see next Monday related to the CATS lot is a very conventional request for council action. The term of the deal is workable for TSE, it's workable for CATS, it's at market rate rent. So there really isn't anything that I would consider to be unusual whatsoever associated with where that is landing. And then the third item is really the reason for this conversation today, the Bank of America lease terms associated with 2 particular technical adjustments where we need to seek additional council authority above and beyond what you provided in 2024. Once all of those approvals are cascaded through the month of October, then it'll be our desire and TSE's desire to have to go from fully negotiated agreements to fully executed agreements as soon as possible, all in anticipation of what would be a February of 2026 local government commission approval for the financing, which has always been part of our timeline in terms of knowing that the LGC would be the last step. Okay, so just a few more slides here. The next 2 slides will focus on TSE's intent to build a performance venue adjacent to the existing stadium. So I'll talk a little bit about what it is, why we staff are very enthusiastic about this as a great asset for the city of Charlotte. And I'll also have a little visual to give you a sense for where specifically it's being contemplated. And then the last slide related to this particular topic will give you an explicit sense for the type of technical adjustment we'll be seeking in the RCA next week. So quickly here, starting on the left side, the intent for TSE is to build a freestanding performance venue. You can see here, going down quickly, purely private sector investment for what would be a great asset in the community, an indoor music venue, estimated seating capacity to around 4,400, 80 to 100 shows annually. If you think about the inventory of performance venues that we have in the city of Charlotte today, what you see is a lot of venues that are kind of in that 200 to 2,000 range. And then you see a real void in that 2,500 to 8,500 range. So just to rattle off just a couple examples, and I've got a longer list if necessary, but Ovens Auditorium is 2,500, Bojangles is 8,500, Spectrum Center is 20,000. And then just as a reference point, since this will be right next to the stadium, Bank of America itself is roughly 75,000. So this really fits in nicely to avoid in the inventory for indoor performance venues in the city. The land footprint associated with the venue, not just the physical building, but the physical building and some adjacent land necessary for loading and unloading, et cetera, would be about 2 acres. So in your mind's eye picture, the ground lease that we've had in place for some years with the Panthers is roughly 34 acres. That's 24 acres for the stadium itself, as well as the directly adjacent property, as well as a separate roughly 9 acres for what we're referring to as the training center, which is the practice fields and the soon-to-be field house. So this performance venue would sit on roughly 2 acres out of the 34. And it would be 2 acres that, absent this performance venue, would just be 2 undeveloped acres during the life of this lease related to the stadium. There would be no additional rezoning request required for this. The rezoning that was done earlier this year makes it very explicit that this is an allowed type of use. And in fact, in the required public session with the community in early calendar year 2025, there was some direct reference to this as an explicit example of an allowed use within this particular zoning designation. In terms of the timeline, TSE hasn't finalized the design for this, but they're working to align this particular effort with the broader schedule for the renovation efforts at the stadium itself. In terms of why city staff is bringing this to you with enthusiasm and why we see great benefits in this as a potential asset. First, once again, no public investment required as it relates to the construction of the facility. No public investment requested or required as it relates to the operation of the facility. No incremental land requested to be added to the ground lease. This 2 acres is going to be there, whether or not there's a performance venue or not. So what a great opportunity it is to activate 2 undeveloped acres. Point number 3 here on the right is an important one. I would argue this is what we would always hope for. If you go back to June of 2024, there were conversations with committee and with full council about a stadium annex concept. And at the time, nobody knew what that could be. But the whole notion was that there could be an additional asset adjacent to the stadium that could further activate this particular area. And that's exactly what this does. So TSC has been hard at work trying to breathe life into what a stadium annex could really be. And this is a wonderful opportunity to deliver what we believe would be multifaceted local benefits. If you think about the jobs during the construction and operation phase, you think about the hospitality and tourism associated with a great asset, 4,400 seats that's activated 80 to 100 times per year, incremental tax revenue, uptown vibrancy. I had the chance to go to Boston last week as part of the Regional Alliance trip, and it's a good reminder that, great cities, big world-class cities, they're activated, right? There are reasons for people to live, work, and play in those cities. And if you think about what's going to happen with the Iron District, there'd be a great synergy between the Iron District and this particular asset. In this part of town, I think it would be just a phenomenal thing to have. And then, as I'd said before, it fills a void in the local venue inventory. All right. This gives you just a rough visual. In your mind's eye, you can see on the right side here is Mint Street. On the top here, you have Graham Street. So this would be the North Gate entrance. Correct. Okay, up here, and you can see the star. This is just intended to give you a rough indication for where the facility could be located. It would be very close to, but it would not be directly connected. It would not be physically connected to the stadium, but it would be very close to it. So just to give you a sense for where this would be. Okay. Last slide on this particular technical adjustment. So when you're working on legal agreements, you do a lot of what if. You ask a lot of what if questions, right? What if, what if? And those are good. Those are good questions to ask. So this technical adjustment to the ground lease term contemplates a particular what if scenario. And that scenario would be as follows. If the team ceases to play home games in the stadium after the 20-year non-relocation term, so that's the tether, right? It's the 20 years. And we want the team to be here forever, right? The city loves having this team here, no question about it. But the non-relocation does expire after 20 years. So if for some reason the team were not playing games in the stadium after 20 years, they could be playing somewhere else in Charlotte, but not in this particular stadium or somewhere altogether, then what this particular technical adjustment would allow for is TSC would have the option to continue the ground lease rights just for the performance venue for an additional 20 years. And so in your mind's eye, imagine, I'd mentioned 34 acres. If the team were to leave that stadium, the agreements that we're working on would allow for the city at that point to to terminate the ground lease. So all 34 acres would come back to us, so to speak. But what this would allow for is, except for the 2 acres where the performance venue is located, they would have the option to go an additional 20 years. And we happen to like that for all the benefits that I mentioned on the previous slide. There's great benefit to us. Hopefully we have a football team and a performance venue forever, but this contemplates that very specific scenario. Now, if that were to happen, so there's no team there, it is a different value proposition for us. And as a result of that, in conversation with TSC, we've worked in a few additional benefits that would accrue to the city in that particular scenario. So if that were to happen, from that point forward, if they were to exercise that additional 20 years, on an annual basis, we would receive $500 as a rent payment associated with that 2-acre piece of land. 500,000. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Did I say $500? Yeah. Okay. I left off the K. $500,000 a year. There would also be 5 use days associated with the venue. Those are separate and distinct from anything that we have with the stadium and the field house. And this next one is kind of a what if inside of a what if. So you may be aware that right now next to the stadium there's a roughly 0.2 acre parcel owned by NCDOT. If TSC were to acquire that particular parcel, which I won't go back to the slide, it just so happens the ideal positioning of the performance venue does overlap a little bit with that 0.2 acres. So if the team were to acquire that 0.2 acres and under the conditions laid out on this slide, then we would have the ability, the city, to purchase that for $1 if that were to happen. So those three things packaged together, we believe were a good value proposition in what we hope is an unlikely event that the team is gone, but the performance venue is there. So, you know, it's all a little bit nuanced, but it's not the sort of thing that we would have known about in June of 2024 to ask you about. So that's why we're going to come back and ask next week. Okay, so this is it, last one, and this is the second technical adjustment that we'll be requesting. We're pivoting completely from the performance venue. This is completely separate and distinct from the performance venue, but it's another what if. So as the background, as I mentioned before, the training center, once again, this land where the practice fields and the field house are located is currently part of the lease. It's contemplated as part of the lease. It's the roughly 9 acres. The field house itself, just a reminder, that's one of the roughly 10 city mandated projects where we're putting part of the $650 million into it. The what if that's contemplated here is after the 20-year non-relocation term expires, if the team, this one gets real specific, if the team were to relocate and play in another stadium but within the city limits of Charlotte, then TSC would have the option to continue the ground lease rights for the training center. So kind of a similar scenario, right? So for these particular 9 acres, it would give the team an opportunity to continue to use those so long as the football stadium was still within the city limits. It would obviously be a smart thing for the team, and it'd be a very smart thing for us. Anything we can do to help keep football in the city of Charlotte, we believe is a good thing, and in some small way, this could maybe help keep football in the city of Charlotte, even if it was in a different stadium. So once again, not the sort of thing we really could have contemplated back in June of 2024, so we bring it back next week. So that's it. I've got one, this is just a summary slide. There's no new information here relative to what I just shared with you. It's just a landing page for any committee questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sean, for the presentation, and let me set the stage for questions. Just want to thank staff, the finance team, the city attorney's office, and the CBI staff for working on the technical, the agreement itself for the past year, getting us to the point where we're finally and ready to kind of dot the I's, cross the T's, and sign the documents with the Panthers. Want to thank the Panthers for being great community partners and working with the city. Just a reminder to the public that the $650 million could not be used for public safety, affordable housing, transportation, et cetera. It's for tourism, hospitality, and tourism. It's narrowly tailored in terms of how we can utilize the dollars. The request before us is to really do 3 things. One, technical adjustments and amendments that we'll be talking and approving. The Cats lot, which is a lease arrangement for staging for future construction at Panther Stadium, Bank of America Stadium. And then lastly, the acceptance of the performance venue, which is has more, it's not new. We talked about it very generally for the last year. Now we have a lot more specifics about what it is, how it's to be operated, and again, no city funding for that at all, correct, Sean?
That is correct.
And the lease is a part of the current lease, am I correct?
That's correct.
And they will be utilizing existing parking, am I correct?
Yes, there'll be no additional parking that the city be required to add to the lease.
Okay, so setting the stage with that, I recognize Councilmember Drakes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wanted to clarify, on the one slide, it talks about the TSE investment, the $421 million and the $150 million. That doesn't take into account $117 million, that a prior investment, so that in fact, our partnership with them equates to $650 from us and $671 from them. And I think it's a good opportunity to just acknowledge the total scope of TSE's investment. They spent $2.3 billion, if I remember right, to buy the team. They're committing another almost $700 million, approximately $3 billion for football. Then they brought Major League Soccer to Charlotte, and that team has done really well. And I don't need to mention the activation that we've seen that was just unprecedented. Savannah Banana, Beyonce, the charity for Helene, Very exciting events, big events for the hospitality industry. And as I look to the future and we see plans for the Iron District and Gateway, I envision a vitality in this whole area. And the fact that TSC has the potential for additional investment because of Mr. Tepper's resources. So I regard that as a very exciting prospect. I think the proposed changes that we have to vote on today are minimal in nature and therefore ought to be really, in my mind, the no-brainer for all of us. So I'm just looking upon this as an opportunity to say thank you to TSC.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we move forward 3 RCAs on October 13th and 1 RCA on October 27th.
I'll second.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I just had one small question for Sean. Sean, on the training center here, within the city limits of Charlotte, does that include South Carolina?
No, it's very explicit. It's not good question. It's not the Charlotte MSA. It is the Charlotte city limits.
City of Charlotte.
Yeah.
So if they relocated to Fort Mill, for example, that does not.
Correct. It would be the city limits for Charlotte. That's correct. Yeah, and only within the city limits. Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move forward on the motion.
Okay. Quick question, Sean. We talked about, it's a two-step process, 13th and the 27th. We talked about doing it on the 13th, all of it. Can we do it in one vote, or is it required from the state that we do it twice?
I wish I could say we could do it all on the 13th, and we really evaluated that because it'd be nice to pull what was contemplated now on the 27th to the 13th, but it won't be possible. It's not because there's a state restriction. Since we're using special obligation bonds for this particular financing, all of the work required with bond counsel and our financial advisors in order to get it right, and we need to get it right or else we'd have to come back for cleanup later, will dictate an October 27th for that final vote.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, any more questions? I'll make one brief comment before I call for the vote. The stadium happens to be in Charlotte City Council District 2.
Oh, there you go. Go on and make that plug.
No, well, and it's really to the partnership that the team has with the city and the district rep and council at large. They've been really great partners. I think them being here today demonstrates a commitment to work with us. I want to thank President Coleman for being here and her team for demonstrating that visual support. I want to thank you for the win yesterday as well. But really the partnership and the entertainment venue, I don't want to gloss over it. I think Ed made some really great points to it. It's really yet another shot in the arm for hospitality and tourism in Charlotte, getting more heads and beds. Part of what we don't discuss, and I wish we had put it in the summary page, was the economic impact of both the team and Charlotte FC, and now this venue for those who work in that industry, waiters and waitresses, busboys, Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, bartenders, that really make a living from the team indirectly. And so we want to thank them for being great partners. We look forward to continuing that partnership with them and look forward to executing the documents. Again, I'm going to give a shout out to the legal team and finance because they put a lot of work over this negotiation with the team for the last year. I just want to thank them for their support. And then lastly, Sean, I really, really want to thank you for all the work that you poured into it. Really thank you for being here today.
Yeah, thank you.
And so
let's vote.
Let's vote. All those in favor of the Bank of America Stadium Modernization Ground Lease to submit to the City Council for approval, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you very much. Congratulations. Over to Todd DeLong for guiding us through it. Vice Chairman, I need
Tell them come back.
That's fine. I'm going to talk to him. I'll catch up with him. I'm going to tell him to drive the ship for a second or two. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. So today is an extension of the conversations we've had over the last two committee meetings that were focused on a few different asks from projects and programs, and additional questions around the appropriate funding sources for how we participate in helping those projects and programs succeed. A few of the key takeaways today is just talking about the available and recommended funding strategies, as well as discussing the significance of having partnerships that deliver significant benefits to the surrounding communities, and then end up with requested action from the committee to get this moved forward to City Council for a decision. So the 4 projects we'll be talking about, and that we talked about over the last 2 committee meetings, are the Excelsior, Spangler's Market, Do Greater, and the Institute. All 4 of these were mentioned in the previous 2 committee meetings. We did spend a little less time talking about Spangler's Market, but we're going to spend a few more minutes today talking about their opportunity to increase access to affordable food and fresh produce in an existing food desert. It's also worth highlighting that these projects and programs highlight the importance of partnerships, not just with the key principles of those organizations, but also with our funding partners like the county, Knight Foundation, and LISC, and among others that really help us maximize the leveraging opportunity we have with our investment. Next slide, please. So during our last committee meeting, the development team did a fantastic job of outlining the importance of the historic Excelsior building and its importance along the corridor. I won't attempt to do justice to what they presented last week, but I will provide kind of a quick highlight and just a reminder of some of the things that were discussed in the last presentation. To us, the Excelsior is more than just a building. It's a landmark of Charlotte's history and identity. For over 70 years, it was a gathering place for artists, civil rights leaders, and our city's Black community. It was a safe and dignified place where music, politics, and civic life converged, and preserving the Excelsior is about protecting the original character of the building and safeguarding our cultural legacy in the community. There are benefits beyond historic preservation. This project is designed to restore the Excelsior's legacy while also positioning it for the future. The redeveloped site will celebrate cultural history, support local artists, and provide a public gathering space. It will also include second chance hiring to expand opportunity and will serve as a venue that strengthens neighborhood, identity, and cohesion. In this way, the Excelsior once again serves as a crossroads for culture, commerce, and community life, and act as a primary community hub for the Beatties Ford corridor. There was ample discussion in the last meeting about the importance of public investment. Public investment in this project is essential because projects like this cannot be realized by private financing and funding by itself. This partnership assures the preservation of a historic landmark and catalyzes new cultural and economic activity along the corridor. The development team has requested $1.5 million from the city and another $1.5 from the county. The county's Economic Development Committee heard the same presentation that y'all heard last month right after your committee meeting. It was well received by the committee members, and they're planning to take it to the Board of County Commissioners on October 21st for a decision. Next, we'll move on to Spangler's Market. This development is a partnership between Spangler's Market and Boundary Street. We have 2 gentlemen sitting behind me, William and Rodney. William, like Sean Kennedy from the Excelsior Club, William is a graduate of the Real Estate Development Incubator Program that was facilitated by LISC and supported by the city. Spangler's Market is a proposed full-service grocery store located at 2200 Statesville Avenue, right in the heart of Druid Hills and the Double Oaks communities. It is in a USDA-certified food desert. Now, a little bit about the market. The market is family-owned since 2017. The owner is a former chef and with a service-driven mentality. While they're currently in California, they do have family ties in Charlotte, and they're excited about expanding their operation, opening a store here in Charlotte. They partner with local farmers, nonprofits, and local food businesses. And what makes Spangler's unique is not just that it'll be a grocery store, but it is a grocery store that is designed with the community in mind. They're committed to hiring locally, creating about 40 jobs, and making sure benefits like WIC and SNAP are accepted. Seniors in the neighborhood will also see discounts and even free delivery options, which directly addresses one of the biggest barriers in food deserts, and that's just accessibility. Being in a food desert, this area has long struggled with limited access to fresh, affordable food, and this is one of our primary purposes for our public participation in the project. This also aligns with other initiatives in the city through our comp plan and corridors of opportunity planning initiatives that are really highlighting the importance of providing healthy food options or access to healthy food options around the community. This gives you a sense of the location. It is located just north of the Double Oaks Aquatic Center and is smack dab in the middle between the Double Oaks and Druid Hills communities. We all know food insecurity is not just about having a grocery store nearby. It's about whether or not families can truly access healthy food on a daily basis. Right now, Druid Hills and Double Oaks residents are forced to rely on convenience stores and fast food outlets that don't offer the variety or the affordability of a grocery store. A full-service grocery store will help change that. It will help lower food costs, improve health outcomes, and strengthen the neighborhood. And there's also an economic benefit. The store itself brings jobs, but it also creates a ripple effect, strengthening the corridor, attracting new investment, and giving residents pride in the community asset that makes their neighborhood stronger and healthier. This is just a snapshot of the current schedule and activity of the market. We're looking to have construction documents completed within the next 60 days, permitting finalized hopefully within the next 120 days, looking at groundbreaking sometime winter of 25 and early 26, and then 9 to 12 months for construction, and then a opening date of winter 26, 27. Traditional grocery chains aren't going to locate in an area because the income levels and household density falls below their typical thresholds. That's where it's important to have a public-private partnership to help make this successful. The total project cost is just over $5 million, with most of that being covered by a mix of loans, equity, and grants. The ask from the city is $500,000, along with $1 million from the county. The county has already approved investing in the project to support access to healthy foods in an existing food desert. As with all of our P3s, particularly those in which we work with the county, they will be structured to help and provide safeguards for the public investment. These could include reimbursing in installments, tying it to performance metrics, and making sure that the store operates long-term and serves the community around it. Without this investment, the store simply just isn't financially feasible. With it, we do have a chance to improve access to healthy food, create jobs, and revitalize a key and targeted corridor, all while directly addressing a documented market challenge that has kept residents underserved for years. The proposed investment, as I mentioned earlier, also aligns with some of the initiatives we have along the corridors of opportunity, as well as with the comp plan. Next, moving on to Do Greater. This was discussed in the meeting in August. They focused on an ecosystem of opportunity. They're more focused right now on the space uptown, with programming focusing on entrepreneurship and innovation, creative tech, creative workforce skills. The construction is almost complete. They have over $4 million in committed and private investment and are seeking $750,000 from the city. The Institute is another organization we discussed in August. They focus on small businesses, nonprofits, and CDCs located in the corridors of opportunity. Their programming and services will focus on technical assistance, training and certifications, access to office and meeting space, access to capital through tools like microloans, and they are requesting $1.28 million from the city over a 2-year period. In the last conversation we had, there was discussion and questions about what are the appropriate funding sources. What you see here is a simple matrix that shows the projects at the top and the potential funding sources to the left. We have over $4 million of requested funds and requested support from the city. Right now, obviously what shows where the green check marks are, you see where the council's ARPA would be a potential funding source for all 4 of those. Unfortunately, again, we have $4 million of requests, only $2 million that actually sits in that pot of funding. So as we start to look at other opportunities, other funding sources, we look at corridors of opportunity. Now, all of that money has generally been allocated and programmed. There is $1 million that have been allocated to support public-private partnerships, particularly real estate projects in our corridor areas. So this is really the kind of the funding sources that are available to help support some of the projects and requests that have come into us. Again, the request is from 4 projects, is a little over $4 million. There's not enough of the ARPA to fund around, so we've got to look at different sources of funding. Our recommendation today is that we move forward with supporting Excelsior at $1.5 million, Spangler's Market at $500,000, and Do Greater at $750,000. And we continue further evaluation of the Institute at $1.28 million. Today, we're asking for the committee to refer the funding recommendations to City Council for full council consideration and recommend approval. And right now, we are targeting a council date of October 27th for those decisions. October 27th.
Thank you, Todd, for the presentation today. Again, this is a continuation of the conversation we had last month. I will state again what I said last month. We got a lot of projects and a little bit of money, and they're all good, and they are community-facing. Many of them really reflect what we're trying to do in our quarters of opportunities, for sure. You saw the staff recommendations. Let's have a discussion around that, and then we will be calling for a vote based on those staff recommendations, which is the Excelsior Club at 1.5, Spangler's Market, $500,000, and Do Greater, $750,000. Floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Mitchell.
Mr. Chair, thank you. First of all, let me echo the comments you made about staff. Thank you so much for getting creative to be able to looking under the couch and some of the sofas to make sure we had enough coins to fund some important projects. And I will say in the very beginning, the first two are, to me, reflect what we call partnership, not only with the community, with our partners at the county. The county have, I'm hoping will follow our lead and support the Excelsior Club and displaying a market as well. The county kind of takes responsibility for the food desert, but I'm thankful that we're stepping up and we know how important it is to have a grocery store in that corridor. I would like to have more conversation, my question around Do Greater. And so staff, the $750,000, is that toward program or that's toward construction? Do we know?
I can answer that. So it's towards the construction of the project. So it's a $5.1 million capital campaign, and the $750,000 will basically help finish the actual entire project. They can mobilize within 2 weeks of receipt of funds.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Other people might want to make comments, but thank you. Those are my initial thoughts.
Ms. Malia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'm echoing the staff, or echoing the chairman. Thank you guys for your work on this. I am extremely excited about the potential of the Excelsior Club, and I am absolutely enlightened by this idea of the grocery store. Oh my goodness, my eyes lit up. Spangler's Market. In the corridors, this is something that is just such a huge need. And you know, one of my going away requests would be that we look for opportunities to provide grocery stores, especially in the corridors of opportunity, because they are so desperately needed. In many cases, there's only one place to shop within, you know, a certain mile radius. And I think that's a disservice to residents. So as we find those opportunities, I'd like for us to pursue them and be intentional in that pursuit. So very excited about the potential of Spangler's Market. I think the last time we had the conversation around Do Greater, although I understood the mission because I'd met with the leader of Do Greater, I agree in that we need to make sure that we understand what the deliverable is. In other words, you know, now that the housing and neighborhood, or I'm sorry, the housing committee has come up with new constraints and parameters around what we expect from our partners that are ARPA partners with us. They now have to fundamentally, and I think they have to know this, there's an audit attached to those dollars. And I think that expenditure is something that's held by the recipient. And I know that there's a constraint in the amount of funds to which they receive it. And I'm not specific on, you know, where that number lies, but I know that if, am I correct in that? Like, when we disperse ARPA funds, isn't there like now a requirement that they have to go through an audit, or they have to audit themselves? Am I, maybe someone from our finance department, do you guys know the answer to that? Hey, Matt. My next question was for you anyway, so I'm glad you're here.
Matt Hassett, City CFO.
Yes.
So I think there are probably two things. I believe that with our financial partners, we're requiring some audits being done as a part of it. I think with ARPA, for any type of federal funds that we receive, there is a subrecipient requirement that they are required to provide reporting to the city and city council as far as how those funds are being used and making sure that they're being met with the targets that we had outlined as a
Okay,
part of
so
the contract.
I'm glad you said that. So my question is intentional with the understanding that that is something that either on the front end or the back end would have to be explained as a result of receiving the dollars. Am I
Yes,
correct?
for both ARPA, and then I believe also one of the things council's been working through is financial partners outside of the ARPA funding, but it's any type of contracts we have with the financial partners. There's also reporting requirements for how funds are being used and targets being achieved.
Okay, so glad you answered that. That makes a lot of sense. So my subsequent question is, of course, I'm going to ask, where does this leave us with the ARPA balance? Does this deplete the remaining funds?
I believe that this recommendation would deplete the remaining ARPA balance for council.
So as a person who will squeeze George Washington's head off of $1 in my personal life, like I said, not that I'm reluctant that we invest these dollars, but I just want to make sure that we are making the highest and best use possible, understanding that we will no longer have this as an opportunity, right? Like, I have no problems with the recommendations, but I just want to make sure that I'm clear in that the only one that's open-ended for me at this point is the do-greater, because whether now or later, they're going to have to answer those questions, right? Where are these dollars? Where are we putting them? What's the return on our investment? And of course, they're going to have a mechanism for reporting that to the council. So I just want to lift that up, and thank you guys for your work.
Councilmember Peacock.
Can you go back to the Excelsior slide on page 6?
Sure.
On the 5.3 million, who are the foundations? And what's the developer versus foundations number to come up to 5.3?
Actually, do you mind if I call for?
Say it again.
Yeah, would that be okay?
Introduce yourself to the record here.
Hi, this is Tim Sidema from Carlson Southeast. Thank you for the question. We are talking to several different foundations right now. We do not have that piece finalized, and the breakdown between the developer and foundations also isn't completely finalized. The developer sponsor will be putting in at least 1.5 million and likely more. And that money's going to have to go in first because we'll have to take the land down before we can actually get started with construction and so on.
Next question, Tim, was around just your structure. Is it going to be for-profit or nonprofit?
It is a for-profit, but the returns are well below market returns. So I would call it, I'm putting personal money in. Sean Kennedy is on point for this. Unfortunately, he's not able to attend today because he's on a ministry trip to Kenya, of all places, but he's on a plane, I think, right now. But we'll be putting in capital. The returns on that capital are, pale in comparison to what other investments could make, but it's an impact investment for us.
And so I'm assuming there'll be some type of governance structure from that standpoint. If these foundations are giving money, typically they want are they asking that for you, or at all? I'm just curious.
Absolutely. The conversations that we have ongoing with the foundations will require ample reporting and essentially assurance of a whole list of community benefits, including those that you saw on the previous slide.
So unlike just a private restaurant, this one's going to have a lot more hands on the table. Obviously, Sean will have the burden of running the restaurant and the operation itself, but he'll have board members that he'll be reporting to throughout this process, I'm assuming.
I anticipate exactly that, yes.
Okay. All right. That was no further questions, Mr. Chair. I was just going to switch over to Spangler's Market, if y'all are okay. Was Spangler's Market brought to us last time? I don't remember seeing this in our previous.
So it was labeled as a Statesville grocery store in the previous committee meetings. It wasn't actually named as Spangler's Market in those.
Right, so the Spanglers that come on to be sort of the title sponsor to it, is that why it's been given that name?
Correct. We've basically had given permission to use their name in a public setting.
No further questions, Mr. Chair?
Any additional questions?
No further.
Okay. Any additional questions from the committee? Okay, so we can go back to the recommendations from the staff page, so we can make sure. So staff has made a recommendation that we invest using council ARPA and corridors of opportunity funds for the Excelsior Club, 1.5 million, Spangler's Market, 500,000, Do Greater, $750,000. Again, the Excelsior Club is in District 2. And it's really all three of those items, specifically item 1 and 2, as I said earlier, it's really about corridor revitalization, right? Specifically, the Excelsior Club, we put a lot of effort working with private development on that corridor from Batesford Road into South Street. Here's an opportunity for us to invest on Batesford Road in Oaklawn with the historic Excelsior Club. I suspect sometime the new council that takes its seat in December will be entertaining an opportunity to do something at 5 Point with another grocery store and some apartments later in the 2026. And so this is a part of what I believe is corridor revitalization. We're not investing in a club. We're investing in a corridor, protecting history, legacy, and tradition, so as we are doing with the Spangler's Market, as relates to addressing the urgent need in that community, food desert. I think our contribution of $500,000 is a good investment. The county is a partner in both of these projects, Excelsior as well as Spangler Market, and I think it demonstrates our ability to cooperate and participate with the county and do greater. Again, I know the organization. I think we can ask some more questions, but I think we ought to refer all three to the council for consideration. So I'll entertain a motion at this time.
So move.
Second.
All right, it's been approved and formally second that we submit to the city council invest in using ARPA dollars, that's a lot, and quarters of opportunity P3 funding for funding the historic Excelsior Club, Spangler's Market, and Do Greater. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? Good. We're batting 1,000 today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next item is the digital kiosks and transportation, and Lindsay from Communication and Marketing. Not sure we're going to get to our last item, but
Don't call us short. We're going to do this quick.
welcome.
Thank you.
Show is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Brandon Brazil with the Charlotte Department of Transportation, following up on my presentation to y'all last month on digital kiosks. So I'll briefly give an overview of what the kiosks are again, as well as some contract terms, and then just talk about some next steps so that we can keep this program moving forward. So a brief overview of the kiosks as well as some contract terms. There's no upfront cost to the city for the deployment or maintenance of 30 digital kiosks that will be all within the public right-of-way, not on private property. They are freestanding touchscreen signage. They'll include wayfinding, local content, and advertising, among other things. And they'll be strategically placed within the corridors of opportunity, as well as some of our MSDs in South End, University City, and South Park. Contract terms right now, we're talking a 10-year term with the option for the city to do a 10-year renewal. And mentioned earlier, no upfront cost to the city, but there will be some revenue generated by the kiosks that the city will receive a portion of. So we will either receive a greater of 30% of the net ad revenue or a minimum annual guarantee of $8,000 per kiosk per year. And that'll be a cumulative of all 30. Each one of those will be $8,000 per year minimum. We do have some minimum guarantee increases at years 6, 11, and 16 as the contract continues to grow. Yeah, that's it in a nutshell for the kiosks. Next steps, we would request that this body move to approve the below that'll go to full council. Right now, we're looking at a tentative date of October 27th business meeting for full council to review this and make a recommendation for approval. So we would need ordinance changes to our local ordinance. Those are the 3 different sections that would need to be updated. Section 10.1 to add a definition for digital kiosks. Section 10-141 to add that digital kiosk is a form of approved government signage in the right-of-way. And then section 19-208 to allow for illuminated signs in the right-of-way. Also, we are currently negotiating the contract with Ike Smart City to install these kiosks and maintain them within our right-of-way. So we'd also ask the council approve that the city manager is authorized to negotiate and execute that contract for them to be installed within the right-of-way. And with that, that's it. I'll take any questions.
Any question? Mr. Driggs?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We get 30% of the revenue. Do we know what the projections are in total for ad revenue and what kind of economics are accruing to the private investor? I just want to make sure that these terms represent a market rate of return to them and not something in excess.
Yes, great question. And we do have some Ike Smart City folks. I know that they had included a number in their proposal, but I don't want to misspeak. So since they're here, I'll invite them up to answer that for us.
How's it going, everyone?
You can introduce yourself
Yep.
as well.
John Paley, development director with Ike Smart City.
Randall Sistrunk, Ike Smart City.
So assuming 30 units, the city can expect just over $925,000 annually over the program. And then over the 20-year lease or 20-year term would be $18.5 million to the city.
But my specific question, just because it is a partnership, is what is the ROE to the private investor?
So we don't have the exact number of the total revenues to be earned specifically to us based on the estimates that we provided. That was based on providing 30% of net revenues after we cover all of our expenses associated with not only the capital expenses, but the ongoing expenses associated with the program. But we could follow up if you would like us to share more information around that.
So, I mean, if 30% is $900,000 a year, then you can infer that 70% is 2-something million, right? And can you say what the capital investment is that you have to make?
So based on the 30 kiosks, the capital investment will be at least $12 million, somewhere between $12 to $15 million.
Okay. I mean, yeah, that sounds like it's in proportion to me. And we have no certainty around the forecast either, but I do like the fact that we have a kind of a profit share with the city. Sure. So I think that's acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm a yield to my colleague, Councilmember Molina, then I'll make my comments.
No, you know what, I'll just only say, you know, this is something, Raleigh beat us to this, and Raleigh beat us to this, and they could, you know, take themselves and mark themselves as innovators, but in Charlotte, we do things great. So I am looking forward to what this could mean from connectivity opportunities to, you know, the potential for revenue generated, you know, a new revenue stream I think is exciting. Anytime that we're able to provide a new resource to implement resources in our city, then I think it's a win. So, yeah, I'll let, so James, I can take just this little bit, you know, one of the things that I've had this is actually my last meeting as a member of this particular body, so it's kind of bittersweet, but one of the wonderful opportunities that I've had is going to the National League of Cities with James Mitchell, who is a past president of National League of Cities, who has made a, you know, indelible mark on, you know, not only that institution, but he's done an excellent job of representing our city on a national stage. And I made some great relationships. I remember meeting you guys and, learning more about the opportunity, but, that also is a testament to kind of following this guy around for a few years and learning more about, that particular opportunity. So with that, I'll concede to the vice chairman and let him, talk about the opportunity from his perspective.
All right, bring us home.
Okay. One, let me thank staff. I think this was a unique opportunity that we've been working on, and my colleague and I were in Seattle, when we first saw this presentation. We both got excited. We thought this was right for us. Go back to one slide, though, because I want to make sure the citizens understand what we was trying to create. And you can see we are in the corridors opportunity. To the chairman's standpoint, these are the type of things that we do for our corridors, right? We're trying to help those businesses, the residents in the corridor, and then to have our municipal service district also to buy in. And so we think we have trying to touch all parts of Charlotte, and I thank you all. I know it's been a long process. We appreciate it. And Mr. Chair, I just said, let's move to approval. Let's get them in there. I'm still working on that shipment to going to Raleigh being delayed. So,
Okay, if we go back to our last page, and I'll be seeking a motion for council action with a proposed date of October 27, revision of section 10.1, 10.141, 10.208 to define for digital kiosks, to allow digital kiosks as a form of signage in the right-of-way, and to allow for illuminated signs in the right-of-way, in addition to authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute a contract with Ike Smart C, LCC.
So moved, Mr.
Second.
Chairman.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's like 15 and 0, 15 yes votes, no votes. All right, so, Madam Assistant City Manager, we got one agenda item, but there's also 1 o'clock. And so I'll leave it to your discretion of how we move forward with the last one.
So I think what we could do today is introduce the topic and the referral and maybe have a brief discussion, recognizing that we are short on time, but I think I would like to at least intro. So there was a referral from the mayor to the Jobs and Economic Development Committee related to small business support. You can go to the next slide and then I'll kick it over to you. Actually, right there, thank you. So just as a little bit of background, the NEST Commission, which is the Neighborhood Equity and Stabilization Commission, which was a group formed out of the comprehensive plan, they were charged to review and recommend specific anti-displacement strategies and tools. And so there was an anti-displacement strategy that was came out in June 2023, and there were a number of recommendations in this document that included a fourth goal that to empower businesses, and their recommendation emphasized the importance of retaining legacy businesses and supporting local entrepreneurship. So this goal in the anti-displacement strategy was really left as a TBD, so work for the future, and I think most of that document really focused more on residential displacement concerns. So the policy question that is for committee is, how can the city partner with Mecklenburg County to ensure measures are in place to mitigate small business displacement pressure where infrastructure investments are being made? And so the charge of the committee is to review current programs and initiatives that support small business, determine any additional considerations needed to support Charlotte's small business ecosystem, and determine any recommended policies approach for consideration by council. So this is, of course, is work that is near and dear to our Economic Development Department and to our director, and I'm going to turn it over to Shaw to kind of facilitate a discussion for committee. So over to you, Shaw.
Thank you, Allison. So part of the question was about partnering with the county. And when we talk about anti-displacement strategies and small business development opportunities, really a lot of our common work between city and county fall within, I would say, 5 buckets or focus areas. And that's expanding access to capital. As you all know, the county has a program called MEC Lending, and we also have various programmings that we could help support small businesses with. It's the stabilization of commercial space as well, which really talks to lease and ownership opportunities, or such things such as facade improvements and some of the things that we've implemented through the Corridors of Opportunity program. It's offer technical assistance, whether it's helping small and procurement process. It's the elevation of invisibility of voice. What some people need is marketing, and how do we make sure that when we're investing in certain communities, especially the Corridors of Opportunity and others, how do we make sure that we amplify the voice in the great work that's happening already within the community? And then strengthening ecosystem connections. One of the key, deciding factors in survival rate for businesses is making sure that they're grouped with other mentors and other businesses of chamber-like functions. Is when you're partnering with other businesses, you understand B2B or business-to-business relationships and opportunities, vending opportunities, and to make sure that there's a way that the businesses can stay connected so they're not operating in a silo. So really, what we didn't want to do is say, hey, ask you for a policy recommendation and, hey, where do we start? Really, I've had some conversations already with the Director of Economic Development for the county about our ongoing partnership since me being selected here as the director. And when we talk about our partnership moving forward, a lot of our core competencies fall within these buckets. So I really just wanted to guide discussion here, but this is not limited to. So really just high-level conversation. So if your feedback is, hey, we should really look at more opportunities to expand access to capital, we can take that feedback and see what's really available within our parameters and within statute, and then bring some recommendations back to the committee and to leadership.
Okay, and again, I think we're burdened by the clock because this is a great conversation to have. So I'll just throw out four things that are important to me as you create your list, and then other council members can do the same. One would be an emphasis on small business. We really got to lean harder into small business in light of the letter we received last week from the federal government regarding DBE programs, right? So we got to provide as much resources, technical assistance, all those things are listed here to support our small businesses, which happens also to be minority firms, right, in that same group. So I think that's really important. I think it's really important, the last line of the quality of life referral, small business displacement pressure where infrastructure investments are being made, i.e. transit, right? And so there needs to be the authority, here we go again, it needs to have a displacement fund and some type of policy. For an example, I love Central Avenue, right? And I love the small businesses along that corridor. But when we break up that street for construction of the streetcar going to Eastland, those small businesses are going to be closed from 9 months to 18 months, right? And so how do we assure that once the construction is done, those small businesses are able to return and not have to sell out for a skyscraper or some type of modern building that displaces them, right? And so I think that's really important that we really begin to have some strategies around that. Don't think it should be the city funds, it should be the authority funds. They're going to have $19 billion that they could really begin to think about displacement, whether it's small businesses on Central Avenue, small businesses on West Boulevard,
Beatties
Ford, or even other community displacement, right? I think that's important. Thirdly, access to capital continues to be a problem for small businesses, and in a town where our industry is banking and finance, that continues to be troublesome, right? And then lastly, we talk a lot about affordable housing. We don't talk about affordable leases. And many of these developers on our corridors of opportunities are providing development opportunities, revitalizing these buildings. They don't have the funds to do that, in addition to provide upfit for some of these buildings that they're creating. So is there a way for the city and the county to lean in to provide help for upfitting of spaces in targeted communities where we're making major investment on for small business development and growth? So those are my first things that I thought about when I saw this slide, and I'll entertain any council members who want to chime in. Councilmember Drakes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've had some conversations with Chairman Jarrell, and it's clear to me that this displacement issue is on his mind. What concerns me is it undermines the feeling that we ought to move ahead with our mobility plan. And I believe we need to address the displacement issue, but it would be a mistake to let that stop us from creating capacity for these investments that the city needs. And I discussed with him the possibility of having, for example, a kind of an emergency relief fund for businesses that are in distress because of the investments, to ensure, kind of like the PPP program, in order to make sure that those businesses can continue to exist as a buffer. I don't know if that works. I haven't but I'm just saying, I'm looking for ways, right, to be responsive and to clear the way for us to be able to go ahead with this very important mobility plan, because quality of life in Charlotte will deteriorate. One other thing I'll mention is, in my banking career, we had various structures that we used with things called credit enhancement, where the private bank lends, but there's some sort of credit support. So we could leverage a financial commitment we were prepared to make by discussing with banks, okay, we'll back this thing up as follows, right? And so you make the loan, and then in these circumstances, you have recourse to us. Again, just an idea. I've mentioned it before. It's something I would like to be able to pursue, because and since we are the stewards of public money, we need to be sure that the investments we make in this area are productive, right? And that we're getting the desired results and the intended beneficiaries are seeing the improvement that we intend. So the question is, how can we achieve the biggest positive result with this commitment? But I do hope that the county chairman and others will note the attention that we're paying to this displacement issue and how seriously we take it, so that we will be able to move ahead with our mobility plan. Thank you.
Thank you. The district rep from District 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first of all, thank you for the presentation. Shahid, I think these are thought-provoking, and I'm partial to the chairman, Mark Jarrell, and I. We've been long time together East Siders. I know him very well. I consider him a friend. Understanding his heart for service and where he lies, I know he has a 1,000% commitment to getting this right. And I'd say that with my eyes closed 10 times. And in that lane, I know that there have been various conversations around, displacement capital for some of the affected businesses, and that's going to be a big challenge. I heard there being something where we put an additional tax burden on the residents by way of another $100 million opportunity. That just, to get to $100 million was incremental, and the Herculean task that the past councils took to go just 15 and now be at 100 for residential purposes, to say we would automatically consider 100 million for businesses and put that burden on the taxpayer is another. I just don't see that being an opportunity that would be viable. But again, I think that would be left up for discussion. But we will have the challenge of the small business owner having to meet, their capital responsibilities as a result of our growing intentions, right? And how we do that, I think, should be ongoing. I'll also say, and this is personal, I'm going to take a moment just to speak this. What we consider small business can be one human being, right? Or it could be someone who employs others. And there's this variation. It's just like when we say affordable. Affordable is at so many different scales. It's such an abstract statement to say small. Small can be people who make millions of dollars, right? And small can also be someone who's got a bottom line where they take home $50,000 or $60,000 to make ends meet for their families. And they can still also both be a small business owner. And holding both of those truths in the same lane, I think we have to be very intentional about when we're speaking, to say exactly who we're talking about when we, qualify the word small, to make sure that we're saying, you know what, we're looking at our business owners that have the potential highest impact based on earnings, right? Because this has to be a quantitative measure. It's not based on some of the things that we're being constrained at the state level by saying, DBE and all of these things, MWSBE, you understand what I'm saying? We're losing the opportunity to say, these qualifying statements based on a number of different minority qualifications. Now it's more of a quantitative statement. So now we need to be specific about when we're talking quantitative. I have always, because of the life I live a life that is multiracial, multi-ethnic, and multicultural. I have raised multi-ethnic, multiracial, multicultural children, and lived in a multicultural environment. And even in all of that, I am informed that if we talk economics, we get race for free. It's a subsequent conversation that's inextricable. So once we start talking economics, we're automatically talking about these affected people without even intended to talking about, the people that we would intend to label based on, social classifications, if that makes sense, right? So keeping that economic conversation intact, what I would offer to this conversation is we need to be very specific when we're talking about small. And I think we need to now, since the conversation is being forced to be quantitative, let's have a real quantitative conversation and be specific about the quantitative measures. From here to here, this is small. From here to here, this is small. Here is how we intend to impact them, because in those pockets, inevitably, you find the people who need that help. And both fortunately and unfortunately, they meet some of these social, qualifiers. So I'll say that, and I'll leave the rest up for discussion. I'm looking forward to this because quality of life is why we come to Charlotte. Charlotte has this beautiful mix. It's why I came. Not only just being the big city on the hill, but Charlotte is where I can get a dose of city and I can have a suburban lifestyle. It's why I would live in Charlotte as opposed to other cities, because I've been able to raise my family here. We've enjoyed a certain quality of life, and quality of life is one of the most important conversations that I feel like we hold. So I'll sit that there, and thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to be very sensitive time, and if I'm repeating myself, I apologize, team. I had to step out. So let me quickly go through staff and give my initial thoughts on the expand access to capital. And to me, it needs to be in certain categories. It's expand access to capital on startup companies, less than 3 years. Expand access to capital, those of 5 to 10. And then I call out legacy companies who they've been around 10 and they trying to prepare for succession. Stabilize commercial space. I just think about all the new development about to take place in D5 with Eastland. And how can we take those current businesses and make sure they can be part of the new development we're doing. Offer technical assistance. We have partners in the past like Carolina Small Development Fund in Raleigh. We had Mayweather who was helping us on our bond. And so kind of having a menu of who our partners are in that space, I think is helpful. Then the CBIAC has talked about elevating visibility and voice. And so they even challenged us to create a small business hashtag. We don't have enough energy around our small business community. And so they can have their own, SB and QC hashtag, right? But something saying we're proud of our small businesses, we're trying to lift them up. And last but not least, I just think that whole map, when you're talking about the ecosystem, who are our CDFIs that are funding? Charlotte Region Business Alliance has a funding. Who are our banks that have great programs? I would have to say this, Mr. Chair, and you and I work very closely when the whole, Floyd incident happened. Thank you, George Floyd incident happened. And we had so many corporations that stepped up and say, we got funding to help. And I don't know where that energy is now. I don't know, did we measure their success and whether those fundings go. So to help us kind of put our to me, that's the ecosystem, what our corporations are doing, what our CDFI are doing, and what partners like the Business Alliance and Foundation of Carolina, because they were very helpful when we had the COVID funding. They helped out push $50 million to a small business. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
One
Quickly.
last thing, real quick. So you bring up a good point, and I just want to underscore that, Vice Chairman, the ecosystem. One of the things we saw in Boston was they talked about the Silicon Valley model. Remember that? And they were talking about the places where you actually create the ecosystem for businesses to thrive, right? And in North Carolina, there's only one, actually, it's the Raleigh-Durham area, right? And you know, Charlotte, we endeavor as we continue to diversify, like our market, our offerings, as we grow, and et cetera. I think in addition to some of what we're talking about, we have to also be intentional about creating the right ecosystem, because there was one in Pennsylvania where they were actually raising people up, Mr. Chairman, and because the ecosystem was not intact, the people would be raised up and then they would leave because the ecosystem wasn't sufficient to provide revenues for what they intended, right? So they were incubated, but then there wasn't enough, you know, eco space to make it, you know, a vibrant area. You remember that? So it's something we can continue to talk about online, but I agree with you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I think we have to make sure that we're also intentional about creating the space to incubate small businesses so that when we grow them intentionally through our processes, that they're also able to create proper rooting and footing here to offer their goods and services in Charlotte and the region. And I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Okay, any more comments?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I wanted to also make the council aware that the Economic Development Office is more than halfway through a small business ecosystem assessment utilizing Thomas P. Miller and Associates. So the funding was secured through this council a little over a year ago. Thomas P. Miller and Associates was selected, and we're more than halfway through that assessment. So when I came on board in June, some of the tail end of the outreach events that were happening, there were all of the technical providers were in the room, some of the small businesses, to understand who's offering what at what capacities, and then a report should be coming out later on in the year. So we're a little bit more than halfway through that assessment. So note it, and it's in the works.
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, members of the committee, I want to take this opportunity before we close just to thank everyone. Unless something strange happens over the next 60 days, this probably is our last meeting. November is election month, so I don't think we're meeting at all. And then the council transfer over in December, and we're not meeting there as well. So just want to thank everyone for your time and your commitment. Want to thank the staff for sure for a lot of good work that we've done over the last 2 years. One of the things I asked the mayor to do was to appoint Marjorie Molino to the committee when she was first elected. And I want to really thank her for her leadership on Eastland Yards. And Todd, I hope we can have a groundbreaking soon. Soon, please help us soon. And that we make sure that she is extended a VIP invitation to be there. So I want to thank you for your support. Thank you, ladies, for all your work you've done. And I take a motion at this time to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
As your at-large member and committee chair. I'd like to pause here for introduction, starting with our committee members and then our staff.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. LaWarna Mayfield, Council Member at Large, Committee Member.
Good afternoon, James Mitchell, at-large committee member.
Tina Adams, Internal Audit Director.
Marie Harris with Strategy and Budget.
Cherry Smith, Strategy and Budget.
Jennifer Goodman, Strategy and Budget.
Monica Allen, City Manager's Office.
Sean Heath, City Manager.
Christine Glover.
Molly Paul.
Craig Terrell, Internal Audit.
Online. Oh. All right. First, I just want to give our condolences to Mr. Heath and his family for your loss. I'll just like to take a few seconds to keep his family in our thoughts. We will hear internal audit report and the audit plan for fiscal year 2026-2027. So, Ms. Adams, take it away.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present our annual audit plan. I'm going to start with the audit plan over the annual report. Next slide, please. So just an overview of what we plan to cover today. We're going to talk about the internal audit function itself, FY 2025 audits that have been completed and those that continue to be in process, our planned audits for FY 2026-2027, and then other responsibilities or other commitments of the audit department. We provide a good system decisions and evaluating processes. How we do that, we conduct engagements. Primarily, we do performance audits as defined by the Government Accountability Office, Yellow Book for short. Most of our audits do fall in the category of performance audits. We occasionally do and we also conduct to highlight one of the standards that's required in the Yellow Book is that we have a peer review. And it just so happens our 5th peer review is being conducted this week, and we have the team here today. So I just wanted to she introduced herself earlier, but Christine Glover from the City of Tampa and Molly Paul from Milwaukee County. And so they will be reviewing our work papers, transparency and build confidence in our organization. We help solve operational problems, and we provide independent feedback. And we also recognize achievement and identify opportunities when we conduct audits. We also find good things happening, so we report on those as well. So in FY25, we actually completed 16 projects. Those include a few investments still in progress. Since June 30, we issued one of those, the IT cybersecurity report, and then we have 9 remaining from the FY25 audit plan in various stages of execution. There are about 4 of them that are really, really close. So you should be seeing some reports in your packets, on your Friday packets, highlighting those different reports. Next slide. What we here, in the spring into the summer, we conduct risk assessment meetings with all of the departments, doing inquiries about issues that cause them concern, processes that they might want to look for more efficiencies or changes to improve operations. And so based on the feedback we get from those risk assessment meetings, and also taking into consideration departments from aviation, as you can see, through solid waste services, we have 9 planned audits this year. Next slide, please. And also included in our plan is an annual audit that we periodically conduct reviews of the Vice Empress account that CMPD manages. In order for that fund to be replenished, we have to go in and verify. Do that upon request. Annually, we do recommendations we might have, and we issue that as an annual report. We conduct follow-ups of significant findings that we've had from previous audits that require us to look at documentation and not just an assessment of whether or not it's been completed as defined by the department, but we may actually have to go in and conduct some additional testing. And so we do follow-up audits as it relates to that. And then we also keep a list of different audits. Quarterly, just to talk about concerns or things that they may have that they may want us to look at, and we identify topics from those quarterly meetings that we may add. CDOT has a couple. It's about time we take a look at P-card. We haven't looked at that in a while. And so these are just audits that we're considering as time permits. We will add to the audit plan. Next slide, please. Other commitments that we primarily employees to report any issues, concerns they may have. The hotline supports integrity within an organization and accountability within the workplace. In FY25, we had 10 calls. 9 of those were human resources related, and so we referred those directly to human resources. The one remaining call, that allegation was actually substantiated, and so we did an investigation and substantiated the claims from the call and worked with I'm sorry, go back. On our internal website is a location where departments can This is a snapshot changed If it did, it wouldn't be significant. At that time, we had 9 past due, couple of months of addressing, and then we have a lot of those are related to what we addressed with the implementation of Workday, and so more online, and people are utilizing plans, audit reports, the annual internal city site is not posted. And next, the audit plan, and like I said, time permitting.
So, thank you, Tina. There are a couple of questions. I'll let my colleagues go first, and then I have followed by council member me. If you have any questions?
I'll listen.
Okay.
So, thank you. In this, I think we might have brief discussion. Oh, you're okay.
Sorry, I was just making sure your mic was.
Sorry. And so I think based on this, so I did not know, but I think audit like all the departments. I think there's water projects, of course, economic development projects, and procurement. And if we could, those 4 departments, as well as general services, how coming out of general services, so on those 5 departments.
Okay, so we have conducted a follow-up review of the CBI, the report that we issued regarding B2G. A review of spending by department.
Okay.
And so we're working through getting that report finalized.
Okay.
But it's done. And so once we've fact-checked, make sure, we've gotten all the responses we need, we will be releasing that report, and it shouldn't be long.
Okay.
So,
May I follow up?
Go ahead.
And so by this being our last committee meeting with this current council, so Cherie and Maria, I'm kind of asking maybe from a process within this, fall just to a dinner briefing once she has it finalized, or is this a retreat item for January? So
We'd work with the city manager's office on that, but we could definitely get the report out to you either way.
Okay.
Sooner than later.
Okay.
Is when it's
Actually,
finalized.
I'm in process of working with Mr. Heath because we
Okay.
have a few outstanding items, and I want to make sure what period did it cover, and when to expect the report. Thank you.
So we had hours to give departments time to implement recommendations, but because of the interest the council had or the committee had around CBI and departments, we went ahead and initiated a follow-up audit. And so the scope of the audit was to follow up on recommendations made in that original audit, and then also to look at subcontracting spending goals within departments.
I know that report will be delivered to all of us. Are there any major deficiencies that's been found that's not aligned with our goals?
But I wouldn't say there were any major deficiencies that were noted. The information regarding department compliance or goal achievement for subcontracting goals It's just reporting what that was. And I don't recall there being anything that you would call significant.
All right, so Councilmember Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation today and for the clarification on us following up with an additional audit. If we go back to slide 4, the fiscal year 2025 audits, basically it's noted that 16 projects have been completed and we have 10 audits in progress. Are we on schedule?
It depends on how you look at it. Sometimes we have requests that come in that we have to prioritize over audits and we have to redirect resources. And so that happened. We had a few investigations that we conducted throughout the period. As I mentioned, we have 4 reports that are really, really close. And so I anticipate those being issued soon. But this is on par with previous years as far as reports and projects completed and what was in progress at year end.
So we're kind of on schedule, but we're still working.
We are still working. Yes.
So the other question I have regarding the MPT late December when the appointments are made. Nothing has been shared up to this point. That's going to be going to them, or is the city still through our department reviewing?
There's been a lot of, depends on, the vote in November, but if the vote moves.
But we're
altogether
up until, because basically the way it's written, once revenue is generated, that's when it'll get switched over.
Yes, ma'am.
So I want to make sure that this committee and any future committee are aware of, okay, these 2 line items very well no longer will fall under our category and under our supervision, and what that potentially can look like for a community, because the reality is y'all run a pretty tight ship. So you know where the dollars are going. We're talking about a commission of 27 individuals that would then be taking over this, and what could that potentially look like when we're looking at not only CBI, but we're looking at the current leases, and that's something I don't think any of us have had a conversation about, is who would then be responsible for those leases? How are we ensuring parity?
That's right.
And diversity, whether it's gender diversity or minority diversity? Who's going to be in charge of ensuring that we have that in our leases and in transit operations? So that's just something that I wanted to put into the space for staff to consider, as well as for us to consider on committee when these conversations are being held. We also say the Vice Empress Fund reimbursements, which are primarily in CMPD. When you send us the final audit, do you have the breakdown so that we know what their budget line item is? How much is in the
I
budget?
believe we have that in the background information of what the vice budget is.
So when we say background information in this actual audit plan, the
No,
more
in the
detailed?
audit report. In the
So
actual
when
audit
we
report.
receive the actual audit report, that information should be available so that we can also, again, this committee or future committee can actually track what the spend is and what the budget line item is for CMPD.
Correct. And that, I would imagine that information is readily available
Nothing's
from the
readily available.
annual budget and from finance.
From our budget book.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, a couple of questions, Ms. Adams. So in the fiscal year 2025 audits, all the audits that were conducted, 16 projects that were completed, in your audit, were there any deficiencies that need to be disclose to this committee?
I mean, when we issue our audit reports, and they're included in your packets, we have our findings and recommendations in those reports. And then at any point, if you want to know the status of those recommendations, the implementation of those recommendations, we have that information available via our dashboard. But we can provide that at any point.
Right. I understand the reports are out there, right? I guess if you could highlight any deficiencies that were found that you think need to be brought to this committee. We have been reviewing a lot of packages lately from CATS. Let me tell you all the information that we are having to submit to various authority. So I'm not going to assume that we reviewed every single audit report. So if you could highlight if there are any deficiencies that we need to be aware of, that would help us.
Okay. I'm not prepared to do that today. I would need to go back and look through those
Yeah, if you
audit
could
reports
send a
to see
follow-up
if
memo.
anything sort of
Yeah.
rises to the mark of what you're
Yes.
saying.
It could be part of the follow-up memo. That's fine.
Okay.
Also, in the previous audits, that there were deficiencies that were reported in our Vision Zero program. If you could provide an update on where we are in terms of correcting those, that would be great in our
do that.
follow-up report.
We can do that.
Lastly, you had mentioned in our employee hotline that there was one that was, you used the word substantial. If you-
Substantiated.
Substantiated.
Yeah.
If you could just give us what that
Okay.
is.
So we received a hotline call that indicated there was a theft of time situation going on in a department. I won't name names. And so we contacted the department and started an investigation. We were able to use data from, AVL and different equipment within that department to substantiate that indeed there was someone reporting time not worked. And so the department, working with HR, addressed that issue.
So it's been addressed.
It has been addressed.
Okay. So how long was that going on before we detected that?
It's kind of hard to know because that's one of the bonuses of having a hotline.
Right.
Organizations without hotlines, frauds tend to go on longer before you find out. That it was happening. We were able to, we only went back, I can't remember how many years, maybe one and a half, just because the data, it was so much data and we wanted to be timely with our findings. And so, we were able to substantiate that it had been occurring for a significant amount of time.
But did it have any impact on our financial statements?
Well, it did not, no. It was
Okay,
not
that's what-
significant enough to
To
be
disclose it on our
material.
financial statement?
Correct.
Okay.
It was just, an employee was misreporting time.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that is helpful. Well, I look forward to that follow-up report so that I think it highlights some of the key findings that we need to be looking out for. And in your follow-up report, if you could also include the request that's been made by my colleague, Councilmember Mitchell, about CBI, that would be great. Colleagues, as we are reviewing the annual, I'm going to quickly go through that and then I'll hand it over to you.
Yeah, but just real quick, I don't think,
Okay.
Madam Chair, Councilmember Mayfield, you addressed a very valid point. I don't know if it was addressed, the diversity piece. Are we,
Cass.
yes, I want to know, do we know?
Yeah, I guess in the follow-up.
A follow-up report.
Okay, all right, that's,
Yeah.
I don't have anything else. No problem.
So as we review the internal audit annual report and the audit plan, I just wanted to briefly share some feedback that I received from a constituent as well as our colleague, Councilmember Johnson, and so that we can build more public trust. So first recommendation that was made was our competitive external audit process. I know we have engaged a CPA firm who has been working with the city for a while. So this constituent's request was if we can have competing contract RFP out there to ensure that there is independence. I think the constituents' concern was that we have been using external auditor for quite some times, and that it has developed some relationships with our staff. So I think this constituents' request was to ensure that there is independence, and it just aligns with the best practices in the industry. So if you could look into that, in our follow-up report, if you could find out when does our current external auditor's contract expire, and if we can put an RFP out there for that. Also, there was second idea that I wanted to bring it to our committee's attention. This idea that's gaining traction is a hybrid audit oversight committee, one that maintains our oversight, but also adds communities' feedback with expertise in accounting, finance, and this could expand our even transparency to see how we track audit findings year over year. So if we can look at that, and this could be a regional or joint oversight. I'm not sure how other entities do it, but it could be something we need to consider. So as a next step, I would like our committee to consider in the months ahead if we can request staff to study audit governance modernization. It's just including comparative models for other large cities and counties where we can allow communities feedback. Because we know that transparency and trust are the foundation of everything that we do. So even if there is a small structural change that if we can make around the open bidding process for our external auditor as well as just engaging the community, I think it can make a big difference. So I wanted to share that feedback that I received from the constituent today, as well as Councilmember Johnson. So if there are no other items on the audit side, we can go to item number 2. Thank you, Ms.
thank
Adams,
you.
and thank you,
Thank you so much.
to the entire team. So, Mr. Heath, on the request that I made, if we can have a follow-up on that, that would be great.
Yes, and we'll work with Alexis. I think that there may have been a request for it to initiate some
Yes,
reviews there. So
that's right.
we'll coordinate. Thank you.
Yep, and the second item that we have, we will have Sarah, who will do the presentation on our legislative agenda. So Sarah, take it away.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. Just as a reminder, Sarah Hazel, Chief of Staff. I work in the City Manager's Office, and my purview is government affairs and intergovernmental relations, and also the development of the legislative agenda process, which is what we're talking about here today. I'm joined here by a familiar friend, Dana Fenton, who retired, but we have working with us on a part-time basis to provide a little bit of continuity when it comes to some of the work that was previously done in this really evolving landscape that we're in. So we really appreciate his willingness to join us today. Yeah. And then I also want to recognize Jordan Pascal, who's sitting in the corner. He's part of the government affairs team. And I know you've been receiving probably an email every other day from Jason Schneider with government affairs updates. He's literally listening to committee meetings, reading analysis, and working with myself with our lobbyists, Holland and Knight and Checkmate, to make sure we can understand things as quickly as we can and to share them back with you. So I just wanted to recognize the team. The goal of today's presentation is to do a couple things. We want to review the charge and talk a little bit about that. We want to provide some context on previous agendas related to the topic area of public safety and quality of life. And then we really want to open it up for discussion for you, Chair and Committee, understanding that this is a very important topic to you, and to get some immediate feedback and talk about how we can weave that into the process going forward. So let's get started with the policy question and the charge as outlined in the referral. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you, but I think the key parts here are ensuring that we understand what partnerships that we currently have that support quality of life and address public safety needs as it relates to what additional legislative support we might need to advance City Council's interests when it comes to these topic areas, and ultimately recommendations related to quality of life and community safety that will be rolled into the 2026 process coming up here. So I just wanted to highlight a few things as a look back to your previous agenda. And so last year, your state legislative agenda focused on supporting initiatives to reduce community violence and improve disaster preparedness at the state level. So I wanted to highlight a couple things that did occur. This year, there was a bill that passed into law, the Alternative Special Separation Allowance, to address law enforcement retention. This gives retiring officers an option to defer their special separation allowance so they can remain on the job longer without losing benefits. It provides optionality, so I did want to highlight that as it aligns to your legislative agenda. And then last year, you also looked to see support for Mecklenburg County state court agencies as they were seeking allocation of additional state resources. You probably saw that Governor Stein signed into law a bill, and one component of that was additional resources for Mecklenburg County, specifically funding to allow the district attorney to hire 10 additional full-time assistant district attorneys and 5 full-time legal assistants. So I wanted to highlight that as well. And then on your 2025 federal legislative agenda, it was to support initiatives to reduce community violence, improve disaster preparedness, and administer justice fairly and quickly. I know many folks joined Dana and Holland and Knight in Washington, D.C. to talk with our congressional delegation on that particular topic. Specifically, a need for enhanced airport security was one component. As you know, right now, currently, there's a government shutdown at the federal level, and so while those concerns were elevated, they're not expected to be resolved immediately. So just as a reminder, this is our legislative process typically in years where there's a long session. So right now, we're here with you today, and this is maybe not typical, which I think is a really important conversation that you've asked us to have, which is to receive early feedback from you, Council Committee, on important topic areas related to safety and quality of life to inform this process. We also simultaneously are working with city departments right now, beginning those conversations for the 2026 legislative agenda to understand what their areas are that they're raising to the top so that we can then also bring those to you. So January, we would come back to talk with this group. That doesn't mean that we are not going to be back before then, but this is just the typical process. And then February, this committee would adopt the agendas in March. And then at the end of February, Council would adopt the overall federal and state agenda. And then you can see the key dates here in March and April. So this is when I think we turn it back to you for committee discussion on topics for the potential legislative agenda. We're here to listen. Here's some examples of areas that you may want to focus on just based on some of the conversations we've heard, but these by no means are locked in. We, again, are just beginning this process also with staff. So what we hear from you all can absolutely inform even those conversations with staff as we move into the development process. So I will pause here and turn it back to you, Chair, for discussion.
Thank you, Sarah. And I have 5 requests, but before I make my request, I'll start with Councilmember Mitchell and followed by Mayfield.
Well, I'm a gentleman, so Councilmember Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Mitchell. So, and I really, Madam Chair, this is a question for a committee. I believe we had discussions at the beginning of the year where one of the things that I was asking for us to consider to add to our agenda was specifically around housing, for us to look at the impact of corporate purchases of single-family homes, but for whatever reason, we didn't make it. So if we're looking at our potential 2026 legislative agenda, that is something that I would like to have the committee consider. I just need to know from Mr. Heath and Ms. Allen, do I need to put that in the form of a motion? Since it was a conversation that was started, but it unfortunately just didn't continue it, when we know that right now in the city of Charlotte, the numbers vary depending on who you're talking to, but upwards of 100,000 homes that are owned by corporate buyers, but even small investors. Like, are we tracking those individuals, families that have over 100, over 200, whether or not they're also, on a separate note, using any of our funding through subsidies or other things? Because at the end of the day, our hands are tied when we're looking at access to home ownership in the city. And if we have over 100,000 single-family units that are out of the market for owner occupancy because they're part of a REIT, that's having an impact on community. We need legislative language to help us look at, can we put a cap on the percentage? During last year's election, of course, on the federal level, there was conversations about landlords having to divest if they had over a certain percentage of homes. That conversation, unfortunately, did not continue. So that's one piece. For this particular slide that we're on, I want to better understand this bullet point of investment in mental health facilities and services outside of the umbrella center, or if that's what we're thinking about, exactly how does this fall into city council's priorities versus Mecklenburg County's priorities?
Can I have one quick response here? Just kind of reflecting back on the policy referral itself, and I'm looking at you and inviting the chair to redirect as needed. But I think the general idea with this referral is, how could we start a meaningful conversation with this committee around that public safety, quality of life aspects of the state and federal legislative agenda, in-depth conversation, maybe fast-track some of those ideas, and then giving staff time to work on that, rather than waiting for the rest of the calendar as it relates to the broader state federal legislative policy. So this was never, I don't believe, intended to subsume everything like affordable housing and environment and all the other important things. I think it was
segment of our community currently, and based on what may be coming down from the federal government that is allegedly going to kick in February of 2026, additional financial strains when we look at the hundreds of thousands of people that are now unemployed, furloughed, realigned in employment, that is going to have a direct impact on us, which is a direct impact of, for me, not just giving law enforcement more money to go out and do whatever, but what are we doing to address the needs that fall in our wheelhouse? Because again, for that third piece of investment in mental health facilities and services, and even the additional funding for the state judicial system, that's just us being in support of the county, because we have no control over that. So for City of Charlotte, there's really only one thing that's on here in this agenda. This is not, for me, a potential 2026 legislative agenda for the City of Charlotte if we're not addressing our top priorities, which that housing piece encompasses several of the other challenges.
So, to Councilmember Baker's point, she's right. I think she's talking about housing as more of a deterrent, right? So we need to include that in our legislative agenda because that is component of public safety. So our charge today, as Mr. Heath mentioned, is to take a hard look at what tools and legislative support that we need to strengthen both public safety and quality of life. In wake of recent events, conversation has so much focused on policing that we need to really have a larger conversation on public safety that includes trust, accountability, and support across the entire system. So whether that's recruitment and retention of our officers, to the courts, to our mental health support and juvenile system. So what we are doing as the city council, as we are taking a lead to have this systemic conversation about what support that we need, because our city is growing at such a fast pace, and honestly, our infrastructure has not kept up with it when it comes to safety infrastructure, whether that's prosecutors, whether that's DAs, or our judges. So we know that our judicial system, our DA's office are stretched thin, beyond capacity. So what I would like us to focus on is discuss items that we can advocate on behalf of our judicial system, our DA's office, our county, to ensure that we can continue to keep our residents safe. Because we know that we cannot solve this issue alone. We need state-level partnership to meet the demand that is there. And I think one point that we need to emphasize, that when it comes to public safety, it is a shared responsibility. It doesn't stop with our CMPD. It includes our courts, our mental health providers, our community partners. So I have 5 requests. So let's start with, okay, do you want to go first? Okay, so I will let Councilmember Mitchell go, and then I'll make those 5 requests.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I'm going to follow your lead as we focus on public safety. So can we just step back, though, for 30 seconds? I think for me, it's the whole public safety ecosystem, right? And to Madam Chair's point, how do we relate? And so to me, let's say a crime is committed, what role does CMPD play, right? A crime is committed, and then James Mitchell goes to jail. Queen, this is just an example. Let me state that so I don't get in trouble. Hey, when are you going to jail? You didn't tell me. Okay. So James Mitchell go to jail, and so then is that the sheriff involvement, right? James Mitchell go to a magistrate. Is that the DA involvement? And so I think for all of us, just the public safety ecosystem will help us tremendously, because we get questions asked, and I use what LaWanda and Dimple and I heard kind of on the campaign trail. Our CMPD do a good job arresting someone at 9 o'clock. They back on the street by 12 noon.
Right.
And so how do we address the question when the citizen get frustrated and say, what's the city responsibility? What's the DA responsibility? What's the sheriff responsibility? And quite frankly, I don't have the answer. So just having a flow chart, that ecosystem public safety, to me is a good start. Then I agree with Councilor Mayfield, housing is a public safety. Also, it's jobs. And so we need to include this workforce development component. We have established, we got a workforce development office now for our youth, 18 to 24, because we know a lot of them don't have many options. And so their way of life is, unfortunately, is bad behavior. And so to me, another bullet point is making sure we have a workforce development part of our public safety that Madam Chair say can be our responsibility. And so when you do the ecosystem, public safety, I do think on the city, we have CMPD, and I'm worried about recruitment and retention, because I get frightened. We got 600 something that can retire at the end of this fiscal year. What happens to coverage? What happens to support? 911, so now with those calls increased to 45 minutes or an hour, as opposed to that, what we trying to get to 20, 25 minutes. City, we have workforce development, we have housing. And so we can kind of draw that picture. I like to see a picture. I think it would help us to be able to address some of the frustration that's out there among the citizens. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I like this idea of flow chart.
Yeah.
Because that helps just person understand how complicated this process is.
Right.
And we only own one piece of it, which is CMPD.
Right.
So I think it's important to have that flow chart, and that is sort of where we can talk about shared responsibility. I think it's important for us to highlight that in the flow chart. So So my requests are 5. So first, state support for law enforcement, recruitment and retention. To Mr. Mitchell's point, we know that our officers, we have a number of officers that will be retiring. So we need the General Assembly's partnership to recruit and retain our officers. So that's the first request. Second, strengthen the criminal justice system. We have DA's office. We know that our DA has 84 state prosecutors. But really, for the city of our size, we should be operating at 144. So we need to spell that out, that we need to operate at full capacity, because when there is a shortage in trials, that means justice is being delayed and victims' families are being left behind, and we need to take that seriously. Also, we need to request support for our court system. Our courtrooms are understaffed. I've talked with a number of judges. I've also have had conversations with District Attorney's Office, Spencer Merriweather. We know that we need staffing for our courtroom that includes clerks, magistrates, judges. Because when residents are seeing delays, they're losing faith in our justice system. So I know that recently in ARENA's law that was approved, there was additional staffing for 10 district attorneys. I mean, it's a good start, but it's a drop in the bucket. So we need 60 more prosecutors to meet the demand. And I took that number from the hearing, on judicial hearing, and this was, I think it was Attorney King that talked about how we are severely understaffed. And number 3 is investment in our mental health facilities and services. Unfortunately, when there is a mental health crisis, people are calling 911. And our officers are having to be mental health experts. And CMPD should not be a substitute for mental health support. So we do need more support from the state when it comes to addressing our mental health needs. The 4th item that I have is strengthening qualifications for magistrates. To Mr. Mitchell's point, I hear that a lot, where CMPD will arrest someone, and a few hours later, by the time CMPD is done filling out the paperwork,
Back on the street.
they're back on the street. That is clearly a problem. So we need to make sure that magistrates that are making some critical decisions have the training and qualifications to do their job effectively. Number 5, we do need to reestablish a local juvenile detention center. I know that Mecklenburg, we lost a local facility for juvenile that we had. So our youth are being transported hours away, and that is separating them from their support system, from family, just from schools and services. So we need to ask the General Assembly to invest in our local juvenile center with wraparound supportive services. So really the message I think we need to send is that we are doing our part. We are going to continue to invest in housing, workforce development. We are also investing in our prevention effort with our Alternative to Violence program. But we cannot do this alone. The state has a constitutional and moral obligation to ensure that justice is accessible, timely, and it is fair for all of our residents. So
Madam
those.
Chair, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Thank you. So this question is actually for staff.
Okay.
So Councilmember Mitchell has mentioned to bring us back, what is our ecosystem? Because again, for me, even with the 5 things that you identified, those are supporting roles for the city of Charlotte. I don't want us missing the opportunity of identifying what our legislative agenda is from the city of Charlotte. So we can we can support the reestablishment of the juvenile detention center, the qualifications of the magistrate. We have no control over that. That is the county and the sheriffs. The mental health facilities and services, yes, we contributed some funding for, the upcoming juvenile center, which is going to help a lot, but that's not our role. We are hard services: police, fire, sanitation, economic development. Health and human services and a lot of the social services fall in the responsibility in the wheelhouse of Mecklenburg County Board of County Commissioners. The Sheriff's Department, that is directed by and funded through the county. So if these are the items that we are pushing up, I feel like we are getting away from what our responsibility as the city of Charlotte are. So by having that information presented of what is our ecosystem, these are things that, to me, will fall further down in the full legislative agenda request. We support and then find out what is the language that the county is using, and then we use their language and say we are in support of Mecklenburg County's request for X, Y, Z, T, and R, versus us putting that on our legislative agenda when we have some very specific challenges and goals outside of just making sure law enforcement has enough equipment for enforcement. If we're looking at 3, maybe 5 bullets, I think us having that ecosystem will help us to streamline what our focus area should be, so that we don't get lost in the conversation and trying to step into a role that's really a partnership role for the city of Charlotte and not a leadership role for the city of Charlotte.
So, Councilmember Mayfield, so our committee was charged with this partnership. So specific referral that was made by the mayor was to advance partnerships. And I agree that we need to work with the county, with the DA, with the judicial system. We all need to do our part, and we need to advance this as a group together, as one team, one Mecklenburg, all of us working together towards one legislative agenda that addresses this. Because the policy question that was sent to our committee, it's really more broad. The mayor would like us to look at how can we advance our partnerships and initiatives that are designed to address quality of life. And I'm happy to send, but these are the items that we need to work together with the county, to Councilmember Mayfield's point. And I think we should also consider having a joint
Right, so that's the piece that we're missing.
And I
The
think maybe-
recommendation was for us to look at how we can support, but we haven't had a conversation with the county. We have not had a conversation with the DA's office or with the sheriff's office. So for us to even look at language saying this is what we're considering putting forward without talking to them, and again, without recognizing we are in a partnership role. So what is the language that you all are looking at and that your committees have supported, so that we can look and see if there's alignment so that we can support that, versus cities saying, okay, here's our initial ideas around our 2026 legislative agenda.
So what I would like us to do, I know we are looking at another meeting in November, is for us to have a joint meeting with the DA's office, with the county, so that we can work on this public safety as a group together and come up with priorities for our legislative agenda. And we don't need to wait till January or February of next year. I think we need to send a letter as a joint body, city, the county, DA's office, our courts, and send a letter to our state legislators. So this could be part of our next meeting discussion in November.
Yeah.
If you can help us pull together a group. But I have had conversations with Spencer, with our judges. So I think we can all get together and decide on a path moving forward to Councilmember Mayfield's point. Yes,
Oh,
go ahead.
Ms. Brown has
Councilmember
spoken.
Brown, followed by Mitchell.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Chair. So my concern is I heard all of the information when it comes down to the courts and how we charge the courts immediately with violations when it comes to our justice system and how they move forward and how they work. They definitely don't have it figured out on what needs to take place. But I still am going to go to transformative justice with including our nonprofit organizations and making sure that we are having court support, that there is court watch, that we're connecting with these organizations that does this on a regular and continued basis, the ones that have built relationship with our judges and our DA teams, with the probation and parole team, to make sure that we're dotting all our I's and crossing all our T's when it comes to being inside that court system. It's easy for people to say, oh, just to put them in jail. But at the end of the day, I'm not talking about a murder. I'm talking about some of the petty crimes when people go to jail and they come right back out. There's no space for them to be in jail in the first place. There's in Mecklenburg County Detention Center with our sheriff, with the overload of the space over there, some people have been held like a $500 bond forever. So those are things just to look at. For City Council has a whole lot of other stuff that we can be doing. I definitely think that's more on the county and partnership side, where we do need all hands on deck, but we also need to lean into our CARES team, our nonprofit side of things, and make sure that we are really diving deep and giving them an opportunity to resolve and partner with them. We haven't done that. That clearly has not been done. I go to court support and sit and watch all the time. If we can do that, a lot of things would be resolved differently. So that needs to be all hands on deck. But City Council has a whole lot more going on besides that. So that's just my input on it.
It's Monday. All right, got that. Okay.
May I
So,
just do a follow-up?
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff and I think when we have this meeting in November with our other partners, it'll be good just to, and Dana particularly, kind of your work expertise, just language like, I'm here like the cashless bail, right? Proposal. So just give us an update on legislation that's been approved, and so we can understand the true impact when we all come together. I hear that term, but I think I understand it, but I don't understand it, right? So, and I would say I think we need to be flexible, Madam Chair and staff, because I don't know, bring everybody together, is lunch long enough to have a really full meeting, right? Because we only meet an hour and a half. So that's 1 to 2:30. I think this type of meeting almost like need to be a summit, like we've had in the past when we were at
Or like a housing summit.
Right, you remember we
Yeah.
did that? We
So
was
like
at-
safety summit.
Right, we was at the Bojangles,
Yes.
and we really took a time that
Right.
evening
Right.
and had all our parties. And I came in, and D3 said it very well. I wouldn't be opposed if we bring our nonprofit partners who play in this
Yeah.
space. I think the more hands, I mean, our big title is relationship, right? Part of this committee. So the more we can extend out to our relationship partners to be part of this conversation and understanding everybody's role. And quite frankly, I think that's what the city is looking for. Someone to take the lead on this, someone to reach out,
Right.
get all partners in a room. And I think one question we were asked, at least, the three of us, you remember we was at the National Coalition 100 Women, and they
Yes.
said, stop finger pointing,
Right, we need to
but
take a
what
lead.
would you do?
Right.
And I just remember that question to all of us and how we answer it. So I think having what we call an alternative.
Safety summit, public safety summit.
Public safety summit, but.
Alternatives to violence.
Thank you.
ATD,
Our ATH folks there and some of the nonprofits we know for the struggle, who play in this space.
Right.
I think it'd be really helpful that we all say we're committed to making Charlotte a better, safer city, but we need all hands on deck.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I think that's a great idea, because you're right, Councilmember Mitchell, for an hour and a half of our committee time, it would be difficult to hear from judicial system,
Right.
DA's office, the county, and the city.
Right.
And so, having more time allocated towards having this discussion would be important. And just limit it to one topic, this is it.
Right.
Because right now, today, we have 3 items, and that's a lot to cover in one meeting. And we can have this summit on public safety,
Right.
where we bring in all our partners. So, Mr. Heath and Ms. Allen, we can work on the dates together.
Yeah, because somebody going on a cruise, I ain't calling her name out. She's just sitting to the right of me. So
Yeah, because I'm not going to be here. So,
So if we can,
but according to our calendar, our next meeting
it's
will
November
be
3rd.
November 10th. No, it's the 10th.
November, first Monday of the month, 3rd.
That's the day before elections.
Cost election.
November 4th, they show
Not
election,
happening.
man.
Right. So
I'm
November.
good either way, 10th or
Yeah.
3rd. I mean, so.
No, I'm not going to be doing that, so but the 10th.
So if we can all come, are you okay with November 10th? Or
Whatever.
first, Public Safety Summit?
Yes,
Okay, so I think,
I'm fine.
and would you prefer November 3rd or 10th? or-
Yeah, I won't be there on the 3rd.
See, she won't be
Because
on
I'm
the
going to be
3rd.
coming back from a cruise.
Yeah.
Oh, on the 3rd,
So,
okay. So
The
10th,
10th.
then let's do it on the 10th,
Yeah. Or, well, let me, so 10th, we have council meeting, don't we?
but that's in the evening.
Okay. So you're talking about doing like 12 to 4?
Yeah, just
or
like
12
our
to 3?
committee meeting.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Okay.
during lunchtime,
Okay.
like lunch
Well, you
hour.
got me a lunch. So, you know.
And make sure you order lunch for everyone.
Yeah.
Remember,
Okay.
if we
Is that all? Okay, we still have one last item.
12.
Let me make sure. So.
What day?
Let me just make sure. So the last item that we have is financial stewardship. And Ms. Smith is going to walk us through this.
Policy.
Yes, this is a new policy referral from the mayor. And, yes, this is a new one.
To your book.
So first, before we hand it over to Ms. Smith, Mr. Heath and Ms. Allen, if you just want to walk us through this new referral from the mayor, before we hand it over to Ms. Smith to walk us through the presentation.
So the basic concept on this referral, as I understand it, is to take the good work that was done over the last year related to the Financial Partners Program, where there was a real intentional focus by this committee and then ultimately council on doing a tune-up around eligibility requirements, reporting and compliance requirements for any nonprofits that participate in the Financial Partners Program. And that led to a very reasonable and good question, which is, well, how can we take that and now broaden it to, what about other nonprofit grant making that's done across the full city organization? Are there opportunities to have more standardization in terms of eligibility, compliance, and reporting? I've been directly involved in some of the nonprofit grants that we've done. And as a general rule, as someone who's been involved in that kind of work for a long time, I think we have a lot of really good practices in place already. But might there be an opportunity for more standardization and consistency? Maybe so. So that's my sense for what this referral is intended to explore beyond the Financial Partners Program.
Absolutely, I think one policy across the board. All right, Ms. Smith, take it away.
That's basically, we're just teeing it up today. The Jerry will get you into it. Sean stole your thunder.
No, he can have all the thunder. Thank you so much, committee members. To Sean's point and a little bit more context, taking the policy referral from the mayor, wanted to let you guys know that as staff, we're currently compiling the information that we have on existing programs within the city.
Okay.
We don't want to look at just the financial partner program. We do grant making across multiple departments, whether it be corridors of opportunity within economic development, or within our planning department. So before we can really come back to you guys ready to go elbows deep into affording our nonprofits some consistency around eligibility and
Yes.
reporting requirements, we wanted to take a little time to understand the landscape. So just wanted to put this in front of you guys, let you know what our plan is, and welcome any feedback or things that we need to consider as we take our next adventure together.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Smith. I know that this committee has worked on financial partner policy for as long as I remember.
Oh, my God.
And I think we have perfected it.
That's right.
And it's time that we apply that across the board. So we have one policy across the city.
That's right.
And, the rules shouldn't be different from one department to next. So I can't wait for you to bring us recommendations and look at where the gaps are. So we have one policy that applies to all of our nonprofit partners. That's all I have. Mr. Mitchell, Ms. Brown, Ms. Mayfield, I think they're all on board.
Thank you.
So I know.
Did they need a recommendation?
No, I think they
said
just wanted sort of more for informational, right, for feedback.
I like it.
So I believe we will need another meeting on this. So I was wondering if it's possible for you all to bring this to full council as one of our action reviews. Because, we are trying to dedicate more time to the Public Safety Summit, because that does deserve full attention. So if we can have somehow a briefing on this at our action item or action briefing, be great in November.
Future meeting, yes, we'll follow up
Yeah, in
with you.
November, that gives you enough time. What do you think? Or
We're still getting the inventory and the lay of the land, but we can definitely follow up with you either way, and we'll have the other meeting to touch base with you informally.
Sounds good. And I believe, is this the only outstanding item that we have other than Summit, public safety? Do we have any other outstanding
No, ma'am.
referrals? No. Okay, so my hope is that as the BGIR committee, I would like to close out on all the items before the year ends. So we will try to find a way. I'll continue to work with Hugh Murray and Mr. Heath and Ms. Allen to find a way to deliver on this as well. Okay. With that, you all get 20 minutes. Yeah,
Madam Chair.
go ahead.
I'm gonna give you time, but just refresh my memory, and this might, just for us,
Okay.
council member, how long was the housing
Oh, my summit?
summit? Yeah.
Oh, that was at, full.
Full
We
day?
did a full day, because
So we
remember,
did
we
a
were at
full
the
day?
convention
It
center.
was like 8 to 4, I
Yeah.
remember.
So
We
which,
were at the convention center.
so which one, but which one did we do at Bojangles?
That was it, housing.
Which one we do at Bojangles?
Yeah, that was the housing summit.
That was the housing summit?
Yeah.
No, not mine, so we had we're saying two different things. The Faith
Okay.
in Housing
Right.
Summit that I hosted in May was actually at the convention center.
Okay.
But that was an all day, but we also had breakout
Breakout.
sessions in multiple
So,
rooms.
and then remember the mayor did one affordable housing.
Right,
That was
and
at
I think that was
Bojangles.
back
Yeah,
in
that was the one you,
Bingo.
yeah, that's the one I remember. So that one was for 4
long?
hours or 5
Bingo.
hours.
Yeah.
That's the one where all council members were there.
Right.
And so, yeah, I think we will work with Mr.
Bingo.
Heath on
Okay.
that, on Safety Summit.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we will work on this item. I think this is important as well, because we gotta close out on this item before December ends. All right, well, you all get 20 minutes back. Do I have a motion to
So
adjourn?
moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor, you may leave.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
One is I can, try to figure out your what's going on. And then you can follow that line. This has intended courses of leisure possible.
Sure, all right.
Trying to get his application.
All right, thank you so much. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee meeting for October. I am your chair, Victoria Watlington, and I am joined here by most members of the committee in the room and a host of internal and external partners that I'm excited to hear from. We've got a media agenda today with at least 3 topics, one of which being the sequential intercept model. You'll learn more about that here shortly, but it addresses our quality of life referral that we recently received. We also will be looking at a council item follow-up where we talk about the impacts of the federal budget, which we know we are hoping and watching very intently for it to pass, but we want to make sure we understand where we stand as a city and what's impacted through this new budget. And then we also want to discuss Housing Trust Fund recommendations. We are doing our fall, if you will, round, which is something that's been relatively new here because we want to make sure that we are able to take advantage of opportunities as they come. And so we'll be hearing an update on that. As it relates to the sequential intercept model, we actually are waiting for our keynote speaker, if you will, Dr. S. from the county. And so while we track him down, we're going to go ahead and proceed to a quick, brief item, which is item number 2 in the agenda, following introductions. And so Director Hefner will be queued up to run through that very quickly. In the meantime, we will start with Vice Chair, and we'll do our committee introductions, and then we'll go around the room.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Luana Mayfield, Council Member at Large, Vice Chair of Committee.
Good afternoon. Dimple Ashmira, committee member.
Good afternoon, Tijuana Brown, District 3 Committee Member.
And then we'll begin here to the right with Ms. Gail.
Gail Whitcomb, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Harold Thompson, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Janine Simmons, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Brandon Lofton, North Carolina House, District 104.
Mary Norris from the District Attorney's Office.
Carla Archie, Senior Resident Superior Court Judge.
Casey Zhong, Lieutenant over Community Engagement with CMPD.
Rebecca Hefner, Director of Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Sergeant Nathan Phillips, Community Wellness.
Major Tory Tellis, Community Services Bureau.
Adriana Lucas, Community Wellness.
Thank you so much. And then we've got a number of guests and staff and partners around the room. And so as we continue through the agenda, you'll have an opportunity to hear from them as they engage. So with that, Director Hefner, are you queued up?
I am, and we're going to start with actually the council item follow-up. And we're hoping to make this a fairly brief conversation. We sent out, thank you, Gail, a short pre-read this morning that was just a follow-up to the council item questions from August the 11th. Next slide, please. So these questions were raised in your council item follow-up discussion on August 11th, specific to what would be the potential financial impact to city-supported affordable housing developments if federal rental subsidies are reduced. And this is a question in particular about federal funding uncertainty. And what I've been talking about with folks is that federal funding is always uncertain, but we are in what I like to call right now an undeniably uncertain time. And so there were concerns about the president's budget that was recommended earlier this year that had severe cuts to federal housing programs, including cuts to rental subsidies. And so I wanted to share an update on where the federal appropriations process is, as well as a little bit of information about how federal subsidies intersect with the Charlotte's affordable housing city-supported developments. And then I'm just going to walk quickly through a couple of items around how we assess and mitigate risk. So both the House and Senate Appropriations Committees that have already approved their FY 2026 bills for transportation, housing, and urban development. Those have not been reconciled yet, so a final budget gets determined through the reconciliation process. But in neither the House nor the Senate version of the bills have any reductions to rental subsidies been proposed. And so in the pre-read that I shared this morning, it gives a little bit of specific information. The House committee bill includes over $35 billion for tenant-based rental assistance, maintaining support for 2 million households, over $17 billion for project-based rental assistance, which is actually an increase, and the Senate bill includes also increases. And so we're still waiting to find out what will be the final determination, but it is looking like the FY26 federal budget maintains these investments in both tenant-based and project-based assistance. That includes also rental subsidies for seniors and persons with disabilities. But for the purposes of due diligence and at your request, we did evaluate the number of rental subsidies that are currently used in city-supported affordable housing. Right now, we are around 380 tenant-based vouchers are currently in use. And as a reminder, those are attached to the tenants, meaning they can move around. So that number will go up and down. And that impact is around $3.5 million annually, as a whole. And there are approximately 425 project-based vouchers in use in city-supported affordable housing. That's both current and what has been committed but not yet come online. And it does not include InLivian's entire portfolio. InLivian's portfolio is, of course, much larger. InLivian receives about $85 million annually in federal subsidy dollars, equating to approximately $7 million a month. And so what I would say is that sounds like a substantial impact if the voucher program is eliminated. However, I would say we've got a lot more problems if that happens. We would be talking about a national housing crisis, over $50 billion that goes into housing across the country. Also, we would be looking at the destabilization of the real estate market. So we expect that through the, as proposed and through the reconciliation process, the federal rent subsidy programs will be maintained. But we have a good idea of what that exposure looks like if there are changes. And so last thing I would note is that the House Committee Appropriations Bill does recommend eliminating the home program. And the home program in the city of Charlotte, we receive this year, I think it was about $2.9 million in the home program. That wouldn't affect your FY26 budget. That would be an impact in FY 2027. That $2 million is primarily tenant-based rental assistance that's provided to our partners who are also providing supportive services. It covers some down payment assistance that you all do, as well as some housing development, particularly for the Home Consortium and for our partners across Mecklenburg County. But we are in regular communication with our partners locally, as well as our legislative partners, to continue to analyze this risk, think about what would be the potential impacts from proposed cuts. We look at various scenarios of what we might recommend to you all if we had to make some adjustments. And then, of course, we're tracking closely with the budget bills. And so one of the things that we've heard from you and staff is responding is that maybe this moment in time of such uncertainty is a time to be a little bit conservative. I want to go all in on conservative because we still have a major affordable housing need, but but you'll see when we do move on, either next or later, to the Housing Trust Fund recommendations, it's a much smaller round than what you saw in the first round. And I think that's consistent with the uncertainty. So I think we feel like we're in a pretty good place in managing that risk. Of course, there's lots of factors that are beyond our control. So that's your update on council item follow-up.
I'm sorry, I've not been able to solve the problem yet.
Okay, no worries. I'll go ahead and open it up to discussion. Before I open it up to committee, if you'll indulge me, I just wanted to give an opportunity for Representative Lofton, if you have something to share. I know we're talking federal, but if there was anything that you wanted to add to this conversation, you're certainly welcome, but no pressure.
Nothing other than what you guys already know, which is that we do not have a state budget yet. So I can't give an update about what the state may or may not do in this area, but we're continuing to monitor it. None of there are ongoing conversations around affordability, ownership restrictions, things of that nature that people are looking into. So I will circle back when there's more to share.
For sure. Thank you. Councilmember Edgemere?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And thank you, Rebecca, for this report that you sent us, a pre-read for our homework. I was looking at the numbers, so $3.6 million in tenant-based vouchers and $4 million in project-based vouchers. That doesn't account for the Section 8 vouchers that's directly from, that InLivian administers for the city of Charlotte.
Yes, it does. So
It
it
does.
doesn't account for the full scope of vouchers, but it accounts for the rental subsidies and Section 8 vouchers that are in use in city-supported affordable housing.
So in city-supported, so not private housing providers.
Those numbers are not
Are
included
more
in
probably
this
far
estimate.
greater.
Yes,
But,
they are far greater.
So I think when we look at holistically the impact, I mean, we have to look at it, that private sector, because I did read InLivian's update, that there is no certainty around the funds, especially when the private housing vouchers, starting November, right? So I think we need to look at it, what's that holistic number looks like, because when we are looking at affordable housing crisis, that number far exceeds this 10 million or 7 million.
The number of subsidies is especially, well, for both project-based and tenant-based exceeds what I've included. We just looked at what's in city-supported housing, and the total value of the federal subsidies that are provided to InLivian is $85 million annually. So if both of those programs were eliminated, the impact would be $85 million to InLivian alone, which I think for us, there have been no cuts proposed. Both the Senate and the House appropriations bills include full funding, if not increases, for federal rental subsidies. So I just want to underscore that. And then in reference to the communication from InLivian, that communication was specific to the government shutdown.
Right.
And just to clarify, I did speak with Mr. Meacham, and he clarified that because they receive funding in advance so that
Right.
rent can be paid at the beginning of the month. October is covered. They have reserves that they can use to assist them in making it through November. And there's really, the concern would only be if that shutdown lasted beyond 60 days, which is unprecedented, but also not something we can predict. And for the city's housing programs, and this isn't housing, this isn't the city as a whole, but for the city's housing programs, we are paid on a reimbursement basis from the federal government. And so right now, there's not an impact to the city's funding as it relates to government shutdown.
Thank you. So, I mean, we are in unprecedented times, so I mean, just overall impact, it is, I mean, this will be a crisis if this doesn't get addressed. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rebecca, I just want to thank you for bringing these numbers. As was noted earlier this year, a couple of months ago, I asked for us to look at the what-ifs when I think about those that receive assistance either through the city, mainly through the city, our funding, as well as our funding of multifamily projects, not only for the tenants that we have there, but also that building, and if tenants are unable to pay based on what's happening on a national level, because even when we move past this particular juncture, we still have the potential impact coming February of 2026 if the proposed budget were to go through and the impacts of that. So I just wanted to, in a relatively short period of time, thank you and the team, and thank you, Gail, for sending out the actual breakdown earlier today so that we could see where we are financially in order for us to make the correct decisions and maneuver if we have to, because we have limited funds, and the community doesn't necessarily recognize that $100 million bond referendum that was supported, that was a one-time event. When we have a bond proposal for 26, that's going back to the 50 million. So how do we prepare for the what-ifs? So thank you for getting this back so quickly to you and to the entire team. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Madam Vice Chair, for asking these questions, having the foresight to ask these questions. Rebecca, I wanted to go over the numbers, the city-supported vouchers. You said 3 million in tenant-based and 4 million in project-based?
So for federal subsidies currently in use in city-supported affordable housing, we are around 380 tenant-based vouchers and 425 project-based vouchers. And to estimate the financial impact, we used the average of the payments that are made against the Section 8 vouchers, which is around $775 or so a month. I'd have to look for the exact number, but it's right around there.
Okay, and are these the housing choice? No, not housing choice. The housing tax credit units, or what units are these specifically?
So this is across your entire portfolio of housing trust fund investments. So some of them are tax credits, some of them are partnerships with Enlivian that are primarily project-based vouchers. Some of them are non-LIHTC, your entire portfolio.
Okay.
And so there's two ways that the rental subsidies, and again, this is but also Mecklenburg County and some of our other partners who have some rental subsidies. So we did try to incorporate the broader universe than Enlivian. And so the two ways the vouchers can be used, project-based vouchers, they're attached to the development, and they are in use by Enlivian in their developments as a financial tool that Enlivian has converted from their old model to a project-based model primarily now. And then also Enlivian awards those project-based vouchers to some of the other developments, in smaller amounts to help make the 30% units work. So that's project-based vouchers. And then the tenant-based vouchers are the ones that are, through Housing Choice primarily, but also some programs through Mecklenburg County, where the tenant receives the voucher and has choice about where to live. And sometimes they choose to live in city-supported affordable housing.
Okay, thank you. So that's about 805 vouchers. So of all of our tax credit units throughout the city, we only have 800, just a little over 800 vouchers?
In the developments that are exclusive of, it does not include in Livian.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And then you mentioned there was a proposal to cut the home funding. That's our down payment assistance, right?
So the House Committee bill proposed to eliminate the home program. The home dollars, 2.9 million, a portion of that supports your down payment assistance program, but other funding sources also support down payment assistance, like your housing trust fund bond, your innovative housing dollars, some PAYGO dollars through corridors, for example. So home funding is one component of the overall funding sources for down payment assistance, your house
Because
Charlotte
currently,
program.
there's up to about $80,000 in down payment assistance in the community, right?
So
So if the home dollars are cut, are we prepared to make that up, or would the down payment assistance be decreased?
So if the home dollars were cut, then you would have 2.9 million less dollars. So you would have to make a decision about how to proceed. But currently, that is just one of multiple sources that fund down payment assistance.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Brown, did you have anything on this item? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, what we'll do then is, because we're already about halfway through, and I know that folks probably have hard stops, we'll go ahead and move to the main item on the agenda, the quality of life partnerships. As was mentioned, Dr. S. is not yet with us, but I think that we could start with at least a high-level overview with Judge Archie, who's been gracious to share with us her knowledge, having been an active player. Certainly, we don't expect the level of detail that Dr. S. may have provided, but I think a good grounding will help us have this discussion today. So, ACM Heath, if you want to cue it up.
I would be happy to. Late September, Mayor Lyles released a few policy referrals to the committees focused on public safety. The policy referral that came to the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee focuses on quality of life partnerships. I'll very quickly read the policy question. What additional targeted partnerships, including public-private sector collaboration, should be advanced to enhance public safety and quality of life? This could include a multi-pronged approach, leveraging evidence-based frameworks to improve integration of efforts across partners such as City, Mecklenburg County District Attorney's Office, courts, et cetera, including more better support and interventions for those experiencing mental health crisis and substance use. So in a nutshell, this policy referral really focuses on that intersection point of public safety, quality of life, and mental health. And just two quick framing points I would offer would be, first, clearly it takes a village to work on these types of solutions. There's direct reference in the policy referral to collaboration across different agency partners. So here today, through introductions, obviously you saw we have our CMPD partners who are very involved in things on the front end, such as the crisis intervention team, the community policing crisis response team. Just as two key examples, we have Housing and Neighborhood Services represented at the table and in the room, and all of the great work they do around neighborhood development and community engagement and the intersection point there. We have representation from the District Attorney's Office. Thank you, Mary, for being here today, certainly. And then we also have, of course, Representative Lofton. Thank you for your participation. So it certainly takes a village. And for a scope of work like this, it's quite helpful to have a framework, right? So we're not spending months and months trying to figure out where to start. And it just so happens Mecklenburg County has been leveraging this sequential intercept model framework for many years. And Dr. Strzelecki has been deeply involved in that work, including the most recent iteration in 2024. And it's a great way to think about this ecosystem and of various intervention and intercept points along the way, and prevention and diversion, all sorts of things before the criminal justice system comes into play. And thank you for being so willing today to step in and give us a high-level view for the model and your kind of work that you've done around this in the last couple of years. Thank you very much.
I will add one more thing before you begin, Judge Archie. Because we have the benefit of having so many players here, please feel free to speak to your portion when it comes up. We want to hear from you. We want to know what you're seeing, or what are some items that we should be thinking about from a policy standpoint, particularly major officers. We definitely want to know what you're thinking, because I don't know how many times I've been in the neighborhood with our officers and they say, we've been dealing with this for quite some time. Somebody needs to look at XYZ. So now is the time to definitely voice your opinions on that, and please feel free as well on the DA side as well as the General Assembly. I did want to acknowledge before we jumped into this presentation, we do have Council Member and Committee Member Renee Johnson here representing District 4, as well as visiting Council Member Malcolm Graham from District 2. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I apologize if I am a little flat-footed. I was expecting to come and listen and learn and weigh in as needed, not expecting to present this afternoon. So a poor substitute for Dr. Strzelecki, but happy to share with you some of the work that we have been doing for, as Sean mentioned, many, many moons. So what you see on the screen is kind of an overview of the SIMMAP, Sequential Intercept Map. This is a framework developed by SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Association. And so it is applied broadly across the country. This is not unique to Charlotte or Mecklenburg County, but they have outlined kind of the 0 to 5 model for where citizens might intersect with the criminal justice system from start to finish. And so that's a brief overview of the model in general. It starts with community-based services, so where someone might access services before actually coming in contact with the criminal justice system. And then sequential intercept. Oh, thank God.
You was doing an excellent job.
You were doing an excellent job.
Yeah, she's doing great.
Dr. S. to the
I apologize, I was actually in court and had to stay in court for a while.
The judge wouldn't let you go.
And my phone was buzzing when I was on the stand, so how's that?
Well, we really appreciate you
We
doing
do,
it.
all right, well-
So I was just framing
Yes.
up the national model.
Fantastic, exactly. So I am Stephen Strzelecki. I'm a psychologist with Mecklenburg County Criminal Justice Services, where I am the clinical director of the Forensic Evaluations Unit. And thank you for having me and allow me to come talk with Judge Archie together about the sequential intercept model. So what you are seeing, I think we're up to, is this is a picture of the map that sort of lays out what we're talking about with sequential intercept model. And it is a way of overlaying behavioral health services in a community with the various points of the justice system, at different points that someone moves through the criminal justice system. I will point out a couple things. One is that in 2016, so the model's been around since about 2005, and it's really housed within SAMHSA, so the federal government's Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration. The GAIN Center is their clearinghouse for historically for all their criminal justice behavioral health interplay, and so it's been in their realm for about 20 years now. And in 2016, they invented Intercept Zero, which is fantastic, because what it was always about people involved with the justice system versus how to prevent people from getting involved with the justice system. And so, I mean, it really, it's groundbreaking. It wasn't invented, but it really is conceptually changing our way to look at that. And as you can see with the map, it starts with community and it ends with community. And so I know it looks like it's linear and it's sequential, but it really, unfortunately, sometimes it's circular. So someone who can move through the system and be in a community ends up back at the front end getting re-involved with the justice system. And so as we look at each of these intercept points, one of the things we look at is what's available and what can we do at different points to help break the cycle. So whether it is, again, at Intercept Zero, which is the gold standard, because we want to do it if it's a behavioral health issue, rather than having to break the cycle of justice involvement, we prevent this cycle of justice involvement by directing them towards what would be more appropriate services. But then as they move through, what is available at each of those points in the system to help address their needs so they don't end up recycling back through to the beginning. All right, we go to the next slide, I think, because I think then we go to the next one. I'm trying to remember. Yeah. So what it does, how it works is, so sequential intercept model is, it's bringing the community together, as stakeholders. Usually it's a meeting of about 30 or so people, just because of this. Really, you need more than that. You can't have the dialogue and discussion that occurs, but stakeholders from various aspects of a community, mental health service providers, criminal justice professionals, law enforcement, judges, attorneys, community stakeholders, interested parties, outreach teams, homeless support services. It's a whole network of individuals that would touch people at each potentially one of those intercept points together. And it is a intensive 1.5 to 2 day workshop where go through, look at what's available at different intercept points. So going through the each area, what the community has, how those systems play out, how they interact with each other. And it creates this map, which I'll show you in a minute. We'll get to some of the maps of a community. And it really is better identifying what resources there are, what services are provided, what gaps there may be. Again, look at your strengths and weaknesses, and really the whole goal is really to look at how do we plan for addressing areas of need. So really it's a, at the end to come up with some action plan items or areas to address as a community. I will also mention some are short-term, most are long-term goals. So really it is a process. And to see that, I think we go to the next slide on this one here, if I remember correctly. Okay, so this is Mecklenburg County's first intercept map from 2012. You can see the graphics are not fantastic. This is probably Windows XP. So this is the best that we get. And again, this is before Intercept 0 was invented. But it was done through, actually this was with, I think it was MechLink, because it was after Area Mental Health, but did that and brought together, again, a network of stakeholders and put together this. What you can see is we have something in every intercept point. Again, just from visually, you can see that. But it also our first time doing this, so it wasn't as detailed or rich as what we would like. Now, what's interesting, if you look down the bottom, you can see there are a couple needs listed. One is a crisis center. The other is employment, I believe. If I'm trying to, if I read my head up better than that. Yeah, employment, and then coordinated case management. So so that was that, right? So I think that's the best we're gonna get on that. It's okay. But it really was our first attempt at this and showing what we have and identifying what areas that we needed. Now, if you go to the next slide, you'll see the progression. And this is more just for your overview. So 2016 was the second time we did this. Again, Intercept 0 was invented in 2016, so this was before it actually was it came out and we started doing those workshops. But clearly, what you can see is there is more information, and I think what you're seeing also is the precursor, because again, Intercept 0 wasn't rolled out into the workshops, but you can see how much more we have there at Intercept 1. So some of those would be what we consider services that are occurring before formal police involvement, so before law enforcement is on the scene, and some can occur with police involvement that may be a way to divert or deflect someone into services that may not lead necessarily to arrest. So that is sort of a combination of those two at Intercept 1. And then the other areas you can see, so when they get into the detention center, we have, for a magistrate, we have some behavioral health services. Within the detention center, there is a provider, right now it's VitalCore within Mecklenburg County, detention center that provides health care and mental health care. They're also the agency that's going to be doing the medication-assisted treatment for opioid use disorder. That is a program that is just starting this week, that is funded through the opioid settlement dollars. We also have, you can see, recovery court program, which are for folks with significant mental health and or substance use issues. It's an alternative sentencing program, so they would be sentenced to that and meet every other week with their team and go to court, and it helps keep them accountable and addressing their underlying needs. As well as you can see other services in the detention center. There's programs, used to be called inmate programs, now just programs that provide a range of supportive services for folks while they're in custody. And then we move into the two intercepts, the reentry, which is helping people return either from jail or prison and returning to community. And then community corrections, which is probation and parole. They have some programs they provide and oversee where folks are under supervision in the community when there are behavioral health needs. And then we can skip to the next one. And then the next, so again, 2019, so now we see Intercept Zero came on board. And what I think is also important is there's a lot more things that like stretch across some of the programs, and it really is showing the complexity and the number of players that are involved with all these things in the community, both from pre-involvement with our involvement. So this is the 2000. This is our most recent. Sorry, this is our most recent one here. You can see because we have on there is the Smith Family Behavioral Health Urgent Care Center, the BHUC. If you remember that 2012 slide, we said crisis center. So here we are. 12 years later, but we have a crisis center. So that is up and running over off Monroe Road, not far from Bojangles Coliseum. So that is a 23.5-hour crisis center where anyone come in, experience a mental health crisis. It's not hospitalization. It is crisis assessment, stabilization, and then moving people to the next level of service depending on their needs. But also more responses in the community with regards to outreach teams working with individuals that have housing and mental health and substance use challenges. And some of those are partnerships with the county, some of those with CMPD, and also with the towns, because I know right now, I know Pineville and I believe Huntersville have their own co-responder teams. It's a therapist is connected with a physician, and they respond to a police officer, and they respond to behavioral health crises in the community. In Charlotte, we have several of those under CMPD. So that's another way of addressing a behavioral health crisis with mental health rather than law enforcement. And then, again, an array of services that we see. And in some ways, we're doing great because we have so many potential options. But we also, as you know, have grown since 2012. And I can't remember, it's 157 people a day is the number moving. So even though we have some more services and we're doing a little better job of trying to flesh out who's there and what they're providing, we know there's still need for things. So I think if we go to the next slide. Right, so which looks at some of the areas that, this is sort of the areas we wanted to address from the plan we did last year. And the first one, which at the time, and it's still on our plate, but Medicaid expansion was just come on board. And for years, we had been talking about that because certainly a large percentage of individuals involved with the justice system were uninsured or underinsured. And that had been a significant barrier to accessing services. They were essentially indigent care, and so agencies were all fighting for what little state dollars there were available to provide services for individuals who didn't have insurance. And so hospitals obviously would take someone if they're in for a crisis, but what people need is not crisis service. They need long-term care and support and services. And so Medicaid expansion has been, we're still excited about it for the moment, but also really worried about it, how it may affect a number of folks who have qualified. And I think it's 60,000 or so in Charlotte would potentially lose their benefits based on the budget cuts. But over the last year or more, really we're focusing on anytime someone touched any of the justice system or any of our partners, always asking about insurance and then connecting them with Mecklenburg County DSS or within each individual department or program that we're doing that. So we have in criminal justice services, we have a specialist who works on disability benefits, but also is our Medicaid representative and would do the applications because even Medicaid applications can be complicated. Disability is a whole other question. It's even more complicated, but certainly when we're looking at even applying for Medicaid, it's a very long form. And so we have someone who can help any of our clients that touch our system apply. They were doing it in the detention center as well. So that was one of the areas. A couple other areas that looking at is, so the connectivity between health and human services. historically, and still, there's a lot of siloed activities. And some of that is, are there any lawyers in the room, attorneys in the room? Just, okay. So so we run into barriers, understandably so. Agencies have their own regulations, and we have some MOUs and agreements, but it's really difficult at times to have agencies communicate with each other in effective ways, that meaningful ways of sharing data. So one of the things we're really trying to work on is developing a small network at first of key players, looking at the hospitals and the detention center and a couple of community agencies, to be able to have sharing some information about individuals as they move through the different systems. So, for example, when someone's arrested and they're in Mecklenburg County Detention Center, how can we better facilitate the healthcare provider there quickly accessing what may be healthcare records from the community for someone, because how long someone's in detention may not be long enough for them to do their own full assessment, but if they can access the records quickly and easily, that gives them information about that person's care, health care across the board. So whether it's physical health, mental health, whatever their needs are, how can we better facilitate those connections? And the same thing, when someone leaves the detention center, how do we make sure that they get that information to their community provider of what treatment and services they were getting while they were in custody, and share that back and forth? And again, so we don't duplicate services, but also that we have this continuity of care for someone, which is very difficult in how some of our agencies are set up. And I understand, we want to protect health information, but HIPAA as a concept also allows for sharing information so that we can have continuity of care. And so criminal justice system has been essentially on the outside of that for a long time, and we're trying to sort of break down some of those barriers and increase some of the connectivity. I mentioned a couple others, and then I think there's maybe one or two other slides, and then I'll stop. I can answer as many questions as possible. I think maybe one more slide. So clinical support for 911. So again, we know that we're talking about Intercept Zero is an important place so we can help divert people from the justice system, and looking at ways to potentially provide more support to 911 dispatch. So there is a program that is the CIT program, which is Crisis Intervention Team. It provides, historically, it's a very comprehensive, week-long intensive program for law enforcement officers after they've gone through the academy, after they've been out in the field for a couple of years, to come in and learn more about mental health, substance use, and really more de-escalation skills, crisis management with folks with individuals with behavioral health issues. And so there's a 911 for dispatch program that is also giving the dispatchers some additional skills, helping them better understand when calls are coming in, what may be some of the underlying issues that are mental health or behavioral health related, so they can direct them towards CIT officers in the field, but also make sure that it's more geared towards behavioral health interventions than criminal law enforcement ones. A couple other things, and this is one where Judge Archie will be a part of this, because this is always a struggle, is daytime releases. And that's because when courts are working and someone they're released from custody, the sheriff gets information, they process someone out. It is just based constitutionally, they have to let them go once that paperwork is completed. And sometimes that's 2 o'clock in the morning. And that's not a great time for anyone to be released, but certainly folks with significant mental health challenges, that really is it's a recipe for disaster. And again, there's the legal parts to things, and then there's the clinical part, and they don't always mesh together. But trying to look at ways to do of identifying folks with the most needs and ensuring there's ways they can be released during the day so that they can connect with services, meet people. Warm handoffs is what we call. And that way they're not leaving on their own, trying to find their way at 2 o'clock in the morning uptown, because nothing good happens at 2 o'clock in the morning. But they'll be during the day, and they connect with the peer support or with their case manager. And the last thing is supportive housing. So there is housing, as you know. I don't have to tell, I'm preaching to the choir here. Housing is a crisis situation in Charlotte, certainly for folks that are living in marginalized populations, folks without resources, without funding. And so folks with SPMI is severe persistent mental illness, and SMI is just severe mental illness. They're used alternative or interchangeably, but essentially folks with serious mental health issues, having housing that is available for them, but supportive housing, because they're going to need some oversight, need some case management, someone to help make sure that they're following through with their medications or with their appointments and things like that. And that's certainly needed. And alternative diversion sites. We have the BHUC, the Behavioral Health Urgent Care. Thank you, Steve Smith Family Foundation and Daymark. But again, that was something we were looking at 12 years ago. Charlotte is so much bigger than it was 12 years ago, so there is a need. So there is the facility-based crisis center that is underway, the development of that. But look at other options so that law enforcement, when they encounter a case and it's behavioral health related, they don't have to make a diagnosis. They could just go to this one center, and that center will help sort out what the issues are and then be able to move that person into the right direction in terms of what kinds of programs or things like that. So these are some of the things that came out of the workshop that we're working towards. And then the last thing I think is going to say something around collaboration is the key, I think, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see if it's, yeah, so yeah, exactly. So it really is. I mean, some of these are going to be policy changes, and some may be financial at some point in time, but it is really all these programs working together. You know, housing is important because you can't expect someone to take their medications when needed if they don't know where their medications are because they don't have a place to live or where they're sleeping. And then, you know, obviously bringing people in with lived experience, and that's been something that in the 12 or plus years I've been doing this role with the Forensic Evaluations Unit, we've seen a lot of growth, is having people at the table who have had experience with the justice system, with the mental health system, who can bring a perspective that I certainly can't. I have my clinical experience and things like that, and that has a role, but people with lived experience have a very valuable role that help, you know, we can't make programs for people and put them on them if they're not the ones telling us what that program needs to be that is going to help them. So having people with lived experience, I know with this opioid treatment program that is going to be starting in the detention center this week, peer support is part of that. Sheriff's office is they work with peer support coming in to work with individuals who are in custody. We do that with the Recovery Corps program. It really is important to have people at every step of the way who've been there to provide a different perspective and a different voice. And again, no one agency, no one person can address these needs on their own. So having all those different players in the room at the same time is what's needed. That was a lot less stressful than being in court, just so you know. But you could ask open questions or comments or things that's now or not.
Yeah, so what we're going to do, I'd love to hear, because we just have everyone here in this room, and I see these intercepts, particularly 0, 1, 4, and 5, but not limited to, but particularly those. I just would love to just go around the table real quick and hit our external partners, or internal partners too, and get your take just from what you've heard so far.
Yeah, so we've been engaged in this for the past 12 years. I mean, everyone's familiar with CPCRT and also CIT, and these are the two supervisors, the clinical side, and then officers can discuss. I'll give them the opportunity to discuss exactly where they are with their teams and everything. And we have a 12-person team right now with both of them partnered up together. And it's a continuous, ongoing issue for us, but I think we are already at the front part of everything that the doctor said. We're being fully engaged in it.
Let me say, CMPD have been fantastic partners. I mean, and so the CIT program since 2008,
Yep.
Officers have come through there, and it is just eye-opening, refreshing. I've taught that class for years. I'm still involved, but I don't teach a class per se, but it's great. The officers are really engaged and really come away with that. Even the skeptical ones come away with a lot of information. They go, do the site visits and really it's valuable skills. And so the fact that we have a CIT program and it's as strong as it is and it's ongoing it's really fantastic.
And it is that showing the success of it is due to the fact that these two right here, they actually spend most of their time going out of town or out of state, going to talk to other agencies and other localities to explain how everything actually works. And so they've actually set the blueprint for it. So I'll let Audrey and Sergeant Phillips get into it.
So as you stated.
Just for the benefit of those around, if you could quickly just introduce yourself once more as you talk.
Yep, absolutely. So Sergeant Nathan Phillips, Community Wellness Division. So the unit began in 2019. And it started off as a 6-unit team. Like you said, we had 6 social workers partner with 6 CIT trained officers. And just like the major stated, because of the success of the team, we have grown now to having 12. And so the hours of operation, we work every day. We work from 7 a.m. until midnight. And we also have an on-call unit. So third shift has a situation where they might need us, they can always call us to come back in. And we respond to countless numbers of calls for service for individuals who are going through a mental health crisis. But the one good thing about our team is that we actually respond to active crisis calls for service. We don't do follow-ups. Patrol officers will show up on scene, and they will call us to come out while the person is going through the active crisis. And I will let my partner speak more on that. But I'm going to give out numbers that I pulled up before we came. From January 1st, 2025 until September 30th, 2025, Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department has responded to 2,556 calls for service for an individual that was experiencing a mental health crisis. That is, right now, up until September 30th. Last year, we responded to 5,946 calls for service where someone was experiencing a mental health crisis. Right now, the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, we have 1,865 sworn officers who are CIT trained out of 2,352.
Oh, can you give us that one more time?
Yes, ma'am. Right now, out of 2,352 sworn employees, 1,865 are CIT trained. And of the 1,865, 1,134 are actually in patrol who are responding to the 911 calls for service. Communications has 153 dispatchers that are CIT trained as well.
All right. My name is Adriana Lucas. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and so I am the clinical supervisor for our unit. So when we say 12 teams, that is one state licensed mental health clinician, might be a LCSW, but also a licensed clinical mental health counselor. And they are partnered with a CIT trained officer. Sergeant Phillips already mentioned our hours are from 7 a.m. to midnight. We also have callback for your more extreme, high-risk type situations. We also have a referral system. So if patrol goes out and they interact with an individual, maybe they decide they're able to come to some type of resolution for the day, they are still able to check a certain box when they're doing their report, and that will send that information over to Sergeant Phillips, and he's able to disperse it to our team. So a team will follow up with that individual, even if they did not meet with them that day, and that will be an in-person follow-up or over the phone, whichever they would prefer. You covered pretty much.
Yeah, so Ms. Audrey and I, we take pride in our unit. And what we like to do, we like to go out into the community to advertise exactly who we are and what we bring. Like we have partnered with Justin C. Smith Police Campus Police to allow them to notify students who we know that college can be a very stressful time.
Amen.
But they have a team in Charlotte that if they need someone to talk to, that we're here. And again, like she said, the biggest key aspect of our team is that we follow up. That's something that's very important. Having that knowledge of knowing that someone is going to follow up with you or your family to make sure that you are receiving the adequate care that you need, that goes a long way. And just like what the doctor was saying, the one great aspect of CIT training is hearing from someone who has experience being an addict or experience coming in contact with a police officer as they were going through a mental health crisis, because it reminds us that everyone has a story. It just takes special people to listen.
Yeah, and I'll speak a little bit more to the types of calls we receive. Obviously, your mental health crisis, maybe someone is out in the public causing a disturbance due to their symptoms. We respond to those as well as your grief calls. We're able to respond in the moment, even before that deceased person is removed from the home. So we're able to provide family support in that moment. Like Sergeant Phillips mentioned, we do community outreach. We just had a social work class from JCSU come visit with us, so we can explain to them the type of work we do, because we are aware that this type of work is not your conventional clinical mental health work. So we definitely like to spread the word that we exist.
What do y'all
Diversion. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, I'll let you finish.
I was going to speak a little bit to diversion because Dr. S. mentioned it earlier. It is our goal to divert away from hospital as well as jail. And how do we do that? By the use of BHUC, and there's just other resources that are available to us. It's oftentimes folks are calling 911 because they simply just don't have another number. So it's our goal to just give them those other options next time so we can lower those 911 calls for mental health.
Thank you for that.
And not only that, but the officers outside that actually do the patrol, not just including the CPCRT officers, they stay continuously identifying individuals that they come across multiple times, whereas they can actually track who they're actually going out to see multiple times and understand that you got this relationship with them to build off of it and to try and get them to the necessary need that they need, the care that they need.
And our team partners with the FBI, the SBI, and the Secret Service. So we are constantly helping them as well.
I appreciate that.
Somebody,
While I've got you, is there anything, if we don't leave here knowing anything else about what you've presented, what do you need?
We would love to expand the team.
Expansion is going to be the main thing. Just like we would like to continue to increase patrol in itself to get more officers CIT trained, and the more officers that we have in the culture coming through the door, understanding what it is and knowing, understanding our mental health issues and everything, it makes it for an easier transition to come onto their team.
Thank you for that. I'm going to pivot over here to our other community officer. To your point, I think that's a great segue as we talk about what kinds of officers and folks that are out on patrol. And I know that our community officers, sometimes y'all are even more intertwined in the neighborhood day in and day out. So would love to hear your thoughts as well about where you see the work that you do that's impacted by this model or within this framework and what we could do going forward.
I think it's just understanding what the community actually needs. And, it's hard to police somebody that doesn't allow you to police them. So you need to know what's going on in the community. And I think my team does a great job going out into the communities and just engaging with different communities and finding out demographics and what kind of services they're actually looking for. I think Dr. S. already mentioned earlier about sharing information. I think that's our biggest struggle right now.
Okay.
It's just being able to share information between the actual health side over to law enforcement.
And can you give us just a quick example of what that looks like in practice, like while you're out on patrol? Or is it something that happens outside of the neighborhood, like when you're doing paperwork or, okay, I just want to visualize what you mean.
I think it's more on the front end when we first approach an individual, we don't really know the backstory.
Gotcha.
If we already went in knowing a little bit of background about the individual, you can kind of divert them to these resources a lot quicker.
Thank you for that. Judge Archie, would you like to weigh in from where you sit? What do you see?
Yeah, sure. So going back to the last map, the one we did in 2024, you will see just how complicated and complex that graphic is. Now, think about someone with mental illness trying to navigate that system.
Right.
What strikes me from my vantage point is the need for, we might call it a number of different things, but peer support or liaisons or people to help them maneuver this process. And that means some really basic hand-holding. Like people with mental illness, you can't necessarily give them a phone number and say, hey, go call or go report to, or, they don't have transportation, they don't have money, they don't have insurance, and we expect them nevertheless to navigate this maze. And so providing people who can actually walk them from point A to point B to point C to point D. And we don't have those resources, at least not in bulk.
We don't.
Thank you for that. I have a thought, but I want to continue around the, was somebody going to say something on the thing?
Yeah, we also have an addition that we wanted to speak into, to the judge's point, also.
Microphone.
The additional that we wanted to add into is that, from our standpoint, the follow through with the IVC. So that's a major factor into everything.
Do you want to expound on what you specifically mean?
So essentially, our team, we can go out to the homes and we can help the family coach them through having to get an IVC for someone. That way we can bring them to a hospital if need be. But again, it's just that support from us to the family to show like, okay, like, we're not just gonna go away, we're not just gonna come rush through, we're gonna give you everything that you need for you and that person. So, and IVC, that's something else that we specialize in too.
What does IVC stand for?
It is involuntary commitment orders.
And then also, it goes beyond just CMPD. I mean, we're talking about the entire process as representation from the city in itself to make sure that a family gets everything that they need to address any issues.
Thank you for bringing that up. That's one that I know just in discussions that we've been having before here, that's been one that very, very is important. And has a lot of components, and it's, well, who even qualifies for IVC, and how do you make those assessments, and what's clinical versus other types of assessments. So I definitely want to get a little bit more in depth into some of those things as well. And I know we're focused on the mental health component. I think about, there are some folks, who are we talking about when we say people who are struggling or dealing with mental health illness or mental illness? Could one argue that if you don't have appropriate conflict resolution or conflict management, that may constitute mental illness? I want us to be very broad in our mindset as we think about folks who are justice involved. They may not have a diagnosis necessarily, but it doesn't mean that they don't need access to these very same types of services. And so I think that drives the approach going forward. It's not just, well, we lock everybody up and that's it. At least that's my own feeling. I think we got to think about it more holistically. So I want to definitely give the DA and representative an opportunity to weigh in, and then I'd love to open it up to the council and committee.
I would just share that I am actually assigned now to the Recovery Court program, and those folks do a lot of really amazing work in that, and they do provide folks with the connections that we would love for everyone who comes to the system to see, because that is a very small population compared to the need. Yeah. I've done this job for a long time, and you don't have to be in this system very long to realize there's so many out there with so many needs. And that is just one slice of the pie. That would be so nice to expand that so that many people are receiving those, because they do get that assistance. They get assistance with housing. They get assistance with trying to find employment. They have peer support. Because a lot of times what we see is they go over to, they're in jail, and they're with Dr. S for a while, and they get them sorted out and they get their meds, and then they come out and they don't have that support. And then all we're doing again is then we're going to start back over here, back on Intercept 1 again. And so, and then obviously the other thing I would say is the more we can take care of people in Intercept 0, the happier I think everybody would be.
Could you say your name again, please?
Yes, ma'am. Mary Elledge.
Sure, thank you, and thank you for inviting me to be a part of this this conversation. I look forward to future conversations. As you guys know, we passed HB 307 recently, and I think that we're all, at least your delegation, is all very united with understanding that that does not really address the needs of what we're talking about here today. So I look forward to more conversations along this line and how we can plug in some of those gaps moving forward. Love hearing more about the work that you guys are doing and what the state can do to help support that work, as well as on a provider side in terms of the psychiatric bed availability, providers there, Medicaid. Well, obviously that's federally funded, but what we could do on our part to help shore up any shortcomings there. I just need to have a better context for, if there are models out there, states that are doing a better job supporting cities of similar size with similar populations, what that looks like and what that ask would be from us. As you guys know, we're heading into a short session coming up, which is all about additional budget changes, assuming we get a baseline budget. But it would be good to go back armed with some requests about what comprehensive, bless you, comprehensive support, and not just mental health, but for law enforcement and actually helping to make the investments needed to keep our community safe, what that would look like. If we can go back with that data, that would be helpful.
I will now open it up to the committee. I'd like to start, if I may, with Councilmember Brown.
Oh, you can start with me, that's fine. No problem at all. Thank you guys so much. Amazing information. that you brought to the table. It's always so good to hear when we have our professionals come around. I took a lot of notes, but I'll be really quick. I like to consider myself as an expert in this field in harm reduction. What I would share, which I don't really get to share, is that I do work with Behavior and Health, Alliance, Trillium, Blue Cross Blue Shield, all of these organizations just for the mental aspect of it. And of course, when we start talking about justice-involved individuals, most of them are going to have some type of mental health, PTSD, just anything dealing with the justice system for life documents, not having IDs, not having birth certificates, all of this stuff. So it all sounds good, and I'm glad to hear that we're working with this. I am outside of council, which ends in December for me, the very first day in December for me. So my job outside of council is working with mental health. Don't share it often. I'm on call around the clock, 24 hours a day. I had a young man who's about 26 years old when I went to go answer the call, stabilization call. And these folks who I've built trust with, working with Atrium Healthcare, and he said to me, he built trust with me and wanted to speak directly with me. And so it's very important that they have somebody in front of them that they trust. He told me to call the police so he could die. You know, he had, I think it was like a pitchfork or something on him. And so I don't go by myself. We go with other team members. But the point I'm trying to make is he was thinking in terms of if you act violently, that maybe the officers would come. So to hear you guys speaking on that is just amazing. And to you, Judge, for sure what you said is 100% true. How we have to react with them and interact with them. But there should absolutely not be any policy. There should not be any model. There should not be anything made for human beings, people that are dealing with their brain injury, which I'm sure Councilmember Johnson will speak on, that are justice impacted and that are dealing with mental health without people sitting in front of them that have actually walked in their shoes. And my last piece is I would like to see us expanded to our ATV unit because they do a lot of great work in the community. I know a lot of those guys are or have been justice impacted and involved. And yes, mental health is a big piece of it. At age 54, this is my first time speaking to a therapy because where we come from, and in my culture, it wasn't popular for Black women, strong women, to speak to a therapist. But with the turn of events in my life, of course, I'm speaking to a therapist 1 month in, and I feel very good about that. But with everything that you deal with on a daily basis with the courts, the recidivism, the collateral consequences, having to check all those boxes, the courts need all the help that they can get. And at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, if we do not continue to expand our resources and allocate, and I'm saying this because this very unique and needed voice on this council will be missing, but I know my team members will hold me down. We got to continue to make sure that we dig deep and do a deep dive because CMPD cannot do it all by yourself. I'm great to hear about the CIT team. We have supportive housing, stabilization. We need more stabilization centers so that we could stabilize them. You know, a lot of times they just want to be heard and they're talking to whoever they're talking to or they're going off on a fringe, but we're talking about people who have been left alone to die, thinking that nobody cares about them. So thank everybody for what you bring to the table, but it is definitely a very, very sensitive subject for me, but a subject that I walk in with integrity and grace, and I love to meet people where they at, but you don't know how to do that if you haven't done it. So it's all good to have the clinical side of things and to have people with the PhDs like Dr. Watlinson, but we also definitely need people with lived experience who walked through, who's navigated it and been successful, and to continue to put them in place, but also to gel that entire puzzle together. So what I've heard, I love, but we have to continue to expand and make sure that, let's not even have a table if we don't have the people with lived experience and somebody that has survived mental health crises. Now, Fonda Bryant, I've been doing a lot of work with her, Have you guys, okay, so then I'm gonna tell you how great she is and how she reaches out over and over and over again. And so I'm going through some of her training as well. So good to hear all that stuff, but keep it going, even when I'm gone, okay? All right, thank you.
Councilmember Johnson?
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. My question is, what's the next step? Because we're not going to solve this in 15 minutes, right? So I hope we get together, like we make this an intergovernmental team. I think that's the plan. Because one thing about this group, I love serving on this committee. We get things done, right? Like we do. So I have lots of questions, but I just have a lot to say. First of all, I want to thank Mecklenburg County for the work that you're doing. Dr. S., you didn't mention, but the Criminal Justice Services Department does great work in Mecklenburg County. They have reentry programs. They provide support for reentry housing. They work with landlords in the community, and they provide support. And when you talk about how our city and county, how we touch, the county will allow a contract for someone to provide reentry housing, but the city will only allow X number of people in the house because of our
code enforcement.
Our ordinances.
Code, yes.
Yeah, our codes. So we need to work together. So that's a gap. And so working together intergovernmentally will help to solve some of those problems. That's a huge gap. The IVC, I'd like to have a long conversation about IVC because I personally know individuals who've received a charge, a criminal charge, when the involuntary commitment order was being issued. And I've reached out to state representatives because not you, but I don't understand how, if you're not sane enough to be your own guardian, how you're culpable criminally for your actions during the issuance. And so I also know someone that had a probation violation because the IVC was issued. And that's a family who's getting this involuntary commitment order, and that's the biggest fear, you know? And so I think something needs to happen there. I don't know what it is, but for a person to get a criminal charge, be sentenced, and then violate probation, I mean, I know of a case right now I'm working with a family. And so there's a gap there. We also have the Safe Outcomes Program. I think that's a good time to mention this, right? The Safe Outcomes Program is where family members can call and register their address and let the police know that there's someone within a vulnerable population that lives there, right? And so the police, when you talked about identifying, I think that's one way that the community can help you identify that someone does live there. Another thing, if there was an ID, I know we've talked about, I am a brain injury advocate on the state and national and local level, so we've talked about ID cards. So I don't know if that's something that when someone's in the recovery court or something, if there's an ID card in a bright color, I'm always about colors, right? So that person might say, hey, I'm a part of this group, and that might help you all. I mean, I don't know. We're not going to solve it today. Dr. S., you mentioned sharing info. I understand you want a database or some type of dashboard, but currently, how are individuals able to share info with the courts or with the jail when someone's arrested? Like a family member, if you want to let someone know that they take this kind of medicine, or how's that currently being done?
So there is a hotline, which I'll give you, I don't have it memorized, it's on my phone though, that anyone can call. It goes to it's a medical records voicemail in the detention center. Technically it's a one-way call, but so if you have a loved one or anyone you know who have to be arrested, but there's a medical issue, behavioral health, whatever it is, you can call that number, leave information about the person, diagnosis, their medications, or things like that. The health team may call you back asking more questions. They can't give you anything. They can't share information, but they may ask for that more information so they can follow up with what would be the community providers if they can get more information. There have been times when people can bring medication to the detention center, coordinate it with the provider in the original bottles, that they can then take that and verify with the prescribing physician and pharmacy to follow up to make sure that person gets the same medication while they're held in custody. So there's ways to share information with the detention center, with the healthcare staff there, if someone has a loved one or a friend or family that's in the detention center, to make sure they get that information. Because oftentimes, Commissioner Brown talked about how people are traumatized or they're upset, and it's a difficult time for people when they're arrested. And so they might not be at a place where they can share the information or convey information clearly, but if someone else can support them, even though they're not there, they can share the information with the detention center.
That's a
healthcare
great,
provider.
if you can get us that.
I will, yeah. And I will say, it's an easy number, but it's hard to find on the website. It takes me a couple times. I have it on my phone now, but to look it up just because some things aren't as clear. I will get that and I'll share that with everyone.
So you see, so it's hard for you to find, so.
Yeah, oh, I know.
Public, right?
Judge
Yeah.
Archie's 100%. I mean, the information,
Right.
it's so complex and so complicated.
Right, okay,
it's
so
not-
we can get that number and maybe share that on the city's Facebook page, maybe the county, yeah.
Let it run on a banner across the screen.
Right, exactly, on the parking garage.
Yeah.
Okay, so, let's see, ID card, there's just so much. I talk about brain injury. I hope that you all are asking questions about a history of a head injury in all of your assessments, because the head injury is very, very common in the criminal justice system. I've said that numerous times. There's a doctor, April Alexander. She works for UNCC. She's presented to our council. She works here now, and she used to work at the University of Denver. And the University of Denver, they're a leader in that research. So I hope that we can get her as a part of the group as well. You ask about a state that's doing good work. Ohio, right? They do great work. They actually have been doing it for about 20 years, reentry housing. So there's a returning home program, and part of the probation fees are used to cover housing for individuals coming home, and they pay providers at a per diem rate. I'm looking forward to the next step. Thank you.
I love that. Speaking of next steps, you mentioned a lot of things that are intergovernmental, and it's going to show up on our discussions through intergovernmental. So I'm going to recognize Councilmember Edgemere, who is also the chair of the Budget Governance and Intergovernmental Committee, where this work will be followed.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I can see the now full circle, because we had a very passionate discussion on this just 2 hours ago almost. So BGIR, the Budget Governance and Intergovernmental Relations Committee, our charge was to take a look at what tools and legislative support that our city needs to strengthen both public safety and quality of life. We have a number of items that we were able to highlight during our discussion, and I can see all the items that were raised during our BGIR discussion. I hear that being echoed again. So I can connect the dots here. I will just give a quick highlight of the items that we discussed, because we want to talk about not just policing when it comes to public safety. We want to talk about trust, accountability across the entire system, and that includes our judicial system, our DA's office, our mental health, and juvenile system. So here are 5 items that came out of the committee. And we decided that we are going to be doing the Public Safety Summit, where we will bring in intergovernmental partners that will include our judicial system, the DA's office, our state legislatures, as well as the county. So obviously, within our purview is the housing and the jobs. Councilmember Mayfield talked about how housing is so intertwined with public safety. Same thing with jobs. But here are some of the things that I hear, just the common themes where we need the support from General Assembly. State support for our law enforcement, recruiting and retaining our officers. Second, strengthening the criminal justice system, DA's office. Adding 10 district attorneys is a great start, but let's be honest, it's a drop in the ocean. Where we should be is at 144. This is just based on what I heard at the judicial hearing, as well as my conversation with Spencer Merriweather. We also need support for our court system. And I had this conversation right before our committee meeting started with Judge. We need support for our clerks, magistrates, and judges because we know that our courtrooms are understaffed. And it slows down everything, especially for those grieving families, victims. So we got to make sure that there is delays that are being addressed. And number 3 is investment in mental health support. And we hear that being echoed in this room. That means we need to ensure that CMPD is not the first line of mental health support line. I know that they are doing everything that they can, but we cannot expect our officers to be mental health experts. Number 4, strengthening qualification for our magistrates. We need to make sure that those making frontline decisions have the training and qualification to do so consistently and fairly. And then also, last but not the least, reestablish local detention center for juveniles. We know that Mecklenburg County lost its facility, and our youth are being transported away from the support system, like family, schools, services. So we are looking for the state to invest in reopening our local juvenile center where we can have wraparound supportive services. So there is a lot more, but I think these are the 5, I wanted to highlight these 5 items because it's a recurring theme. But what I heard based on the experts in the room, and Councilmember Johnson brought up this good point because this is within our purview, which is the housing, reentry housing. I think this is a low-hanging fruit that I see. We have Rebecca in the room here. I think we got to look at our housing. Councilmember Johnson brought up a point about how many should be allowed per unit. I think let's reassess that. I think that's a low-hanging fruit that is within our purview. We should definitely review that and maybe have a follow-up conversation where it balances the needs of the community, but also supports our reentry housing providers. Because I know we have 2 in the room, Councilmember Johnson as well as Councilmember Brown, who have great perspective in that. So I think we got to have a discussion on that. But here are just the intergovernmental items that I hope that we can certainly bring some traction and meaningful changes that will create a sustainable justice system overall. So when I had a conversation with the mayor, when the mayor charged the BGIR committee with this referral, she wanted us to have a joint letter that will go out to our state legislators. Here are the things that our CMPD needs to make sure that we can keep our communities safe, and that is something that is going to be sustainable for generations to come. So I look forward to working with you, Chairwoman and Vice Chairwoman, on coming up with some of this as part of our overall Intergovernmental Public Safety Summit. And just really hearing from the experts, this was really helpful because I've heard it through hearings, I've heard through all kinds of resources, but this is first time hearing directly from you all in one room, so this is great.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Councilmember Shamira. And I echo many of her sentiments. A couple of things that I know that have been recurring themes that I hadn't yet heard on the list, but I'm sure there'll be some more conversation. Sentencing considerations and requirements as we think about it at the state level, what that really looks like. And then not only DA funding, I think you alluded to this a little bit, but also public defender funding, because we understand that you got to have folks in both seats in order to make this happen. I did want to give Councilmember Graham an opportunity to speak as well. He and I have worked closely on engaging our external partners on this to date, and I know that he is absolutely a champion of public safety as well. So wanted to get your thoughts in the room.
Thank you, Chairman Wallington, Dr. Wallington, for inviting me to the meeting. When I was pledging Kappa Alpha Psi, and I know Representative Lofton will appreciate this, we have to remember this poem called If. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. And so I want to take this opportunity first to thank all the stakeholders. Representative Lofton, Judge Archie, CMPD, Mecklenburg County, certainly this committee for keeping their heads among all the noise over the last 4 weeks and focusing on the work that has to be done. So I really want to thank you for doing that. And then I want to hope that we use this opportunity not as a moment, but as a movement for judicial reform here in Mecklenburg County. And I understand your challenge, Representative. I've been there for 10 years, but most of the type of reform that is needed, we need from the General Assembly. And so I stand with the chairwoman and Councilmember Ashmere in terms of some of the things that we need. Certainly we need magistrate reform. We need to fund the DAs. We need to fund the public defenders. We need clerks and judges, et cetera. Mecklenburg County has been underfunded for decades. And I've been gone for 10 years, and I served there for 10 years. And the cry has always been the same. What they did originally with the new law doesn't meet the moment. And so I understand that all of us together have to do the work. When I first saw this diagram for the first time, I saw it with the chairwoman. And if you know Victoria, she's an engineer by trade. She saw this thing and she lit up like a Christmas tree, like a firecracker, because she's an engineer by trade, and boxes and design and processes make sense to her. And so I think the work is in the right committee, working along with the Intergovernmental Relations Committee for a marathon. This is going to take a while. This is not a sprint. It's a marathon, and with a lot of hurdles that my friend to the right have to clear, which is pretty high. And so I just hope that we all can keep our heads, block out the noise, do the hard work that's ahead of us, and be assertive and policing, but fair. Assertive, but fair. And it goes beyond just the transit lines. It's Beatties Ford Road, it's West Boulevard, it's Milton Road, it's Reagan Drive. It's throughout the cities on our corridors of opportunities where many of the symptoms that people are experiencing are acute. And they don't know how to navigate this, right? And so I just look forward to listening and learning and working with Dr. Wallington and my colleagues. This is a great committee. As you see, there's no male on the committee, so I think that's by design.
By design, absolutely.
Yeah. But they do great work. Councilmember Brown, her lived experience. I mean, it's just a combination of all those things that we need. My colleague to my left, with her passionate about brain injuries, mental health, the vice chairwoman. I think the temperament is right for a movement that's long-term, not short. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Vice Chair, did you have anything you wanted to add? I know you've probably been in discussions all day long on this.
You all have covered it.
Fantastic. Okay, so Councilmember Johnson asked a very good question about next steps. Councilmember Graham just mentioned this is a marathon, not a sprint. So this is the first of many. As we think about what the goal line looks like or what that finish line looks like, in my mind, the short-term goal is the legislative agenda as we think about the beginning of the year and what that really means in terms of what we can get through our delegation into our legislation. But then there's also low-hanging fruit, as Councilmember Ashmere mentioned as well. And so I think particularly in Intercept 0 and 5, we're in a position to review our own policies specific to neighborhood housing and neighborhood services, and really think about some of those items that are acute and how do we keep folks from ever even getting into this cycle, because there's certainly other components, pre-K and child health care and all of these other kinds of things that are social determinants of health that we know tie into here. So what I'd like to do then, ACM Heath, is maybe just hear a little bit of an outline of at least when we can expect to reconvene with this committee. And between now and then, myself, the vice chair, Director Hefner, and the other parties, we can get together and talk about how this work gets disseminated.
Yeah. would you be open to the idea of having a conversation next week that would include Chair of Housing, Safety and Community and Chair of BGIR to dovetail some of these things? Because there are some connective points that we need to make sure we're both kind of pointed in the right direction. And that will also selfishly give me a chance to work with Rebecca and CMPD and some other partners just to think through, here's some ways that we could approach this work in the months ahead. And, you know, how could we engage external partners? Because there would need to be a coalition of the willing for this to really work. So I don't want to pretend like I've got answers in the moment, but I just want to put that out there as an idea for a next week conversation.
I love that, and it looks like Councilmember Edgemere, forgive me, Chair, Councilmember Edgemere is also agreeable to that, so we'll look forward to getting. Absolutely.
That we don't leave out jobs and workforce development.
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
that's a
yeah,
critical
that's
part
good.
of
Good
what we
point.
need to do.
Okay.
Thank
So
you for that. That's a great
yeah,
add.
thank you.
And to that point even, I know that as we've talked to the county, they're going to take up what they choose to take up from this as part of their regular work. But we definitely want to be in concert with whatever it is that they choose to tackle as well.
Okay.
So the summit will have.
Yeah, we'll do one more question. Go ahead.
Can we get the information about the IVC? Like, as a follow-up, yeah, we definitely need that information about the IVC. Our last police shooting was a person who the IVC wasn't issued the day before. And then the family had to call and get some help. And he was shot by the police because he pulled a weapon. I think that's a tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. That then concludes this particular item on the agenda. We are over time on the committee, so I do want to ask whether or not folks have an appetite to cover that third item, which is the Housing Trust Fund.
Yeah, that's fine.
I hear a couple of yeses. So I'll entertain a motion to extend the meeting.
Motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
Second. Oh, all those in favor? All right, looks like the ayes carry. Thank you for those of you who were here for item 2, and more to come.
Thank y'all so much.
You're welcome.
I'm like, just
Thank you for what
amazing.
you're doing.
I mean, yeah, my life. It's my life. The school. Yeah. Taking all types of courses like SUD, alcohol, counselor, abuse, just everything that lines up with that work.
Yes, absolutely.
Just so I'm already a forensic peer support specialist. Community healthcare worker. I'll keep those certifications up. But I'm a stabilization specialist director.
Yeah.
A team of peer support, forensic peer support specialists under me. Hard work.
Yes.
But work
absolutely.
that is needed, and it don't feel like work to me. Those folks love me. You know, you sit down on the floor, when they act the fool, I lay on the floor with them. You know, you gotta do, you know what I mean? You just
get eye to eye.
I'm telling you, if they running around, I'm jumping and doing what they're doing, and they just look at me, I'm like, yeah. Somebody loves to
But
care
that
about
builds
me.
trust.
Builds trust. Have
The way that they, yes.
Got a
Yeah,
case,
open up.
got a case on 27 that call me.
24 hours a day.
College Brown. It feels so good. It does.
Keep it up.
Keep it up. Thank you, honey. God has something to do. You know that.
I do know that.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone. We will continue on with the meeting. We're going to move over to the last item, Housing Trust Fund. Director Hefner is going to give us an abridged version of the updates.
Everyone, if you can take your conversation.
All right, on your mark, get set, go. Okay, so tonight at council, y'all will hear Housing Trust Fund recommendations, thank you. And so we wanted an opportunity to preview them this evening, or this afternoon in committee meeting. And I want to just recognize that we have a lot of our affordable housing partners here with us in the room today. So I want to say thank you to all of them who have been great partners in producing and preserving affordable housing, and also have been extraordinarily responsive to your priorities in the new housing funding policy. So next slide, please. Okay, so the short overview is this is the second funding cycle of the Housing Trust Fund after the expansion of the housing bond and the adoption of the funding policy. And this round you received 8 proposals totaling just under $20 million. And staff recommends approval actually of all 8 of these Housing Trust Fund proposals. So spoiler alert, we're putting forward the full slate of them for your consideration. Next slide, please. And we'll talk about it in more detail in tonight's full council meeting, but the vote is scheduled for October 27th. Next slide, please. Here we are on the 6th of October. We'll do this briefly. And next slide. The housing development proposals that were received, you did receive a summary of this in your council packet last Thursday. Came in 3 categories: rental housing production, 3 proposals at $9.865 million requested; home ownership, 3 proposals at $3.847, and supportive housing and shelter, which is, you haven't received any yet. These are your first 2 proposals in this category at $6.25 million. Again, just under $20 million total requested. I will note that 2 of the rental housing proposals, as well as 1 of the homeownership proposals, are proposals that you've seen before, already invested in, that are returning for additional investment. So we want to make sure we talk a little bit about where those needs are coming from and why those are recommended to you today. Next slide. All right, rental housing production. So you have a balance of funding available of about a little over $21 million, and 3 developments are coming in for investment. The first is Kendall Crossing. This is a 4% tax credit senior affordable housing community. You may recognize this from the last round. It came in the first round of Housing Trust Fund and was deferred. One of the things I'll say, the developer really took the feedback that you all provided and staff provided related to this proposal and came in better and stronger. And a couple of things, staff negotiated a reduction in the overall ask last time, down from $6 million to $4.75. But they're also coming back with a partnership with Roof Above's LINK program to serve seniors directly through that program with 10 set-aside units. So we've heard a lot about some of the challenges in our senior communities, particularly for seniors who are on fixed incomes, because rent does increase over time. So this is actually a best practice and a very creative and strategic partnership to support that. We can talk a little bit more about that tonight. The overall funding request is just under $5 million for a total of 100 units. Next slide. The next 2 developments for rental housing production are developments that you have seen before, have previously invested in. The first, River District Apartments, of course, is part of this larger master planned mixed-use community underway, extending all the way from 485 out to the Catawba River. This was first approved in 2021, and I'll share that council invested in this early. Before, there was a lot of detail. Before we knew exactly how everything would play out in the River District, council invested in this early, specifically to ensure that there would be affordable housing out in the River District. But a lot has changed since that initial approval. City Council initially approved in 2021, and then an additional $2.3 million in 2023 in ARPA funds. Those were funds that were deployed specifically to support developments that had funding gaps coming out of the pandemic. And now River District Apartments, which is Laurel Street Residential, is seeking an additional $900,000. Part of this is a funding gap that has occurred because the commitment that LISC made to this project, they were unable to fully fund. So there's about $400,000 gap there, and then an additional $500,000 overall funding gap. So this would put the city's all-in investment at $6.7 million. That's a cost of just over $77,000 per unit, which is expensive, but this is also non-LIHTC, so there's no tax credits in this development because there's nothing out there yet in the River District to qualify. It's currently uneligible under the tax credit program, so it does require that higher level of support. As part of coming back for additional funding, staff worked with the developer to ensure longer affordability. So this is now set at a 99-year affordability period. It was originally set to 30. So while it is $77,000 per unit, it's just under $780 per unit per year, so because of that long-term affordability. The other thing we really like about River District, in addition to where it is and how it will contribute to that community, Laurel Street is keeping their commitment to the 3-bedroom units. There's a significant number of 3-bedroom units. 16% of the units are over 2 bedrooms. Those are really getting harder and harder to build, and here in Charlotte. So we think that's a great commitment from Laurel Street. So staff recommends approval to advance this previously funded development. Next slide. All right, Weddington Road. Now let's go even further back in time. So this is a Dream Key Partners proposal, a 4% family tax credit development. This was originally awarded Housing Trust Fund dollars in 2016. And you may recall this is in District 7. There was some significant concern from the surrounding community at that time about apartments in this location. This development was delayed by litigation, which has since been resolved. And this came in your first round for the Housing Trust Fund in the spring at a cost of $90,000 per unit, and staff actually recommended deferral at that time. We wanted to work with Dream Key and make sure that we were getting the absolute best financial investment out here. And so Dream Key, in working with staff, was able to modify the financials. They reduced the ask to just under $4 million, which comes down to $84,000 per unit. So I'll say this, and this may be the refrain of housing right now. Yes, that is expensive. But this is located in District 7. There's no other affordable housing nearby. You can see in the location score, diversity is a 10. This is also not located within a qualified census tract, so although it is a tax credit project, they do not get the basis boost, so there's less funding. I'll let Warren explain all of that to you if you need to know more. So it really is more expensive to develop, and again, this is land acquisition, land costs that are 9 years old. The land was acquired in 2016. So if we were trying to do this today, it would be even more expensive. So it's hard to say maybe, but $84,000 is a deal for this location at this point in time. I'll also note the rents are capped at 60% AMI, which is a really great for this area. And again, nearly 20% of the units are 3-bedroom apartments, similar to the conversation about River District, harder and harder to do. Next slide. Okay. Whew. Home ownership. We have 3 home ownership proposals for you today. The first is Avaline at Newell. So this was a proposal that you approved just in the last round, originally at $2.43 million. And Dreamkey is returning for an additional ask of $702,000. I will say, this is, I think, part of the learning process from the UDO. When projects come through for Housing Trust Fund approval, they go through sketch plan review for feasibility, but they don't go through full planning review. And in this situation, when Dreamkey went through full planning review, they identified a couple of challenges, one being stormwater mitigation needed to be moved from an off-site location to an on-site location. And in order to not lose units, they're asking for an additional $702,000 so that they can both shift the stormwater mitigation on-site without decreasing the number of units. So yes, the investment per unit is now at $58,000, a little bit higher, but that's still feasible. You have capacity in your home ownership investment category. And again, this is a faith and housing partnership with Newell Presbyterian Church, so we think this is a good project to continue. Next slide. All right, now we're going to return back to new requests. 2 more home ownership. This is Ellington Townhomes, another development proposed by Dreamkey Partners. This is part of a master planned mixed income community in Greer Heights that Dreamkey is developing on land owned by Mecklenburg County. You may recall Wheatley Seniors was a proposed development in the last round. That was deferred, but is also part of this overall master plan. Dreamkey's done a lot of work to make that project even stronger, and you'll see that again in the next round. I'll just say this is a great location. If you go out there, you'll see that they're already moving dirt. They used their allocation of CDBG investment that council awarded in the 2025 budget process to start the infrastructure out there. This location has a really strong site score, great partnerships, and staff recommends this for approval. Next slide. The last home ownership development is Unity Oaks. This is actually from Habitat for Humanity. Unity Oaks is also a mixed income development, and this is 71 total townhomes in the Newell area, so not actually too far from Avaline, off Greer Road and East W.T. Harris Boulevard. This is a really unique partnership that brings together Habitat for Humanity, the Marlankus Foundation, and True Homes. And in this model, Habitat is seeking funding for 31 of the units to be affordable. And you'll see that the years of affordability here is showing as 99 years. This is part of the Marlankus Foundation's strategy to purchase and donate land to ensure long-term affordability. So this actually has 99-year restrictions for both owner occupancy and subsequent buyers below 80% AMI. We think this is a really exciting partnership, and staff recommends this, and you'll hear more detail on it tonight. Next slide and next slide. So we're moving into the supportive housing and shelter category. There's $9 million allocated in your housing bond for supportive housing and shelter capacity, and you received 2 proposals. One is the Dream Center campus, which is transitional housing. This is a proposal for 8 units. Each unit has 6 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms, so we're showing it here as units, rooms, 8 units, 48 rooms. This is actually phase one of a much larger development. Dream Center envisions actually a 13-acre campus with a residential component with 32 transitional homes, each again with 6 beds and baths for a total of 192 units of transitional housing. This proposed development is a partnership between the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Dream Center, which is a nonprofit organization, and True Homes, who have committed to build the units at cost. This transitional housing really meets an important priority population in your bond, but also one that you've discussed today. This housing would be dedicated to individuals and families experiencing homelessness, including chronic homelessness, unaccompanied young adults, displaced families, and individuals in re-entry. There's a very strong supportive services component that accompanies this proposal, which we can talk more about tonight. Next slide. And the last proposal that you have in this category is at Mecklenburg County hotel conversion for the acquisition and rehab of a hotel for the purpose of a non-congregate shelter. You've been talking about this a couple of times over the last 2 years. Mecklenburg County's Continuum of Care Partners identified an urgent need for non-congregate shelter and developed a conceptual plan. This originally came to this committee as just a project concept in 2024. In 2025, you received another briefing on the project. Committee members at that time expressed support for something to come forward, a specific funding request, and Mecklenburg County is now ready for that. They have an option to purchase this hotel on Banner Elk Drive, which would be 62 beds of non-congregate emergency shelter, and this is intended specifically to be for households, individuals with severe and persistent mental illness. So this is directly related to the conversation that you had just a moment ago. A defining feature of this is that some shelter capacity would be reserved for direct referrals from the city and county's street outreach partners, and so this is directly related to your conversations about safety, especially in the Uptown area, but also in many of the other acute locations that Councilmember Graham referenced. The total cost for the acquisition and rehab of this hotel is $8.5 million. The county is asking for $4.25 from the Housing Trust Fund. And the United Way is actually committed to raising funds for the first 3 years of shelter operations in this location. Next slide and next slide. So the total development summary that you can see here, again, just under $20 million for 3 proposals under rental housing production, 3 proposals under home ownership, and 2 under supportive housing. Next slide. Can get a look at if these proposals were approved. Your current Housing Trust Fund balance is around $68.6 million, less the 3 rental housing, 3 home ownership, and 2 supportive housing recommendations would leave you with just over $48.5 million at the midpoint of the $100 million housing bond. We have more detail about how that plays out in each individual category that will be provided as part of the full presentation. And I think I've got us just under the wire. I will turn it back to, I guess, the Vice Chair for discussion and next steps.
Thank you, Rebecca. As you mentioned, we have a very limited time, but I can tell you if we go back 3 slides to the last item, item 16, I personally am not ready to support this moving forward. There are a lot more questions that we have on this. I'm not clear exactly how much the county is putting into this project. I have a concern that we're saying that the cost per bed for this hotel is over $137,097. I will say what I am happy about, even though I have my concerns of the additional costs that are needed for some of these projects, when we're seeing funding of current housing going down, the commitment at the River District in writing both for multifamily And honestly, I was expecting to see a for sale product ask in here because we have language in that contract where there should be both diverse price point housing and for sale product as well as the rental. But I am glad to see that Laurel Street is finally ready to move forward because I thought that piece was already solidified and done. I am happy with a number of the presentations, but I definitely want my colleagues to be able to jump in. But I have a number of additional questions and concerns specifically on this project. And I personally have a concern with us trying to move forward with this one. Does it, and maybe I'm missing it, and it might be in here, how much is the county putting into this? If our ask is 4.25?
So the total for acquisition and rehab is 8.5.
So that's what the county's paying?
So the county is proposing to split that cost with the city, 4.25 and 4.25 for acquisition and rehab. But the county would also take on the operating costs of the hotel. The acquisition cost is $5.5 million. They're under contract, and the estimated renovation scope is $3 million. So again, Mecklenburg County would maintain ownership of the building. They would assume responsibility for ongoing property maintenance and the cost of the building over time. This is an ask to split the cost of acquisition and renovation with the city.
Again, for me, I feel like there's much more conversation we need to have because that cost per bed to rehab what was already a motel that was set up for people to live in, I have questions, but I also recognize we have very limited time. Councilmember Johnson, I believe you as well as Councilmember Ajmir had questions. Are you ready with yours, Councilmember Johnson?
I am, but you're going to present this to us again tonight? We can wait.
So we can, but I wanted to make sure before we got out of committee, because this is the time that we really have the opportunity to have our conversations prior to the larger room, and we're going to have a long night tonight
Okay,
based
all right.
on what's on there.
Well, then
So
let me
if you
ask
could
this
do it
question.
shortly, yeah.
Oh, yes,
So the motel, this is for individuals. Where is the family shelter in our city?
This is, thank you. This is, Councilmember Johnson, a non-congregate family shelter. So when they renovate these, it'll be rooms that have multiple beds.
Okay.
And they do put families into those rooms. And
Okay.
so it's specifically done in a way that they can lock off, families into a single unit for
That's
privacy
what I
and
wanted to know, because
protection.
right now, do we have a family shelter?
So there are rooms at the Center of Hope,
Okay.
but they're very limited rooms where you can actually lock off a family. Otherwise, they have to be in the congregate area.
Okay, so this would be a response to the
Correct.
need.
This is an improvement to where we're at right now.
Okay, I'm happy to see 2 for sale projects in District 4.
Yes.
But if I have more questions, I'll ask them later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. Again, for additional information, what we also don't have is the breakdown of the room sizes. Like, we know we're getting some units that's gonna get us some 3 bedrooms, which has been a major need for families. This just isn't giving enough information. Councilmember Ajmir, did you have?
One
Yes.
reminder, we also will provide, as we always do, a full booklet to City Council that gives additional information on each development. That typically is provided the week before the council vote. So in this situation, that would be the week of October 20th. We'll provide a booklet that provides additional detail on every development.
I'm trying to help staff avoid Mondays before last meeting, where we had a number of projects that came before us. They ended up getting deferred specifically for this one. So I'm trying to be nice and give a heads up that we might have some additional conversation around this particular one. Councilmember Rajamir?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So, I have reservations about number of this. I know we don't have time to discuss this. For me, it's when you come back with an amendment that is almost the same amount as your first request, I have to understand that. I have a difficulty with such a high per unit cost. We know we are in unprecedented times. You started out with the first topic on our agenda. We have limited funding and we don't know what's coming down the pipe. So I struggled with some of these proposals, especially increased cost per unit, second time funding. I have to better understand this before I get on board. I have a lot of questions. The Dream Key Partners, 58K per unit in District 4, I mean, that's a new one? Is that a new one, or is that?
Avalon at Newell
Yeah,
is
that's a new one, and the
it was-
townhomes right after.
It was approved in the most recent Housing Trust Fund round, and they're seeking an additional $700,000 for unexpected requirements with the stormwater mitigation at the site.
So this 58,000, that includes both rounds?
That's
Okay.
the
That's a
total
cost.
investment per
Got
unit.
it. Okay, well, I have a lot of questions on a lot of this. What I did like is the one where we have townhomes right after that in District 1. That's 50,000 per unit cost. For me, per unit cost is very important because we have limited amount of funding. When the cost is almost $80,000, that means we can do less. And the community holds us accountable that you delivered this many units versus what we had expected. So I think we gotta have a balance of some sort. So yeah, and you know what I liked in the package, you had included this horizontal spreadsheet where you had, this is how much you approved the first round, this is what the second time is. I don't see that here, but that was very helpful because I can see line by line what is because some requests are double or triple. I understand some work wasn't done before, maybe it wasn't as detailed, but it just feels bait and switch.
This one?
It may not be the intention, but I just have to better understand. No, the one in our package, we get on Thursdays.
Oh, okay,
Where
yeah,
we-
the detail.
There's also several other slides where we go into more detail that were intended for the full presentation, so you'll see a little bit more of that detail tonight.
Yeah, the one where you have, you know what I'm talking about? The one that was in our
It's-
Thursdays
It's part of
package.
it's part of your booklet, and you will get that in this upcoming booklet.
Yeah, and then also I agree with Councilmember Mayfield, like 60,000 per bed. I mean, that's a lot. So how big is this bed? Is it like whole room? I mean, yeah, one room, 60,000 per room. I mean, there's got to be a better way to do this. I don't know how can someone do it for 30,000, 40,000. I know locations are different, but 60,000 per bed. It's a lot.
60,000 per year?
So right now, we're 5
Pardon?
minutes past, and we have the 6
Yeah.
o'clock, but I definitely want to hear from Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, I'm not opposed, y'all. I don't think it's a bad idea with everything that we have going on in our city. I know that the funding is escalated. I see that. I'm asking questions of 60,000 per year.
No,
These are all one-time costs.
One-time construction.
Cost for acquisition and renovation.
Yeah, I know that we're rushed, and I don't want to feel rushed.
Yeah.
Because we're moving
And
out
we're
on.
gonna have more discussion.
For me,
later.
for the record now, I'm not opposed. I'm not opposing it. It's not a bad proposal. And I appreciate the time that's been put in it, but when we start to think about a housing crisis and what we're dealing with, I want us to be able to say we're trying to do something, and I know that it's a lot of money, but I don't oppose it. That's just my true feelings, but have to do a deeper dive, of course, but just hearing what I heard from you, I just don't oppose it.
And luckily, everything was just updates, so we don't actually have any motions. So with that, I will entertain.
Move to close.
Yeah.
Move to close on the second. All in favor? See y'all later. Thank you so much, staff. We'll ask additional questions later.